Hey! Woo!
Welcome back.
We're back.
Not these people again.
I just woke up. This is too early for me.
You just woke up? Damn.
Man.
Like maybe 30 minutes ago.
Well, welcome back to Virtually Assembled, Assembly Required Experience. My name is Matthew J. Cassell, and I am the creator of Assembly Required.
I'm Mux Blank from Mr. Blank Toys, also Designer Toy Market, which is where most of the exclusives are for sale. So if you are looking for the exclusives, go to Designer Toy Market and you'll find them there.
Oh, and I'm Figure Fetish.
And we also have America's
Toy
favorite
Box!
cartoon witch, Toy Box, who you'll see momentarily. You also know me from Unboxing Asheville as well as MJC Toys, but I'm the curator of Assembly Required, which is technically an in-person event, but this year, because of our worldwide pandemic, we are going virtual. But Assembly Required is a designer toy expo that I created a couple years ago, and it focuses on handmade pop art sculpture, turn of the century avant-garde art movement that in the last 20 years has really grown. And I really wanted to focus on the artists and their art and these fantastic works that they make. So we have a whole bunch of artists over in our Virtually Assembled tab, which we've got Bay Kid Dead. You can find Benjamin Muir Visual Arts. You can find Blue Monday Press. You can find Cherry Moth Cake, Chicken Burger Disco, Choose Plastic, Cosmic Evil Toys, Dan Jaworski, Edwin Salas Art, ERA Sculpture or Era Sculpture, Fane, not Fioned. I've been mispronouncing that for years. It's Fane.
Feigned.
Yes. Foo Stamps, Figure Fetish, Goodwin, Green Plastic Tunnels, Lab Monkey Number 9, Looming Doom, Maggitarius, Manor Monster Studios, Medusa's Wild, Michael Morris Art, MJC, Mock Toys, Mothman Republic, Mr. Blank Toys, Mutant Pulp, Oniromancy Toy Works, Pikmin Vinyls, Quest for Beasties, Remakes Plethora, Simian Cheese, Slug Toys, Think Outside the Toy Box, America's favorite cartoon witch, and Yo-Yo Dine Toy Division.
So many toy artists. Take a breath, Matt. Now you can find all of these on the assemblyrequired.net site. They all have their own Zoom tables, or not. I don't know if everybody has a Zoom table, but they all have a link to where you can buy more items from them. Like I mentioned, we have their exclusives on Designer Toy Market, but they do have their own tables and booths and stores. So make sure you find those links.
Please go visit them. Please buy their stuff. Say hello at their Zoom tables. Over on that tab, you'll also find links to their online stores, so you can go directly to their stores in another tab while you're talking with them, buy their stuff. We'll be streaming live right here on the home page from 1 p.m. Eastern Time to 9 p.m. And today is the last day. So at 3 o'clock we have Artist Studio Tour. We have a little schedule right back here, which I will not review because I've run out of breath. But
Does it have to be the last day, Matt?
Well, I mean,
We could keep this going on forever.
wow. Did you see how out of breath I was just reading that list?
Yeah, right.
I can't do this every day.
No.
But we also have, in addition to everything that I just said, we also have animation blocks, which include cartoons, puppet shows, toy commercials made by the artist, which was curated. Those blocks are curated by Toy Box Theater, and he'll be showing a lot of those things, which also includes great commercials, retro commercials. Which yesterday I was really entertained by watching some of those, some toys that I even forgot about. We also have Chicken Burger Disco, who is streaming his videos constantly on his Zoom link.
Chicken Burger Disco's in the chat right now, actually. He just said hi a bit ago. Also, Nick, we saw you.
CBD!
There he is.
Right there.
And we also have Emilio Lizardo, it looks like.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Thanks for joining us in the chat, everybody. We actually there was something I wanted to mention about that. Chicken Burger Disco made a point that he doesn't have a Facebook, so I think he might be over on YouTube watching us, or maybe even Twitch, because we're going out to multiple platforms. The chat, where everybody is kind of chatting amongst each other, that's at the Assembly Required Facebook page. But we also will see your messages to us on any of the other platforms. And if we can, we'll bring it on the screen and let everybody see you say hi.
Yep. So we've got coming up first. We got Edwin Salas. You know, we're gonna do a interview with Edwin at 125, and then we're gonna focus on his exclusives. We've got Lab Monkey number 9 studio tour.
We stopped to read.
That was a big message. That was a big message. Hold on.
Thanks, Zin.
Jeez, is he writing a Tolstoy novel there? Jeez.
Hold on, let me take a break. I'm just going to read that for a little while. Oh, knock it off.
We got a live studio audience. You can hear them laughing.
Yeah, that's great. We got Lab Monkey number 9 studio tour, continuation from his interview yesterday. We're focusing on 245 and Michael Morris, Man or Monster, Cold Front moving in over here.
Hi,
and then we've got Man and Monster's interview at 3:30. And Remix Plethora, Cherry Moth Cake. We're focusing on their exclusives there, and the big show. Ready for a big show right here.
The Gettys.
Yeah. You got to choose between the Super Bowl or Kenner Star Wars toy artist.
You know what I'm choosing.
There might be a couple people that it's a hard choice, but you know,
yeah,
I think most
know.
of the people are going to be like toys. Toys win.
I'm thinking. I'm hoping.
Toys for the win.
Green plastic
Toys
tunnels
for the win.
And
I choose
Stephen
the
Getty.
Gettys. See, I told you. This way.
There.
I got to point the right direction.
Choose Gettys, right. There you go. Something like that. So yesterday was fun.
Yeah, yesterday was great, man. Let's see, who did we have yesterday? Let's go over a couple of those.
I did not sleep well last night, I tell you what.
Really? Looks like you would have been exhausted.
Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, that's why I can't do this every day. I'm getting old.
Maybe it's those 5-hour energy drinks.
Yes, Abby,
You're
there
also
are
gonna take
snacks. My lovely wife Jenny supplied me with a whole table full of snacks. They're right over there. Come on down to the warehouse. I'll share
I got
with
some
you.
nuts.
Whoa.
I'm flashing my nuts on the camera.
Be careful.
Nutsack.
Although this is not a kid-friendly show, there will be some crude language probably.
So
Oh my
like
goodness.
so yesterday's broadcast you can see on YouTube. It's still there. Should stay there. We had an interview and studio tour with Fane. Let's see, what else did we do yesterday? I'm kind of going over yesterday's schedule to see.
While you look at that, Mooks, let me give a shout out to all our sponsors and producers.
Oh yeah.
We've got Morgan's Comics, Asheville FM, Appalachian Pinball Museum, returning from previous events. Obviously, Appalachian Pinball Museum, they used to supply arcade games inside of our Artist Alley space. Can't really do that right now, and you watching me play video games might not be so fun for 8 hours. So we've also got Designer Toy Market as a sponsor. We've got Resident Underworld as a sponsor. We've got Toy Box Theater as a sponsor. We've got Chicken Burger Disco and Joker Choker TV. This entire thing would not remotely be possible, no pun intended, if not for everybody. Because
team effort.
I'm an event planner. I can plan an in-person event, but this is magic right here. And who knows magic better than the witch? The witch.
So yesterday we also featured an interview with Lab Monkey number 9. That was really cool.
We did a studio tour 3 today, right? Yeah, I see it right there.
Yeah, that'll be his studio tour here.
Studio tour at 3 o'clock. We also had a surprise interview. We had Bay Kid Dead come on live and join us on the show. That was really cool.
So interesting.
You
We
brought
have-
up a good.
We
You
have
brought up
another
something
surprise.
good there. That was a surprise interview. That wasn't in the schedule. And today
Yeah.
we've got another surprise interview with Mock Toys.
We got two surprises today, actually.
True. Okay. Yeah. Mock Toys, 5:45. Surprise interview. He'll be on live. And the other surprise change in our schedule is we'll have an interview that I did with DKE Toys back for DCon. We'll be airing that.
Was that
Oh, yeah.
DCon or was that DKECon? Which one was that?
Well, it was DKECon. It was
both.
for DCon.
Right?
I mean,
DKECon for DCon?
DKE DCon. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a lot of D's.
Yeah, a lot of D's in there.
So that happened. That's going to now slip in our schedule at 4:39.
Yeah.
We were
About.
thinking 4:38, but 4:39 sounded better.
Yeah. We'll have a little break there because Facebook does some weird thing. We get cut off at 4 hours, so we have to like reboot. So if you're watching on Facebook, when we reboot at that, just stick it out for a few more minutes, and we'll be right back with the after the break, and that's when the DKE interview is going to be. So
Yeah, mark that on your calendar or your schedule.
your schedule.
Not on the schedule. You're not going to find that on the homepage.
Yeah.
It's too late. That whole
There's
thing's
30.
locked in.
Whoa.
Oh, hey, hey, there's my little boy. Hey,
That's Ferdy. Ferdy visited.
there's my little boy. Look at him go.
So we also featured an interview yesterday with Resin Underworld. That was pretty
Yep.
cool. That was
Looked like
you-
Yeah,
a
and that was
Toy
actually
Carousel
recorded.
video there.
What'd you say, Jason?
I said it looked more like a toy Terracell video.
Yeah, you guys are like sitting in the background. We are here to destroy America.
Yeah,
That was
With
also
toys.
recorded.
that was another one that was done post decon.
Oh
Correct,
yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
We love DKE and we love Decon.
Yeah, thank you. I want to send thanks to Dove and Janky for getting that to us as well. I know that there's a lot going on. People
Yeah.
got stuff. Everybody's got stuff. So
Yeah.
I appreciate Janky and Dove working with me to get that interview so we can air it here.
And they were a huge inspiration for this whole thing too. Like
For sure.
we knew we had
Nope.
to do something, and so we sort of studied what they were doing and said, how can we do something like that?
Yeah, we stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. We watched what Decon did. We watched what Dove did. We watched what all the events were doing in the last year, and said, okay, I like this element. I like this element. So how are we going to put this show together? And I like what we came up with. It's pretty. I think it's entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think with all these experiences, this is something that is not going to go away, even though physical events return. I think people are going to have more virtual elements to their physical elements events as well, which
Yeah.
is kind of
That
cool. You reach people that can't make it that far. It's unfortunate about some of the logistics it takes to make it to these events. So the virtual side of it is the way that everybody could be there that wants to be
Yeah.
there.
And,
Yeah.
and I'll definitely be considering those things moving forward with Assembly Required. I don't know how. We're just trying to get through this situation, right?
Yeah, we haven't thought that
And
far
what I
ahead
mean
yet.
by that is, I don't mean like this event. I just mean like COVID and everything in general.
Yeah.
We're just trying to get through this. And like next February, I know where we will be, because that was at the end of the scrolling credits. If you stayed through all the credits last
Yep.
night, you would have seen that we are going to be at Wicked Weed in 2022. But that being said, up next is
Toy Box.
Toy Box.
Well, is it?
Oh, and Edwin.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah,
at
well,
the
Edwin will come after that. I'm sorry, Edwin. I didn't mean to.
All right.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Greetings and welcome to day 2 of Virtually Assembled, an assembly required experience. Now, if you're just tuning in, what we're doing is a 2-day marathon focused on the art of designer toys. These are all toys that are handmade by a variety of artists with different approaches, different styles, and wonderful, beautiful aesthetics. We have all sorts of things planned for you throughout the day. If you missed yesterday's show, you can still find it. And if you have 8 hours to spend to watch it, well, then you'll get a little badge from me or something. Maybe I'll send you a sticker. Let me know if you watched all 16 hours of the show, because we have 8 hours today that will have interviews, a studio tour, an animation track with cartoons and puppet shows and commercials made by our artists, and plus sequences like this where we'll do little spotlights on all the artists that are featured in our festival. And we'll be showing you exclusive toys that were made specifically for this event that you can purchase at the Designer Toy Marketplace. You can find all of this information at the homepage for Assembly Required, and there will also be live Zoom tables where you can go and hang out with the artists personally, one-on-one, purchase toys right from them, and I've heard that some of those artists have also other exclusives that you can buy straight from them that are even more exclusive because you have to go and visit them to get them. So check all of that out. It's all going to be incredible. We're so excited to present this for you again today. Yesterday was fantastic. It was fun the entire time. Even I had fun. That was a joke because, you know, if you know me, I'm always having fun. My name is Toybox, and I am America's favorite cartoon witch. Now, before we begin today, I'd just like to share a little sequence with you called our Artist Spotlights. Let's see who we have today. Some of the artists that we'll be seeing today in our show is, we're keying out problem. Here we have some, some pieces by a good friend of mine, Edwin Salas. Edwin Salas is a very good personal friend. We have our own rock band that we perform together, and also we performed puppetry, both together and separately at festivals and events around the country. And now here's some notes about Edwin. He will also, if you're interested in watching out there, if you want him to make a commission for you, he will make you a toy of anything that you want out of wood. A bootleg toy made out of wood, whether it's your grandmother's dog or your next door neighbor or perhaps Boba Fett in a tutu, whatever you want, he will make it. Just contact him and let him know. So here's some pieces. It looks like Stormtrooper. Here's a Tusken Raider. Very funny. Edwin also has a great sense of humor with his pieces. So let's see what else we have here. Oh, this is a brand new one from Psycho Gorman. If you haven't seen that movie yet, make sure you do. I think it's the best movie of the year, and it's only February, but it's going to be hard to top. So he has this now in his shop if you're a big fan of PG. And oh, look at this. Delightful. One of my personal favorites of the 1980s, Mr. T. That's a very cool toy. I might get that for myself. Let's see what else we have here from Edwin. Ooh, the classic Cantina monsters, and I think those are also available. Very nice. Now, these are all handcrafted out of wood and then hand-painted, so they're wood sculpture bootleg toys. Very, very cool and very unique. I think there's only a few artists in the designer toy scene that are doing stuff like this. And he will make something specifically for you. If you have a commission or an idea that you want, just let him know. He's ready to take your money now. Let's see what else we have. Do we have anything else from Edwin? Well, that's all, but we have lots more to come up with Edwin. Throughout the day, we have commercials that he's made, an artist interview, and then we'll show his exclusive toy. Now, next on the list, we have some pieces by Simeon Cheese. I really enjoyed these. I love the simple yet elegant color scheme of them, and a lot of whimsy, I did see quite a few pieces on the website that I had maybe wanted to get for myself. So here's some more from Simeon Cheese. And let's see what else we have. Ooh, a little witch. I like that one. That one's cool. Too bad that one's sold. It was sold out. So if Simeon Cheese, you're watching, make some more of those. I'm always interested in having good witch toys in my collection. Let's see what else we have here. This one is Timely, of course. We know who that is. And now we have some pieces here by Mothman Republic, and I quite enjoyed these. Very interesting artists. All of their pieces to me seem to be based on either different cryptids or monsters of urban legend, or perhaps extinct different animals. So these are very cool. And what I like about these also is that I think that they're all hand sculpted. They are not kit bash toys or reassembled pieces that already exist, but I think that they're original sculpts, which is very cool and a little bit rare in the designer toy scene. Some people do it, but it is rather unique. It's not what everyone does. Let's see, we have some more pieces. This here, another very topical and funny piece from Mothman Republic. So that is absolutely delightful. So those are some of the artists. Is that the last one we have there in that scene? So those are some of the artists that you'll see throughout the day and that do have virtual stores in our shop now that you can go. Assembly required. Check it out. You can find their artist tables and meet with them in person. Now, we do have a few minutes before we have to go. Sadly, I can't be with you all day long. There's other duties and tasks that I need to perform around my toy castle. I'm a very busy cartoon witch, so I won't be here all day, but I will be spread out throughout the day, so make sure you are tuned in the entire time to see everything that I do. Now, before we go, I'd just like to do a little special sequence for you that I like to call Toys That Toy Box has that you may be jealous of. So let me show a toy that I have that some of you may be jealous that I have and you don't have. Let's see. Go to the toy cam here. Look at this. I have my own Salad Fingers toy. It's Salad Fingers. I have a Salad Fingers. Do you have a Salad Fingers? I bet you wish you did. Look at that. It's a designer toy made a limited edition of Salad Fingers. I think you can still find these somewhere on the internet. Some of them have different faces. Let's see if we can see. Look at that. How jealous are you of my Salad Fingers toy? This was a birthday gift from my good friend Michael Woodward, who also has performed puppetry with me at festivals over the years. And it is from Unbox, yes. Jack Fields asked if this is from Unbox Toys, and that is correct. So let's go back to the main screen. So yes, and Jack Fields is friends with Godric. If any of you know Godric or not, go and follow Godric on your Facebooks or social medias, whatever, or throughout the universe, throughout the cosmos. There's all sorts of things happening. There's a little Ferdy, our cartoon mascot, that'll be joining us too throughout the feed and just, running around and causing chaos. And I'm going to cause chaos too, because I have antics and more artist spotlights and stuff that'll happen. But for now, I bid you adieu. I'll see you again soon, my friends.
Greetings, Starfighter. How you doing?
Good.
Good. You keeping busy?
Yes, I have some toys to do. I have my other works in the puppetry, and now I have a big project in the next year in my life. to change just a little my life, but continue to make toys, to continue to make puppetry.
Cool. Well, why don't we start with a little introduction? Tell the viewers who you are and what you do.
Well, my name is Edwin Salas. I think you can see my name forever. All my
everywhere.
My screen, yes, is well. You can watch this over edwinsalas.com. But by the way, the principle, I'm a puppeteer. I'm a puppeteer for near 21 years. Well, what I mean, I'm a little old. Yes, I'm just a little old. And after I'm a puppeteer, and after like 6 years ago, we had to make a contemporary dance, Buto dance. And after, by the way, always I make my little toys to sell. And now I'm the people tell I'm toy maker. I think I make a little piece of wood together, and the people like and sometimes buy.
Well, it's always nice when they buy it.
Yeah, of course, yes. It surprised me each time. Say, I watch my piece and say, "Oh my gosh, it's ugly. Oh, I want it. Oh yes, this is the most beautiful. Oh yes, I have a lot of feelings about this little piece of wood I give you. Thanks God." And you can watch. It's a really ugly. This man outside.
I see that. Is that IG88 back there?
Yeah.
So I know it's full disclosure to our participating audience. You and I, we are familiar with each other. We're Ashevilleans, both in Asheville, and have worked together a couple of times on a couple of different events. And this will be your second time participating in Assembly Required's event. But yes. For those who don't know, when did you discover the designer toy community? What was your first exposure to the designer toy community, and how did that culture speak to you?
Well, exactly with the sample. I have a amazing friend. It's Kit Schubert, or better known like a Toy Box.
Toy Box.
He began to make a little slam puppetry in I think was the first ensemble.
Yep. Our first in 2019, yeah.
And after say, well, maybe I can sell my toys there. But I remember Toy Box tell me, no. It's only professional people to sell plastic stuff. And say,
he didn't really?
And say, well, that's okay. I feel a little like embarrassed to say, who wanted really my toys? I don't have one of my toys here. Oh. Well, I have here one of my toys I made. Well, so some people in Instagram was a little upset I make this.
Oh, people were upset?
Yeah, you know about it? It's dead.
Yeah, just yesterday.
Yeah, I make yesterday. Like 2 hours after he dead, I make this.
Well, why would anybody be upset? That's beautiful.
Well, tell me they're upset because they say I make money with the dead people.
Well,
but yes, thanks God they know my other business. Right. I sell pieces of dead people, but this is other business. This is a toy. It's wood.
It's funny you say that you came up with that because I've seen a couple moments where, there's something announced or somebody says something in the community or something happens in the public. And the next morning I wake up and I see you've got a toy online.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Yes. You move like that.
Yeah. You know what? With the pens fly.
Yeah. That was the first. Yeah.
Yes. In the moment I watched the pens fly, I go downstairs. He continued to talk with the pens. I began to cook the fly.
So you're telling me literally the moment it happened, while it was happening, you were down there carving that thing?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes, and when he finished, I dry it, and after was ready. I put in Instagram and say like. Oh my gosh, Edwin did it. They began to say each time to happen something, they say, oh, it's probably Edwin made in this moment.
Right.
It's like Dov Kellner make a joke.
Yes. As a matter of fact, yeah.
No make a joke. no make a joke. I think he was really tired to make this event in Zoom, like it's 9 hours in front at the phone to tell everybody, to tell about toys. In some moment, he want to say about the Sook lore, but he mixed with the killer bootlegs and Sook to say his Sook lock killer. How say Phantom Sook lore?
Yes.
Phantom Sook lore.
What's funny about that? I don't mean to interrupt you, but what's funny about that?
I watch like this and say Phantom Sook lore. Okay, right. I go to I take a little piece of wood, 2 heads. I'm painting. I pause, and I think the one man of the Toronto say, "I probably ever make this moment." I send a message. Yes, I made it now.
Yes, it's amazing because not only during the Pensfly situation, there was Dove had a show on after that, and I actually mentioned you because we were they were talking about artists, and actually you were on that show, and they were talking about artists who make stuff really fast, and I mentioned your Pensfly, and then he mentioned it, and then after that, when Dove mentioned the Phantom Sucklord, I texted him and I said, "Who's going to be the first to make this?" Like right after he said it. And then you came out with it. So it was like, it just seemed like it was meant to be.
Well, it happened too because Sook Lord sent like a weird stuff, like a white sock inside the box of the toys of Dove Kelmer. And Dove Kelmer make like say, look what it sent me, Sook Lord. Suddenly I cut a little piece of wood and put say, sock of Sook Lord. And Dove Kelmer like this. You know, but this is something I want to tell you about because to return on your question, how I enter in this is something the bootlegs we have inside the Mexicans. Happens something and the Mexicans suddenly make the toy, make the parody. This, for example, I explained this man is a really upset the man I make this of the Jeremy Bullock say, one moment, the Mexicans we have other vision about the dead.
Mm-hmm.
It's something cultural. And after I don't tell him because I don't want to make more big the controversy. But it's normal the Mexican, we make these kind of things because we need to eat.
Right.
And we need to buy stuff to eat. So you can watch, it's a famous rock bands to go in Mexico and they arrived and they found the Mexican make the t-shirts, the toys, the mugs. It's a band to say, or European band from black metal say, I found some vinyls of my band in Mexico. I don't have. Because it's like a bootleg of his music, and he not feel upset. He feel happy to say, "Well, it's nice somebody take the time to make something like that."
Right.
It's as for me, happen. Tell me, I can sell this because my stuff is not really not nice, but it's not like a professional stuff to be an ensemble. And after say, well, it's okay. But after my slam, say, well, I push my toys. And I remember I have some of the horror guys, and one is arrived, I don't know, was a famous, a killer bootleg. And he said, oh, I want to buy this. And he put in his Instagram, say, I don't remember what this like this literally, but one of the best things, or the only thing I found in the assembly required, I buy it, was this toy. It was my toy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not inside the assembly required.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, when the people try to go inside in the expo, but you can buy things outside the expo.
Mm-hmm.
In Mexico, happen a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he don't buy inside the expo. He buy outside the expo. And after that, I began to arrive a lot of people to want to follow me on Instagram. And after he say, send love and he need to buy stuff. And I began to write me, oh, you can let me in wood this?
Yeah.
Yes. But I write that people, but look, it's my version. It's ugly.
Well, that's
So don't expect something special. It's like a classic brute art Mexican.
well, that's interesting. That's an interesting way to put it, brute art. Because your style is you. You know, you have an expression all your own. So your work.
Thank
is,
you.
is-
You're so kind for don't say it's ugly. It's
Well,
so you. It's so specific, so special. It's like I don't have the beauty words. I don't have the words for express how is your art.
No, everyone has their style. I remember when I was
Yes, of
sculpting,
course.
when I first started sculpting, and ever since, like I always had a challenge with feet. When I was much younger, my best friend used to always make fun of the feet of my sculptures because they were always look the same. But until I started to like own that and make it mine, and now most of my stuff is actually very stylized in that way, just because that's the way I always made feet. So it's very stylized, it's very you.
Yeah.
You walk into, there's a couple artists, I've had a couple interviews and with certain artists, and there's a couple artists in the industry that you walk into a room and you can definitely tell whose work that is. And you can tell walking into a room Edwin Salas's work.
Well, I need to tell you a little history. I was with my daughter lived in Mexico, and she sometimes visit me. But she was in Mexico, and after sometimes I put the phone like this, and she make the homework. I make my art. I'm saying, "Why did you do that?" "Oh, I make the art card for one piece." "Oh, you can show me." And she watch, say, "Dad, I think you can sell this. Why? It's so beautiful, the painting. You need to make a little ugly because the Americans love to buy ugly stuff."
Interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah, she say me, no, it's so beautiful. Painting a little bad and make the piece a little bad because saying the real spirit of the bootlegs is not a perfection, need to be a little ugly.
Wow, that's actually fascinating.
Yeah, if you think, for me was a really surprise the situation of the bootlegs here in the United States, because I never heard about the terminology of bootleg. And after I got to search in the dictionary, bootleg, the bootleg was, I don't know, I think you know about what is the origin of the word.
No.
Okay, well, the origin of the word came from the ghetto in Varsavia. In Second World War II, in the ghetto, because they have the people, the Jewish people inside there, and they need to traffic with food, medicine, and etc. And they, inside the boot, put the traffic stuff. For this reason, all the materials, all the things is not legal. They call it bootleg.
Interesting.
And they, from there, come behind first with the cloths in Europe, the bootleg cloths, and after was for the toys, for the shoes, for all the things. And for me, it surprised me the terminology bootleg, because I hear a lot in interviews. "Oh, what is your toy influence more in your life?" "Oh, I remember," or maybe in Instagram, "Oh, I remember when I have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, I remember my first Star Wars." I don't remember nothing of this, because I always play only with the bootlegs, because we don't have money to eat sometimes. To say play with the most shitty plastic stuff made by hand for the neighbors, to copy back and copying the possibilities, because they no sculptor, no have a art university, no have nothing. They copy for to sell, because was the only opportunity for me to play with a He-Man was to play with what make in bad plastic.
Right.
So with the original.
So growing up playing with the bootlegs, as you got older, what was the first time that do you remember obtaining the first traditional, like, Kenner action figure that you just had the bootlegs of growing up, but you always wanted?
Well, now it's a little embarrassing because now I began to have. Well, it's now in this part I can show you. Well, maybe yes.
Yeah, it's okay.
We destroyed the.
That's fine. Destroy the image. There you go.
And now it's now for you understand all is fake. in my
Sure.
bag.
We had no
It's a
idea before
bootleg.
that.
It's a bootleg.
We thought there were giant
Yeah.
creatures
Oh
behind
well,
you.
it's interesting because I found my first scanner toy when I have like 9 years old. I can show you one moment.
Okay.
Do you tell me I'm a little free in this interview, right?
That's fine.
Yeah, it's nice. One moment, sorry. I know was prepared for this. Okay, and I found this in the trash in Costa Rica. It's it's
88. Yeah.
Yes, right. I found and feel so happy. I found in the trash because I searched in the trash because I was a little poor. I searched toys, I searched materials. I make my toys with the trash.
Mhm.
But one day I found one
Mm.
in the trash
Mm.
and was amazing. You see,
Is that
finally
it? Is that the one? Is that the one?
one moment.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. And I'm so happy. And was at the rich kids after the river. I got to talk with and the kids. They play with the Star Wars, and I'm got there to always watch the kids to play with the original toys. For me, was impossible to have one of toys. And when they say, I can play with you. I made my toys. I make my ships with cardboard. Say no. We only play with original toys. Say, well, that's okay. It's like the same things to tell me I can go in the assembly required. The first time. Well, something like that. And they say, but now I have one. I'll say, it's impossible. You're poor. How you can have one? You steal? No. I found in the trash. And the people love it. Say, you can play with us. And they played it. They take it and say, oh, Darth Vader kill it. And make like this. I'm broken. And make it in little pieces.
Shit.
And after that, when I began to make the bootlegs, I began to have this extra money. I go in eBay and search the toy.
Nice.
And after, well, I know I cannot have here. Well, in some part in my body,
You've got 88.
I make me the
Yeah.
80. Well, in some part, I
Yeah. You forget what part of body it's on. Now, I got to go back to the not participating in the first year, because I was so excited to have, when you submitted your stuff and I saw your puppets and I saw your work, I was like, my gosh, this stuff is gorgeous. I'm so excited to have you part of the first year. And then he didn't follow through with the application because I guess Keith told you not to, which I'll have to give him some shit about. Yeah, I was so disappointed that you didn't participate in the first year. So I was so excited that you came back in the second year and everything that happened.
I go in the second year because I feel a little more sure, because not only was Killer Bootleg sent a message,
Yeah.
Doug Kelmer, and was the moment I make the Boba Fett, the Boba Wood.
Yeah.
By the way, I made for me, is the only bootleg I really made for me was this.
Yes.
Is
Yes.
Salazar the first toy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is yes, for me it's amazing. This world is make me happy and make me I think I make happy the people to buy my toys, and it's a really nice world.
Well, that's, it's really great. You're sort of a success story when it comes to breaking through in this industry, because, and it's really nice to have seen that transition and played a role in it. Quite honestly, it's an honor for me to have created an event that someone like you came to it first year and wasn't really participating in the culture so much, but got to expose to it, and your stuff has just become so popular, and it's really, really exciting to see your stuff selling, to see your stuff when I switch over to DKE, look at his page, or just it's really impressive, and it's really an honor to be able to call you a local Ashevillean and a friend. It's really cool.
I appreciate and thank you so much. I feel really happy, but by the way, I don't feel like, oh, I'm the toy maker,
Right, of course.
But by the way, I take a lot of fun. And after I make I have the dark humor in my puppetry performance. I put this dark humor in my toys, and the people like, and feel so blessed with the people buying my pieces, because, for example, in this year, at this difficult year, the bootlegs saved my economic life.
Right.
Because I don't have performance, I don't have nothing, I don't have classes. It's canceled all the festival normally I can do. And after the people continue, thanks to Instagram, thanks that people share my work, I continue to sell something and help the economy of my family.
Right,
and that's amazing. That's amazing. It feels so good.
You brought up an interesting thing. I had noticed at somewhere along the lines you were giving online classes for puppet making.
Yes. I have my YouTube channel. When I make free puppetry classes, I make mechanisms with the puppetry.
Right.
Because I write this book some years ago. Well, it's in Spanish, but it's Mechanisms of Puppetry. Oh. And I teach how to make a little mechanism.
Wow. When was that published?
This is published in 2012, something like that.
Oh, okay.
And now I make my second book, and the people buy. I want to sell the things to go good for me. That's amazing.
One of the things that I noticed about your work, you steered away, now and again you steer away from wood, and you do some resin work. Do you see yourself doing more resin work, or do you?
No, for example, the things you can watch I have in plastic, for example, it's some bootlegs I found in the flea markets in Mexico, really, really cheap. And the things I do, I paint in the card. I put the toy.
Okay.
Yes. I know. I never did with the resin. For me,
okay,
it's like an older world, world. I can make a lot of things. I live for the people who really know how to do. And by the way, it's expensive.
Yeah. It is.
It's, I think, only to buy, I think you buy like 1 month ago, right? Or 2 months ago, all the first part. It's a big investment. And after, you need to make the pieces. And after you can make one piece, you can make like with the wood, you can make one piece. If it don't work, pension. But with the resin, you need to make a big process. It's for me, it's difficult.
Sure. I remember seeing your performance at the first after party. So Toy Bucks, America's favorite cartoon witch, hosts the Wham Bam Puppet Slam after party for Assembly Required every year. And that first year, that was when I first saw you performing. Oh my God, that was such a great show.
Thank you so much.
That was they were building Trump was building the wall, and the Mexicans were trying to, it was just so poignant for the times. It was just really, really, but it was so entertaining. And to see some of your work since then, you've got such a a lot of political statements in your work.
Yeah.
And I find it really, really, really incredible. And I really enjoy watching your puppetry, as well as seeing you develop in the designer toy world.
Yes, and after, for example, the things you can watch in the back is a little short movies I began to make with my bootlegs.
Mm-hmm.
This is based in the how I say, the bad, the ugly, and
The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
yes, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Sergio Leone.
Right. Yes. Sergio Leone. Right. Of course. So, you know, growing up, what was your favorite toy that you played with?
Not understand the question.
What was your favorite toy growing up? You know, I know that you said, you know, 88 was the first Kenner figure that
Yeah.
you had, but like even before that, like did you have something that attracted you so much that still inspires you? Because I feel like to a certain extent, all of us, you know, toy makers have a toy that they hold closest to their heart, and every time you think back to childhood, there's always, whether it's that color scheme of that toy or whether it's, you know, the size of it or the market that it came with, whether it was Kenner, whether it was bootleg, you know, what's your favorite toy that you remember growing up on that you either still have or wish you had? Or
Well, it's a little weird, the response, because when I was a kid, I don't have a toys.
Hmm.
I don't have any toy.
Hmm.
I remember only three toys in all my childhood.
Mm-hmm.
I don't count the toys I found in the trash.
Mm-hmm.
I found the toys, I make the mashups. Now you make for indie toys.
Right.
I make because I found a one arm here, one leg here, I make a hole, I make my toy there, and now it's a mashup, you know? Now it's something you can sell a little expensive. And is how to burn the first bootlegs, no?
Yeah, for sure.
But I remember I don't have toys. I remember have one Superman action figures, 12-inch, is something to buy my mom before my mom died, because I'm orphan.
Right.
And I know I have this, but the house I live it born and disappeared these toys.
Oh wow.
And after I have a robot, like a 80s robot, classic robot, Japanese. I have one. I have only one. And that's all. And after, I remember I sell orange in the market, and with the extra money, really extra money, we talk about 50 cents.
Right.
Yes. No. I go in the store. They sell it like this in plastic, little like aliens, monsters. No have any reference of any movie. It's not Star Wars, it's not Battlestar, it's not Star Trek, nothing. It's a little monster. I collect with this, and this is really nice because make me free completely.
Right.
And after, the best for me is to find the wired when the people repair the telephones. I talk about the 80s, okay? It's a tons of wired of a lot of colors. This is like my best present, to take this with scissors to make toys. Because I make action figures, I make the spaceships. But by the way, I seen Star Wars late, because I remember to be in the front of the cinema to hear the Star Wars movie, because the song go out. You can imagine what kind of cinema was. Terrible. But I hear Star Wars. I don't see, because I don't have the $1 to pay to enter in the cinema. This for me, was like, oh, my toy, my shield, what I found so.
Right.
But this make me like the person I am in this moment.
For sure.
the creativity I have, I don't feel like, oh, I have more creativity of you because you have all the toys of the Star Wars. And no, please, no, but for me, for my special person, I have this kind of creativity for this situation I live.
Yeah.
Maybe for not have toys. For not have toys, I need to make toys
Exactly.
to entertain myself. And after the interesting, it's, I remember I want so much to have Atari. Atari, you know Atari?
Atari, the
Yes.
the video game. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have money to buy this. We don't have television. And I remember when I have 12 years old, I go in the arcades and in the arcade game places, and I don't have money to play, but I go to watch the people play. And it's interesting because with this make me a lot of creativity. And after I arrive at home and with the box, I make a puppetry system. The people fight. And after I go in the high school, and not in the high school, in the middle school, and the people make like 5 cents to play with my stuff.
There you go. Yeah.
Yes, and after I take this money, do you think I go to play in the arcade? Nope. I buy me more pencils, more cardboard to make more toys, and after I sell this, but never to say, oh, finally I have some coins to go to play. No, because I know this money is, I need money. I need money for my notebooks. I can buy me a notebook.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because everything that has happened to us in life has made us who we are today. All the influences of growing up that we've been exposed to have made us the artists that we are today. So for better or for worse, for good or bad, there's a value to looking how those things influenced us and come out in our creative endeavors and the mediums that we use and how we express ourselves. That's why your stuff is so very poignant too.
Yeah, it's something I really love about the bootleg makers, because it's fantastic how to recreate some toys from the childhood, come to recreate toys from the 80s, 90s, or create the new completely toys. For example, you have toys. I can see in your back and remember the big toys with the big nose. It's a unique your toys. Not have any reference. Right. You can say, oh look, this is Darth Vader but in dinosaur.
Yeah.
It's example. Oh, it's a good thing.
Yeah. There you go. Write it down. Quick.
Carving. Sorry,
write it down.
1 moment.
Yeah, my stuff is a little bit more obscure, and I think, a lot of people, they look at my work and they say, oh, that's interesting. Who is it? Like, I got a message, from somebody about a month or two ago about this guy. He's our mascot, Ferdy. Somebody messaged me and said, where did you get that guy? He looks familiar. And I was like, he's completely original. Like, I didn't get him anywhere. Like, you made him up. And he's like, no, but I saw him somewhere. And he keeps messaging me, like, so confident that it's existed some. Right. I'm like, no, I know, I really dig, mythology and archetypes. So my stuff, I think it has a great, I appreciate it because it has a great profile, and is semi-recognizable in that. But there's a lot of different influences that go into it, which come out, but to the point where somebody's like, oh, I know that. I'm like, no, you don't, unless you see my work, which it's a whole different.
Yes. Well, and after I began to enter in this world, I began to buy me books about Star Wars and Star Wars toys, because the people have the knowledge of childhood, but me not. Because I remember I going in suddenly in eBay to search all the books about Kenners and toys, and buy me all the books for understand, because some people say, oh, you can make me this? Yes. And me in the book. Yes, I the first. I have these 3 basic books. Very toys. To say I have this. This is well. The first I buy was this. That's amazing.
Yes.
This is
I have
with
that
this,
book.
I began to say, "Oh, you can make me this?" Yes, of course. One moment.
For sure.
Oh, yes. Then, do you like? Yes, it's nice. I-5 pilot. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Of course, yes. It's nice.
So did you know that did you know that by the time this airs, this will be common knowledge, but we have an interview with Stephen Geddes, that is one of the original Kenner artists that worked for Kenner back in the 80s. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah. I've already recorded the interview with him, and that will air on the second day of Virtually Assembled. His son is actually an artist in the design toy community.
Wow, nice.
Green Plastic Tunnels.
Oh,
so when I found out about that, I had both of them on and did a dual interview, to be able to speak to Stephen about his influences, his inspirations, and how he feels about this community and people taking his work and mashing it up. And it's really informative. But it was an honor, like the way that you look at Star Wars toys and the way that I look at Star Wars toys. Yeah,
nice
exactly.
book is this.
Yeah,
this is I prefer this.
Mm-hmm.
This is the second edition.
I think I have that one too.
Oh yes, it's more nice, like like an edition. But and after I found other. This is really nice. It's other.
Oh, I don't have that one.
Oh yes, it's nice. You can find. It's not really expensive, but they have like more information.
Mm-hmm.
But by the way, I love the books.
This one here. Let me show you this. This is how it's called Engineering an Empire.
Oh,
and this is the story about the artists that worked for Kenner.
Oh, nice. I will to search.
Yeah, it's literally like shows their work. Oh, and that's Stephen right there. That's him working on something.
Nice.
And I think that I'm gonna have to edit this interview because now we're just going off on a tangent. There's Stephen right there.
Nice.
And I was literally looking at this book when I was messaging Andrew, and I was like, "Wait a second, your dad is the guy who did this?" So there, he did Dagobah, nice. And he did the Dewback and the Luke.
Yes, for example, I began to collect the toys. Now I began to collect, but the first toys I buy was for understand how is the toys, and by the way to. Yes, for example, if you watch this toy, yes, I make the form, but I make a little variation for them don't make the same.
Right.
But after the interesting of this toy, they need to make like a 12-inch because the part inside was so difficult to make the sculpting so tiny. And after to make the 12-inch, he understand how to do for the molds and after make more tiny.
Right.
By the way, if my work is completely different,
For sure.
Because each piece could be different. It's not the same.
Yeah, every single piece will be different. Yeah, they're not molded. Well, it has been wonderful talking to you, Edwin.
Me too. Thank you so much for the opportunity to interview. I feel it's a big honor for me to be interviewed with all the toy makers.
Well, it's an honor to have you, and I'm glad to that you're participating in the event, and I look forward to seeing your commercial.
Oh yes. I need to prepare first the toy, and I make illegal Mexicans action figure. You can buy it for your son, and your son can shot the legal in the little border, but this is the action plate you can buy it separate.
Right.
Yes, and shot, but don't include the family because it's drowning in the river.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
on a sad note. Like, well, on that note, Edwin, it's been a pleasure.
Victor,
And
pleasure for me too.
I look forward to seeing you again and hanging out soon.
Yes, perfect. Thank
All
you so
right.
much. Have a great weekend.
You too, and have a great holiday.
Yes, you too. And stay safe, please.
You too.
Man,
And welcome back.
I love listening to Edwin.
Yeah,
Talk
he's
about-
he's a spectacular person.
Yeah, yeah.
A
They're,
great performer too.
oh yeah, yeah.
For
There's
sure, for sure.
like hearing a lot of his story, you know, I connect with a lot of that, you know, like that's, I think most of the people I meet in the toy scene are very knowledgeable about toys and very, you know, they grew up with lots of toys. I never had that either, you know, and so like hearing him say that, I'm like, oh yeah, that's like
Right.
I connect with that because like when I got into making these, part of that was that I didn't have toys when I was a kid, you know, and so I get to make them now, you know,
Yeah.
and so like I don't know, his turned into, it seemed turned into puppetry, you know, at first, and then come to
Sure.
toys, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that it was pretty incredible to be able to talk to him. You know, he's a really great person. He's a really great artist, and he's a really great performer. And just overall, it's just a really pleasure to have him as part of the event. And he's a really nice guy. And his work, you know, for this event, the exclusives for this event, there they are right there, are intense, are really intense for me. You know, coming from Mexico, Edwin, you know, he has a more objective point of view from, you know, looking at American history.
Mhm.
And there's, you know, when I saw what he was doing here as the exclusives, I was like, oh wow, that makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why, that's the purpose behind the piece, is to like put a mirror up to, you know, our culture and our history and be like, this is part of your history. You have to own this, you have to recognize it, and you have to face it. And that's why it's so powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all his stuff has that dark, you know, and in his mind, you know, he's seeing the humor in it too. Like even though it's really dark, he has this dark sense of humor. You know, like what I was showing you a minute ago. Like you guys were talking about the border wall when that happened. Like this was a toy he released last year. It's called Mexican Children Fingers.
Oh shit. I did not
So,
see that.
You never saw that? Yeah. So he
No.
had these on his table at Assembly Required.
Oh my
And
god.
they were labeled Mexican Children Fingers, and they're all bloody and dirty, and you know.
Oh wow. See,
So, like,
the amazing
that's his take on it, you know. Like he sees it from a different perspective, even though he's, you know, now, you know, here living here, and you know, it was like when we were talking to Scott from Canada, you know, he had a different take on American culture as well, you know. So I'm impressed by his take on things, you know, and that's where I find his genius, is that his take on things. And like you guys were talking in the interviews, like your life kind of like goes into your art in that way, and you know, so that's something I've thought a lot about recently, actually.
Yeah, you know, and actually, one thing that is interesting, Mooks, you know, we had conversation a while ago, and you had talked about, you know, your work always wanting to have a commentary in your work, you as an artist, and you know, I don't, as an artist, have commentary in my work. You know, some people, they just enjoy, like you
I-
look at an action figure, and you know, like this by you know, Think Outside the Toy Box. It's Max Headroom. It's great.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's great. There's no commentary there. It's just a character you always want to own, and as an action figure, you know, some people have commentaries, poetic commentaries, like Fane. His story behind his is really poetic, and it's
Yeah.
interesting. And the political commentaries are also a big part of the designer toy and bootleg industry. More
Yeah.
bootleg than anything, you know, having the political commentaries. But I think that I
Well,
think somebody says, "Oh, Matt, I disagree. There's always commentary."
yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I was just about to
Or explicit or
interrupt you and
implicit.
say that because, like, even in your art, even in that Max Hedron piece, like the commentary is based on that person's experiences in life, you
Sure,
know,
sure.
and so like your art is based on your experiences or what your interests are. And so it does have commentary. I heard you just tell Edwin
Interesting.
about
Yeah,
5 minutes
yeah.
worth of commentary on how you put mythological pieces together and blah 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 blah. You know, like that's your commentary for that piece.
Interesting. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
you're right. Absolutely.
And you
Implicit,
know, so
unconscious, even.
but yeah, that was something I was going to say is like a lot of artists aren't very conscious of that idea, you know,
And I guess that's what I was. I'm not consciously
Yeah.
trying to make a commentary on anything, but yeah, implicitly, unconsciously, my experiences come out in my art. That's a given for sure.
And I mean, like with Edwin, you know, he's you know, this is art. This is him expressing himself. And yes, he has commentary and everything. But I even saw like there was things that he didn't really realize about himself and about his art until people told him, you know. And like I say, I've been thinking about this a lot lately, is because like, you know, filling out, it's pandemic, so trying to find money any which way we can. I've been filling out grants, things like that, and they're always asking for artist commentary, and I'm like, what is an artist? What is that? What do I need to do for that? You know, and that's where you have to like dig deep inside yourself, your experiences, and what your art is saying to the world, and try to like express it in a paragraph. You know, so.
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree. That's it's interesting when one of the things that besides the political commentary about these individual pieces, one of the things that I found fascinating from that interview with Edwin was when he said when he first started making stuff, and his daughter said it looks too good.
Oh yeah.
You gotta take a step back and sort of look at what bootlegs are and embrace the kind of there is this element of the bootleg industry that sort of has a I don't know what the word is, edgier feel, like a messier feel. Like the Suck Lord, he markets himself as making crap and you're a sucker for buying it. That narrative, when it started in the bootleg industry, really resonated with a lot of different artists, and a lot of different artists embrace that, like, this is not good. This is not good. It's a bootleg. That's what bootlegs are. They're not, by definition, not good. So by Edwin making a piece that was too good to be a bootleg and having to actually take it down a notch,
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that's kind of fascinating. I never thought about it like that.
Yeah. And this is like, I have a lot of friends that are, considered outsider artists, and that not, I mean, it's like that ugly art idea, the idea of ugly art, you can kind of see a lot of times in outsider art, because it's not polished, it's not painted well, it's not glued together right. It's just nailed together with staples. I mean, it's, or whatever kind of art that outsider, I'm talking broadly here, but
Right.
it's usually got that appeal of ugly to it. And so I don't know what it is about that, but he's right. I think, I bought a ugly little finger that's, gross and dirty looking, but, like, and I look at his art and it is ugly, of course, but it's got that beauty of ugliness to it. I don't know.
No, that's the fascinating part about bootleg art. It's got it's, but like you said, I can't for some reason bring myself to say the word ugly, because
Yeah.
I, like, when I'm talking about art, like, I can't call it that, but there is an element to the bootlegs that that does, you know, the pristine presentation of some of the designer toy qualities you see out there, especially the commercial marketable qualities that are on toy shelves. You know, it's just they're slick and they're pristine and everything's like so nicely painted and you know. And then there's the fascinating part that, you know, people really enjoy, as you put, the uglier side of art, the uglier side of the bootleg industry, and that's junk aesthetics.
And then,
is
you know,
what
with his art here,
Scott calls it.
the political nature of it, the social commentary on it. Like we were talking to him live on Joker TV about this, and like, you know, he's talking about history, of course, you know, and this is our history, and like you said, this is what we have to accept and recognize as our history, but it's happening right now too.
Yeah.
You know, there was pipelines, and there is pipelines being built through sacred land. There's, you know, I mean, you know, I don't want to go through all the things that are happening right now in the world, but like, there's a lot of bad things that are happening, and you know, he's pointing out things that are happening in our country right now.
And that was the thing when you were first sharing the photos of the artist exclusives when they were coming in.
Like, you talk
Yeah.
about something so serious, and then he like pops up with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when you first shared the photos, and I was like, whoa, I was taken aback. I was like, you know, wow, we've got to show these, and yes, they do make you feel very uncomfortable. And you know, I know my first concern was, wow, you know, someone's going to maybe take this the wrong way, and we have to talk about these things at some point. And I know personally, I was like, oh, what are we going to say about these
Right.
pieces?
Yeah. Yeah.
And get it right. And
Yeah.
you know, I didn't want to do anything for the longest time. Didn't want to say anything, and finally I gave it some thought, and I took in what I knew about Edwin and what I've seen from his performances, and that realized that these are timely, like you were saying, Mux, and they've always been timely since the beginning of American history, and it's just what Edwin is saying. And yes, they should be uncomfortable, and yes, you should talk about them, because if you put them aside and you don't talk about them, there's never a beginning on a road to making things correct, if that's even possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Absolutely.
like you're saying there, and what Lee's saying, that's Remakes Plethora. You know, he's got some pretty touchy subjects in his art as well. You know, and you know, it's touchy sometimes, but you know, this is art, and art, you know, isn't always pretty. It isn't always, you know, comfortable. You know, it's not meant to make you comfortable. It's meant to like turn a mirror on the world.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Coming on, you know, like you said, it definitely touches a nerve, and it's like, how do you have these conversations, and how do you talk about this kind of stuff? And you know, it's like you said, it's easier to not talk about this sort of stuff. So like coming on here, you know, before we were talking about coming on and talking about these pieces, like I was like, I need your help, you know, from you two, you know, when I'm going to be presenting these things, we need to talk about it, and I need to feel comfortable presenting this sort of stuff and having this conversation live, you know, in front of everybody. You know, it's not easy, but we do. You are absolutely 100% correct, both of you, and I'm glad you're here to make those comments, because it's really important.
Yeah. And, you know, when I look at these toys, I also think about, you know, of course, I'm thinking about the different types of people represented in these toys. But, you know, Edwin himself, you know, he made a joke in the comments, but, you know, it's not necessarily a joke. You know, it's like, I've got to make some money to pay the coyotes, you know.
Right.
And so, like, he's got some experiences that are, you know, pretty amazing. And, you know, they're going to come through his art.
In this last moment, definitely for all the viewers, go out there and check out Edwin's Instagram feed and his YouTube channel, and see what else he has posted, and really get an understanding of his work.
Yeah,
For
and
sure.
If somebody can translate his book, I want to read that book, and I just can't read Spanish. So
Learn.
I have to learn.
Coming up next, we've got more animation segments, more short films, commercials from the artists. Go check out visit the artists at their Zoom tables on the other tab, assembly-required.net, and enjoy the next few segments with Toy Box, America's favorite cartoon witch.
Yep. Thanks, Edwin.
Finish him. Goddamn right. Fatality.
Somewhere in the multiverse, on the lesser moon of a war-torn planet, orbiting a dying sun, lies the city of New Gamora 9. Many years ago, a subversive group of criminals from a distant planet convinced the people of New Gamora, through doublespeak, mind control, and increasingly violent coercion, that the only way to a prosperous and free society was to relinquish their personal sovereignty to a centralized governmental body. To this day, many citizens of this once truly free society still believe this dangerous lie.
Attention, Citizen R3515T. You have been randomly selected by the NG9 Greater Good. Citizen Asset Forfeiture Lottery. Your housing unit has been flagged in the audit aforementioned and is subject to level 3 search and seizure procedure. For your safety and the safety of all valuable citizens, you have been lawfully ordered to remain inside your housing unit and await further instruction. End of transmission. Attention. Citizens of New Gamara 9, earn up to 30 city credit, fast, by reporting citizen code violations and citizen code violators to your nearest NG9 Peace Enforcement Department. This message is brought to you by the City of New Gamara Coalition for Peace and Justice. End of transmission.
Real people in the real world know what the cops really are. And know that the badge wearers protect and serve the ruling class, not you and not me. Procedural search and seizure position. Full compliance is critical to ensure your safety. An NG9 Peace Enforcement agent will be contacting you immediately. End of transmission. Turn right, turn your right, turn your right. We did it easy. Small pack cover on this guy. Walk in, it needs to be, it needs to be, we have it, we have it. Go wrong.
590, SPL 590.
Step 4, we got you. These copies 2310.
Brand new from the Fantastic Plastics, Ultra Bad. Ultra Bad, orange helmet, orange gloves, all business. Ultra Bad vs. Hero Guy? Awesome. He's no match for Ultra Bad. See you later, Hero Guy. Evil Villain, Ultra Bad, new from the Fantastic Plastics. Available now.
Made again of 65% poly.
Today.
Weekday. So many. Asking you.
그녀 자신의 집에 하인이 되어버리는 동안에 그러나
Is anyone out there? Can anyone hear me? Begin transmission to the earth. My name is Watson and I'm from your planet, but I teleported into space. See us, Watson, in the cosmic room, a place for me and a place for you. See us, Watson, in the cosmic room, a place for me and a place for you.
My name is C.S. Watson, royal artist and historian of the Cosmic Womb. This is Rainbow Rabbit, my faithful friend. With the help of my mentor, Pleasure Vision, I became Cosmic Creator. Paracosmic Alchemy Activate! With the help of the tuplets and our animal friends, we protect the Cosmic Womb from the Parion King and his many minions. Join us for another wonderful adventure. You won't want to miss it.
See us, Watson, in the cosmic room, a place for me and a place for you. See us, Watson, in the cosmic room, a place for me and a place for
and Queen.
You deserve a second look.
We can't stop this feeling, and we don't want to. Oh no! Oh no!
Hey, Putt-Putt, you did a great job. How do you feel about your music career?
I think, well, I'm having a great time, and, it's nice to be, you know, out of the, where am I?
Well, we're back, and you're watching Virtually Assembled, an assembly required experience, a 2-day toy festival dedicated to the art of designer toys. Reminder that we do have live virtual tables that you can go and visit at the assembly required homepage and buy toys directly from the artist. You can also buy exclusives from the designer toy marketplace. A bunch of toys were made exclusively for the show, and they're selling out quick. So get over there to the Designer Toy Marketplace and check that out. We will have interviews and studio tours all day long, including artist spotlights that we'll be doing and spotlights on the exclusives. Now, as you've just seen, we also have animation tracks, and those are filled with commercials made by the artists participating in the event, as well as cartoons and puppet shows. A fun little bit of information at the end of that block, we saw a very fun piece by Ju-Young Che. She's a multimedia artist based in Texas, and that was a sample of an upcoming feature film that she's working on, which I, myself, have done some voice work for. So in some small, tiny way, I will be a part of that film, but most of it is done by Ju-Young, and her work is just mind-blowingly incredible, so we're all very excited to see that movie when it comes out. Now, moving right along, let's look at some of our artist spotlights that we have for this section. So right now we're going to be talking about Man or Monster Studios. Man or Monster Studios makes action figures as part of the Glyos line of toys, and I'll, if I have time, elaborate some, but Glyos is a very fun thing. It combines the compatibility and modularness of Legos with the design and aesthetic of designer action figures, so you can mix and match their parts. So here's a signature character from Man or Monster, from their line Warlords of War, which are part of the Battle Tribes line of Glyos figures. And let's see, we have some more figures from Warlords of War. There are some of their signature characters from Man or Monster Studios. And also, now this is something very fun we see a lot with the Glyos figures, is that there's certain properties that are familiar and nostalgic to fans of 80s toys that are a little bit different, because you can take these apart and mix and match them. Of course, we recognize all of these characters and where they come from. If you don't, well, you're probably not as old as we are. But some very cool stuff. Again, here's another example of a figure that was designed to be reminiscent of a classic 80s toy. It's a really fake faker. So this is like mind-blowing, right? This is just mind-blowing, because it's a knockoff of a figure that is meant to be a knockoff of He-Man, because Faker was a fake He-Man and this is a fake Faker, so it's just like the degrees of awesomeness there are just incredible. Also coming up, we're going to see some pieces here by Michael Morris Art Toys. Some very cool stuff by Michael. He's got stickers and toys in his shop. A lot of his work is based on tokusatsu and kaiju figures. He likes, I can tell, Godzilla a lot. Let's see what else we have here from Michael Morse. This one is very cool. Again, another little kaiju reference here. Look, I can just pet him on the head. Wait, where? Trying. There we go. It's good enough. I gave him a little pet, and we'll see what else we have from Michael. Oh, I love this one. This one is absolutely delightful. If I make any money, I actually might get this one. It's a chewy bubble gum. So you get the joke there. I think it's very funny and delightful. Great concept. And this to me really embodies what is fun about the designer toy movement and the creativity and the humor that's involved, because it's a chewy bubble gum. You get it right. I don't need to explain it. So, moving right along, I did bring some. I do have some figures of my own from Manor Monster Studios, so I brought those out just to show you. I am a big fan of the Glyos line of toys, so I have some other Glyos figures that maybe I can show you how they come apart and how they are interchangeable. But here we have a couple of the Battle Tribes line, and so anywhere that there's a pivot or a joint on these figures, those pieces come apart, and they have a little socket piece there that you can just pop them back in together, and then you know, if you wanted to, you could switch them up however you like, and all of the Glyos pieces are interchangeable with any toys in the set. So here we go. We'll just put these legs on there like that, so you can just see quickly. Now he's got some shoes, some pants on, so that's cool. And this one I loved because if you notice, today is Super Bowl Sunday, so I thought it was apropos to show William the Refrigerator Perry, one of the heroes of one of the greatest Super Bowls of all time. Super Bowl, I think, 20 with the Chicago Bears, who won almost every single game in their season. And that's why he became famous and became a G.I. Joe character, as well as a WWE wrestler and more. So those are very cool, very fun figures. I love the Glyos line. I could show you a couple more. Oh, also, I wanted to show this before I get into showing you some Glyos. One thing that I also really love about Warlords of War is they also make these little comic books, which if you know me, you know that I love comic books. And these are very cool. They have excellent art inside, and they're very fun. And they're done in the same scale and style as the classic Masters of the Universe. So I believe that I have a whole collection of them. I think I have all of them. I don't know if I'm missing some. Manor Monster, if you can see, I have 4. So let me know if I'm missing some in my collection, and I'll rectify that as soon as possible. And some of them actually have some pretty big name artists in there. Like this one has some art by Tom Scioli, which if you are familiar with Tom Scioli, he's a pretty famous comic book artist. Does a sort of Jack Kirby inspired style, and it's very excellent. I love this. Yes, and so these are, modeled after the classic Masters of the Universe comics, and they're the same size and scale. Now, here's something fun I just grabbed, pulled down off my shelf to show you. I do have, actually, they make this, which is just a bonus bit of information. They do make this, which is a very hefty volume of all of the mini comics from Masters of the Universe in one book. So if you're a fan of that, you can get it. And this book was pretty affordable. I think it's only $30. $30. You can get this. It's put out by Dark Horse Comics, and it has some very fun back materials as well, talking to some of the Masters of the Universe artists and toy designers as well. So it's informative and fun, and it's totally comprehensive. It has everything in there, including the She-Ra mini comics. So that's very fun. I did have a few more Glyos figures to show you, but we're out of time. So maybe if I have time later, I'll show you more toys. I'm sorry this segment was so short, but I can only be here so long. I'll see you soon, though. Keep posted. Goodbye.
Awesome. Thanks, Toy Box.
Thank you, Toy Box. Welcome back to Virtually Assembled. This is our exclusive spotlight moment. We're going to be talking about Michael Morris in a second, and you can visit Michael over at assembly-required.net. He has a table, Zoom table. You can visit with him and talk to him, and even talk about the art that we're going to start looking at here in a moment.
I have to say, Michael Moore's commercial that he did for his toy, you can see right there the that's like a shot from the commercial. That was one of my favorite commercials. I mean, was he one of the first ones to put his commercial out live? Because that was the first one I remembered, and I was just like, oh my god, how are we gonna top that?
I don't know. I don't remember, but yeah, it was pretty. Have we aired it yet during the show?
I think we did, maybe yesterday. I'm not sure. I forget when the animations are.
What just happened?
There it is, Agora. Now this This is inspired by Michael Morris's love of tokusatsu, and specifically when Godzilla rips the eyes or the eggs. It's apparently there's a community discussion about whether Godzilla rips the eyes or the eggs out of Hedorah, who I guess is the smog monster. Thankfully, he wrote all this up because I don't know that much about tokusatsu or Godzilla, and I've watched him when I was a kid, but I was just reading it and I was like, oh, so I didn't know there was a conversation about whether it was an egg or whether it was his eyes. So he actually said, why not both?
Why not both?
He did both. Yeah.
And you can see, you can see that in the commercial that goes in his face, like, yeah, it's cool.
And it actually glows in the dark.
He's got some great stuff on his site and at his table. I think he's another item that he had available at his table, which I think he sold out of, was a Shoney's Big Boy and Godzilla mashup called Big Boji.
Oh,
it is really cool.
He sold out of those?
I think he sold out, but I think he said he was going to make more, so it's not like a limited.
That was super cool.
That was great. Yeah. Yeah, that when he submitted that commercial, that was pretty great.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it yet, you'll see it later on in the broadcast for sure. Like it's in there somewhere.
When he submitted it, I was afraid that we were going to get like our audio was going to get dropped on our feed for the music, because it was the Godzilla music, and I was like, oh, we can't use that. That's going to drop our feed.
Yeah, so I guess sometimes on Facebook things will go muted, and they'll mute like copyrighted content or something like that, So if you're watching the broadcast and you suddenly just don't hear anything, thank Facebook for that.
Just jump over to one of our other feeds. We're streaming live on assembly-required.net on the homepage. We are streaming live to Facebook. We are streaming live to Twitch. We are streaming live to YouTube. And in any of those social media platforms, you can comment. It's always helpful when we're seeing the comments come in, because we can interact. We like to be able to interact with everybody there. So jump over to Facebook if you want to comment.
Yeah. All right, let's see. What do we got next?
Up next, we have
Monster Studios.
Yeah, Warlords of War. Manor Monster Studios produces a line of toys called Warlords of War, and if you're watching Toy Box segment, he did a nice little backstory on that. And we have actually, I think, coming up after this is we have an interview with Brandon and Warlords of War. This is pretty cool. This is a prototype. There were 5, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mooks, but these are sold out, right?
Oh yeah, they completely sold out like almost immediately. As soon as we started yesterday, so it was amazing. We had a couple like immediate sellouts, and this was one of those.
For sure. Now, the reason you don't see this character on a cool spinning little platform like we have the rest of the stuff is because, and Brandon actually wrote this in the description because I'm glad he did. This is a prototype. There will be 3D printed resin models. I mean, there will be PVC, high quality PVC. It'll once it's produced, but right now these are 3D printed models. And he even says break out the glue
Yeah.
because when I was trying to put this thing together to put on the little spinny thing so everything looked pretty and cool and spinny, it kept falling apart. And I'm glad that he mentions here that it's actually just a prototype. So that's
So
why
you're
I
saying
couldn't
there's
actually
some
put it
assembly
together.
required here, right?
He does. He actually says some assembly is required.
Okay.
Some assembly required, huh?
Some
Yeah.
assembly
We got a lot of
required.
assembly required here.
We're all about the assembly.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hold it up. Hold it up. Let's see it more.
Well, I mean, it's not.
Yeah, I
really-
know it's pieces, but those are Glyos pieces, right? Like every bit
Yeah.
of it. So
Yeah, for sure.
I
Comes
mean,
with the sticker in there.
I wonder, like I know you when you were putting it together, it needed a little glue, but I wonder if you could pop it in some of your other Glyos figures and it fit well. So
I don't know. It being a prototype, and quite honestly, I don't own any Glyos. Do you own any Glyos?
I don't either. Yeah.
I don't either.
Yeah,
No.
Toy Box has got the.
I know Toy Box does. Yeah.
Yeah, that's his
I don't
new
know
favorite.
how compatible the prototype will be, but like Brandon said, this will be available in a high quality PVC, and there is going to be a Kickstarter coming up for this, and this is the first female character in his Warlords of War line.
Yeah.
And the name is Valkyrie, correct?
Valkyrie, yeah. I think she's actually got a more specific name than just
Yeah,
Valkyrie, although
that
it's
was all
not
I
here on
saw.
his description. I feel like I saw it on Facebook or one of the social media chat platforms. It's not in his description submitted here. It just says Warlords of War Valkyrie, but I feel like that she did have a name, or maybe he was still working on giving her a name because it is just a prototype.
Mm-hmm.
She is gorgeous though. It's
Yeah.
it's so many pieces too. I didn't know these were so complicated. So complicated. There's a lot of pieces there.
Yeah. That's definitely one thing I've got to look into more is that Glyos stuff. I've been like thinking about articulation, and up till now I haven't really done any articulation all that much. So it's not. I mean, I don't know. Working in resin and sculpting, that's something I have a problem with is articulation. So I kind of thought, it'd be nice to use already existing articulation to create some figures, and that's kind of what it seems like Man or Monster has done. Is most of their releases are Glyos, or
Yeah. He's really focuses on the Warlords of War line.
yeah, it's all that
primarily.
one series, right?
Yeah. And one of the things that you'll see in the upcoming interview we'll have in a couple segments, while I was doing some research on his work, when I had first seen his work, I thought it was larger, and then when I saw it being held by somebody, like if you can see, for those who aren't familiar with his line of work, you can get an idea of how big these pieces are just by my big fat fingers next to them.
Yeah.
They're not as large as you might perceive, because I thought they were Mutu size, but I looked back on
wow.
Brandon's
Yeah, okay.
Brandon's evolution of his work, and they actually were larger.
Really?
And then he made and then he made the leap to reducing the size to make a little more easier playability and
Yeah. When I first saw
focus
them,
in-
I thought they were like 3.3 3/4 size, and they're
Yeah.
not. They're a little bit smaller than that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. So,
Like, smaller and a little bit bulkier.
Oh yeah.
As far
Yeah,
as
they're
I
about
get
the
it,
size of a Maginex figures, I think.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I like the 3 3/4 size a lot, but other than going bigger, I've been doing some stuff that I wanted to go bigger on. So. Yeah.
Well, what blew my mind, like when we were younger, 3 3/4, there were so many different toy lines, and that was a great size. And then in the 90s, everything just started getting bigger, and it was weird.
Yeah.
I worked at Toys R Us in the late 80s, early 90s when that jump started to happen. And everything just like the 3 3/4 sort of went away for a while, and everybody was trying to find the new norm. Like in the 70s, the 80s, like it seemed like 3 3/4 was the norm, and then they jumped the gun, and everybody was like trying to establish a new. It's like Mac and their plugs, you know. I'm trying to establish a new plug.
When did GI Joe? I mean, I'm not talking like original GI Joe, but like 3 3/4 size GI Joe. When did that kind of start?
Started in 1982, 81.
Okay, so they kind of took the opposite route because they were bigger, and then they went down small. Like the original GI Joes are like the big ones, So
yeah.
So that's interesting.
Well, I guess that was established by I think I misspoke in an earlier broadcast when I said Star Wars was the first. I think it was on Fantastic Plastics. I mentioned Star Wars being one of the first 3 3/4. Well, maybe I don't know if I said it was the first or one of the first, but Fisher Price Adventure People. I think CBD Chicken Burger Disco came in after me and mentioned Adventure People as the first 3 3/4 because the Star Wars designers used the Fisher Price People as reference when they pitched the 3 3/4 size action figures for Kenner, and then GI Joe picked it up, and from there it was just like boom, everything was 3 3/4 for some time. Mego, it was just
industry
it was
standard.
a very pleasurable childhood.
And speaking of G.I. Joe, if you go check out Manor Monster Studios website, he has a lot of great G.I. Joe inspired figures out there. They're really awesome. And I love the name too.
So what is Manor Monster doing during this weekend? Like, do they have a table? Do they have a Zoom?
Yeah.
booth?
You can find Manor Monster over at assembly-required.net. And you go over to the virtually assembled tab, and Brandon will have, I think he has specific times posted. Most of the artists are available for the duration of the event, but those artists that have variables in their time availability, I'm pretty sure that Brandon has specific times that he'll be on, and you can click on Zoom and you can talk to him. And you can also click on his store link and go over there and check out his store. And his interview is coming up. And Jason, you bring up a good point because he makes a lot of nods in his Warlords of War toy line to older lines that we grew up with, and we do talk about that in the interview because I appreciate the little nods.
If you go out to the Assembly Required event page where you see all the artists listed, if you go to the page with everyone's logos to look at their to find their virtual table and their online store link, the logo that's going to come up for Manor Monster Studios is the Warlords of War logo. So you'll want to look for that if you're looking for a visual cue to find him.
Yeah.
That's a good clarification.
There
Thank
it
you
is.
for that.
There it is. Super cool logo.
It's a real I hate using the professional, but it's like it's a very polished line of figures, and I love that. It's like something that's it's ready to be out there in a store somewhere, hanging on a peg, and
Yeah, it really is. And his work, Brandon's work, is really, really clean and concise. And quite honestly, coming from my background that I didn't know as much about Galios and understand the whole Galios system and the artists that work within that system, I straight out asked in the interview to explain that relationship in the Galios.
Oh, we lost Matt.
Uh-oh.
So
what?
I think it's
there. You're back. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
You clicked off for a minute there. It was weird.
Oh.
Yeah,
sorry.
I was gonna say while you were off. So once again, you will not find these on Designer Toy Market. We did have them. They're sold out now. So they're not on the site anymore. He does have his own page. So make sure you go to assembly-required.net and find his link and go straight to him and buy more from him.
Yeah. Absolutely. And scrolling on the bottom, you can see we've got coming up next, we've got the studio tour with Lab Monkey number 9. And then after that is the interview with Manor Monster Studios.
Yeah. Okay, well, go ahead.
Should be switching to that.
Yes.
My name is Andrew Hevron.
I'm Lab Monkey number 9.
You're set up to give us a little tour of stuff. Is that what I?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
What should I show? So this is
What we got going on. You don't have to show us your secret project.
well, that's
But if you think that'll be done by February, you can announce it here and we'll air it in February.
no. I'm on a TV show, stop motion making miniatures for it. It airs. Oh, no, I think we finish in March or April, so I don't know when it airs. Probably sometime next year. But yeah, there's a whole confidentiality contract.
Sure.
So I put all that
Sure.
stuff in one spot, and I'm just gonna not show that area because I like.
If I have to edit out what you just said, let me know.
Right. I think I can say that it's by the same people who made Robot Chicken. So hopefully, it's the same people that are behind Robot Chicken, but it's not a Robot Chicken style show, but it's by the same people. So I think I can say that, and hopefully there's no Robot Chicken cops
All right. Well, I don't want to get you in trouble.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm allowed to talk about the show, but I think I'm allowed to say that it's Robot Chicken. I don't know.
Well, if you find out you're not allowed to say that, let me know and I'll cut that part out.
Okay. All right. So this is where I do all my sculpting. I'm gonna switch this around. All right. So this is sort of my area here. I got a cutting mat. I got I've got a giant pile of tools that I keep grabbing from. There's all my little sculpting tools. I have I've got a Dremel. I use this all day long, cleaning things up. So I have it on a flexi shaft, and I just stick it into the end of my vacuum cleaner,
Oh, that's nice.
just as a holder. And then I have it my vacuum cleaners on a clamp, and then I just move it over so I can just have all the dust go straight in there. That makes it a lot safer.
You have a fan in there to vent all the resin dust and shit?
I have a fan over in the area over there. Yeah, I have sort of a makeshift spray booth area. Yeah, let's go into I'll go into my resin area.
Yeah. I was gonna say you don't have to go out of the way to show us the fan.
You don't want to see my dirty old fan? I'll show it to you.
I want to see some resin though. That'd be cool.
Okay, all right. Well, this is okay. So this is there's my resin jugs there. This is sort of I have a little piece of wood because everything gets all lumpy on the table from all the resin and stuff. So there's my little pouring area. There's all the pigments. And then I have all these cups. It looks like I'm just a huge pigsty of cups, but the cups are actually all the information from things that I've just done. So
yes, I get it. Yeah, instead of writing it down on paper, we write it down on cups and then save the cups.
It's giant pile of cups, so I look like a slob, but whatever. That's what those are there for. Each one says, okay, I got to put in so many drops, half inch high on the cup, all that sort of stuff. And then these are all molds that are just kind of things that I have just been using. So they just get all piled up on my table. And there's literally just molds on the floor. There's molds on my seat, so I can't sit down. There's molds on my scroll saw because my scroll saw gets used, but it gets filled with molds more often. There's molds back in here. There's boxes of molds. I have 3 pressure pots. There's one of them right there. And there's my second pressure pot. And my drill press usually gets filled with molds, but now it's clean because I had to use it the other day. There's a whole bunch of material. This is my first pressure pot, but it's all messed up. So I got to fix that one.
They look like they're all the same size. Are they all the same size?
They're all exactly the same, so I can swap out parts. Yeah.
Did you ever think about getting one of those big mama jumbas?
Yeah, they're really expensive here. They're $1,000 or something.
Yeah. Ooh, wow.
Yeah. How much are they down there in the States?
I have no idea, but I know that Mr. Blank, he just got a big job last month, and he actually when I got my pot, I asked him for the conversions which he got from Dollar Slice. And just like everybody else, like I sort of reconverted it. And then he just bought a new, larger pot on wheels, which was very impressive.
Oh, right, wheels. Yeah, I don't think I'd want wheels. I don't want it wheeling away from me. But maybe it's so big.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's on wheels. I guess, like you were about to say, it's probably just so big, it's easier to move around.
Yeah.
So like I appreciate seeing all that, and I know you're seeing your work online, and your stuff is so clean. It makes me feel good that it looks like my workspace.
Yeah, it's like everybody's resin's place.
It
It's
just
like,
but it's all like I get the marketing aspect of it, and I appreciate your candor when you were talking about that, like the way you present yourself. It's just I wish I can contain myself sometimes when it comes to like posting information, and it really takes a lot of control. And I can see that in your presentation. You've got so much control over your presentation. Everything looks so clean. I remember when I got the Mr. T-Rex.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. When I got that motherfucker, oh, I probably shouldn't say that. It doesn't really matter. When I got that thing, like I had like this. I might have even had my magnifying glass. I was like looking for the seam. I was just like looking for everything on it to see just how clean it was, and it was just so amazing. Your work is just so amazing that it's a pleasure to communicate with you. It's been a pleasure to be talking to you over the years, and it's been like you're such a great artist, and I'm really excited that you're able to be on this call, because like you're an inspiration to a lot of artists that are coming into the scene. You're an inspiration to myself. Your work is
very nice.
Is quite advanced, I might say. And it's great to see the mess that you have. It shows you that I'm gonna throw this piece together. Boom, you could see the love and the time that goes into it in your studio space.
I'm gonna show you my dirty old fan. Here we go. This will be more humbling for you. Okay, 1 sec. All right, so here I'm clear coating all the Freddies and there's nasty dirt. I got 3 fans. I just have a big like warehouse window that I open up, and then I got 3 fans that I just crank, and they're just filled with stuff.
Is your studio in your house, or do you have separate studio space from your living quarters?
Separate, yeah. This is like a 4-story warehouse building in the west end.
Yeah, once I saw those warehouse windows, I was like, oh, that's nice. Mine is a 2nd bedroom.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. And I had to clean it up every time my in-laws would come stay. And they would sleep across from the chemicals, and I'd be like, oh, don't worry about those. They're closed.
That's funny.
We would open up the window in the 2nd bedroom, so if it was nice out, and there'd be the shape. Okay, so I would have the box fan in the window sucking out all the air when I was doing stuff in here that needed to be sucked out, and the dust that collected on the screen of the window was literally in the shape of the box fan.
Yeah.
So every time they would open up the window when it was really nice, there would be this this imprint, like the Shroud of Turin of the box fan on the screen.
Yeah. People. Yeah. I mean, you got to be creative, right? I mean, I have a studio because for work. So the art toys just kind of blends all in together. But yeah, a lot of people, like some people are doing it out of their bedroom. Their kitchen is a very place, basement, garage. People just want to do it so badly. You just make it work.
You find your little corner. Yeah. We were originally going to put an extension on the back of our house here, going out this way for a studio space.
Right.
And that was literally right before COVID. We had the engineer over. She drew up some of the proposals, and then COVID hit, and we were like, let's just hold off and see how this all goes.
Yeah, 9 months later.
Yeah, we're still in the let's see how this thing goes.
Yeah.
I mean, organizing this event, early into it last year was when I started having this fear coming into February. Like, what is this going to look like in 12 months? Can I start planning for an in-person event this far and ahead when we don't even know what's going to happen week to week? So we made an early decision to pull the plug. It wasn't an easy one, but looking at the way things are going now, heading into the holidays and the winter, it's really glad that we did, because we are where we are right now. All right. Well, I think that'll do. It was really informative. And I really appreciate seeing your studio space. I wanted to ask you two more questions, because I always like to end with this question: is what was your favorite toy growing up?
My favorite toy, but I don't know where it is, so I'll show you another one. My favorite toy was I had a Amigo Spider-Man with his little on, and he went everywhere with me, and I would build him abandoned warehouses to like battle the bad guys in. So like I out of cardboard, and there would be like trap doors, and I would get that.
Was the Amigo Spider-Man, was that the pocket superhero job with the bent knees?
Not that one, the 8-inch one. Like,
okay,
they wore the little pajamas with like the snaps on the back, and they actually called them dolls in the comic books.
Oh, okay, the large, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
they're with the rubber heads, and if you took their clothes off, they had their flesh, but he had like red hands.
I had the my cousin had the lizard, and I had Gorn from Star Trek, which are basically the same head, just painted green and brown.
Yeah. I think they redid the Gorn because Mego made new toys, and they did the Gorn properly. They didn't just steal the lizard's head.
I saw that.
Yeah. I still want to get. But yeah, but Spider-Man, yeah, he was my guy. But this also, I don't know. These toys are from the '60s. Major Matt Mason.
Yep.
And there was this guy, I think his name is Callisto, and he was supposed to be Major Matt Mason's friend from Saturn. And he, remember him? Oh. So I got,
yeah.
This guy is,
wasn't there a connection to the Outer Spaceman through the Major Matt? Yeah. Oh my God, that's awesome.
So cool. Like, he does not look like he's a friendly person, but he's supposed to be like Major Matt Mason's like buddy from Saturn or something.
Now, wasn't Callisto, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't that the first step into the Outer Spaceman, Color Forms Outer Spaceman world?
Oh, maybe. I didn't know there was a connection between the two.
Yeah.
Look,
I'm gonna have to.
They look similar. That could make sense. Yeah, I love the outer spacemen. They make amazing stuff, and that's the same sort of like era too, right? That late '60s.
Yeah, those actually end up on my list of like never owned, always wanted growing up toys.
Right.
I should add that to the list of questions. Never owned but always wanted growing up toys. What is your never owned but always wanted growing up toy?
Yeah. Do you want to see something that I think I'm going to be able to get done for your show?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Okay, so I took this is to show like a little bit of process of how my brain works. Okay, so I'm really into bootlegs and bootleg characters. So this is a Mannix. This is a Monster, I believe. Mannix made a line of wrestlers and animals, and they're just like fucking insane. They're just like, a bull wrestler? Like what? And he's got this pot belly. Like he's got this
that's awesome.
Got this giant fucking ass belly on him. He's so cool. So anyways, I did a full mold of him. And so what I do is I do a full mold because I didn't want to ruin this toy because he's a little bit rare, and I didn't really want to chop him up into pieces. So I did a full mold of him, put plasticine in all his little cracks and everything. That's why he looks all kind of like weird with the plasticine in it. And then out of the full mold, I do one full cast. So he's like in a solid locked in position.
Right.
And then I chop it all up. So this is, and then I'm going to do all the parts separately. And I clean them up all nice. So there he is, back together with all his parts. And I've like scraped the seams. I've, sanded all this stuff out. And then, so that's the bootleg sort of aspect. But I have these, my friend Mysterion, he gave me these amazing, what are they? They're I think they're officially Marvel, 1978 or 76. I think they're like finger puppets. I think you stick your finger in that hole. So check this out. This is some crazy stuff. Like if we stick, like look at that. Like,
oh my god.
Like it's like, oh my god, it's fucking.
Oh my god, it's gonna be hilarious! It's awesome.
Look at the Hulk. Like the Hulk is just gonna be like.
Oh, that's awesome.
Captain America.
Oh shit.
Thor,
yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be some fun.
Oh, that's fun.
I have this other one that I think I'm gonna be able to get this one ready too. I think so. There's this character in England. I don't know. I've never watched the show, but it says BBC 1992. And his name is Blobby. So he's like this weird character with a bow tie, and he has polka dots all over him. And he's like weird. He's got this weird head. I'll put his real head back on. So that's what he would look like. I've molded it and put all these crazy colors in. But so I chopped off his head.
Oh right.
And I'm gonna use this guy's great. It's a Spanish version of Skeletor. So he's got this like really creepy pedophile sort of like smile on his face, right? So I want to mix up that sort of like just evil, like I don't know, like a
I've never heard that as a description for Skeletor.
Well, the Spanish one is he just has this like really cheeky grin on his face, eh? Like,
do you have a name for him yet? Because I think Predator would be a great name.
It might be, yeah. I'm trying to decide how like I want people to realize that it's Skeletor, but I don't want it to be super Skeletor fan base. But some people might recognize Mr. Blobby, probably not too many. But I'm not sure how far to push him as far as a creepy clown.
Right.
Or still, it'll be a weird mixture because I like to play around with because nostalgia is like a huge factor with our toys, right? And
yeah, absolutely.
You draw people in with the nostalgia, but I don't really want to do bang you over the head obvious nostalgia. I like to sort of like a little bit diluted, a little bit odd, a little bit strange. Like instead of using Skeletor, I'm using Spanish Skeletor, knockoff.
Sure. Yeah, one of the things that I always appreciated about and I think the molding on the bull wrestler, was a little nod to it, is the fact that I've seen some of your posed molds where you don't take apart the original, where you just like stick a leg into and pour the mold instead of taking apart the original toy, and how you mold the individual pieces without damaging the original toy.
Yeah, I did one where I just stuck all their heads in, and then I took a picture with on. Yeah, it's kind of funny. This other thing I've been I've been making, because I love bootlegs, so I've been buying a lot of Mexican bootlegs, and so this started a whole bunch of stuff. This is a really, really charming, strange thing from the Fantastic Four, and he's red, which doesn't make any sense that he's red, which is amazing. And so then that turned in his eyes, like, look at the paint job, like it's just like so.
Yeah, I know.
So then I decided to make high-end bootleg toys, which is a really weird concept because
That is. It's almost like a contradiction, isn't it?
yeah. So this is sort of like my version of, and then I decided to start painting them and I made the Hulk version, and I found this is a mold I'm working on. So this is a Mexican luchador Spider-Man. He's in the same size, so he's going to fit in perfectly into this world. This back of him, and so I'm going to start sort of busting this world out into like this sort of like Marvel.
Yeah.
All in this sort of like little size. They don't move. There's no moving parts. They're really fun to make. You just cast them, and they're reasonably like priced. Like these are $20. Just like a little bit of paint time, a little bit of cleanup, and they're fun to do. And I can make all these like weird characters.
Mm-hmm.
I have a version of. I think I'm just going to keep on pushing the thing as well. I have a Batman version of him, a Daredevil version. I'm just going to keep on adding things to him and see how far I could. Like when I was at OCA, there was this artist that came by. I don't remember his name, but he would take vegetables, and every day he would put a coat of white paint on the vegetable. And so he would take a cabbage and he would just paint a white coat and he just would put a paint on like every single day to the point where like the vegetable's rotting inside. And like now you've got like this huge amount of paint around this thing. That's just weird, like taking something and going and just keep on going with it and see how far you can go with it, you know?
That's really weird. What was his point to painting food?
Because he wanted it was all about the process. He wanted to see what it would because the paint was just building up into like it was like inches thick because he had painted it so many times. Now you had this really weird shaped thing because it didn't look like a cabbage anymore. It was just like because things happen each time you paint it. Like you don't notice every day, but like a year later, 2 years later, you got a really fucking weird looking shape. Yeah. Anyways, that's the sort of the idea is like take this one guy and just go as far as I can with him and just keep on and hopefully there'll be like hopefully people will follow along. Like people are like, bought this one and then people like got in, oh my God, there's a Hulk version. And I'll just keep on going how weird it could get. Like maybe I could start making female characters. I don't know. Centaurs. Like centaurs. Like why not, right? And then this is another one. This is more of a straight up bootleg. So this was the one I got in Mexico. Okay. This is El Chaplin, Colorado, which means red grasshopper. And so then I made this. This is sort of like my high end bootleg sort of version of him.
Oh, nice.
Really fun to make.
I love the dichotomy of the high end bootleg. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. I think people are into it a little bit. Like they're into it enough that I'm doing small runs. I'm doing like runs of 5 or 6. I'm not making like hundreds of these things.
It's funny you say that. It's funny you say that because yesterday I interviewed Edwin Salas. Are you familiar with Edwin's work?
No. That's his real name? Does he have like an Instagram name?
No, it's pretty much Edward. He uses his real name, Edwin Salas. He's a local Ashevillean, and he does wood.
I know.
Okay. So I was speaking to him yesterday in his interview. He was talking about how when he first started doing his work, I don't remember who he said he was talking to, but she had told him that it was too good and he has to make it uglier. So he actually had to take a step back and dumb it down to make it uglier. So here is Edwin Salas, a Mexican, making true to form Mexican bootleg art that was too good that he had to dumb down, and you're taking a Mexican bootleg.
Yeah, there's something there. Yeah, wow.
It's amazing. It's in 48 hours, my head's spinning. I'm going from one spectrum to the other. It's kind of cool.
Oh, that's funny. And the other thing I'm working on is my 5.5 inch or 6 inch sort of scale thing. So like I've been making, every time I make a character, I'm trying to make it so that the waist lines up, the arms will kind of line up, the head will kind of line up. So I'm building up like my own universe.
I've gathered that about these pieces. Yeah, I like what you're doing.
And because of the magnets for the articulation, so everything can be all like swapped out. And like I could take, what do I have? There's another guy I'm working on. So you could take, take this arm off and stick it on this one.
Right.
And it's so much fun. You can just do all kinds of like
part of, look at that. Nice. Part of your is it LMB9 magnetic protocol? Is that
the AB LM9 magnetic protocol? So AB stands for Angry Beast, and LM9 is me, and then magnetic protocol. Yeah, that started 4 years ago, and the Angry Beast and I. It was Toxic Fumes was the one that came up with the idea. He wasn't a toy maker at the time, but he came a toy maker just after that. And he said, you guys should, you're all using magnets. Like, why don't you make it so that everything lines up properly? And our friend Media Baron, he was the one that came up. He was like, you guys need to have a magnetic protocol. I thought that just sounds so ridiculous and pretentious and like official. And I was like, oh, that's perfect. So that's
awesome. Yeah.
When we came up with that idea. And so right now I think it's Angry Beast and myself. And then when Toxic Fumes got into toys, his toys work as well. And there's probably people that it works, but they don't even know, because it's like you got a 50% chance of a part working. And whenever I buy a toy from another artist that uses magnets, I just boil and pop all the magnets, and I switch them around to so that they fit with mine.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I carefully boil and pop them.
I think I noticed on one of your recent posts or a conversation, and I think it was with you, might have been, were you drilling holes for the magnets? Oh yeah, it was. I think the conversation was whether you made the impression for the magnet in the mold, and then I saw you drilling the holes for the magnets, and you answered the question, I think, in the thread, because somebody was like, well, how come I always put the impression in the mold, so it's part of the mold? And you were like, yeah, well, these pieces didn't have the impression, they came from another place, so you had to drill a hole or something like that.
Yeah, I do both, and sometimes I'm in a rush. So, and I didn't know how many Freddy 3000s I was going to make. So looking back, I should have put holes in everything that I possibly could have. But I have holes all through his chest, like his chest part. So a neck hole, arm holes, and I pour through the waist, so I have to do the waist hole. So some that don't have holes because I'm pouring through there. I should have put magnets into the arms because they were a pain. Drilling holes is a pain. Making them in the right depth is a pain.
Yeah.
Gluing the magnets in is a pain because you're getting them, like, you glue them to your fingers. They're like, you're just like, like they're you get into a rhythm.
And they're really fucking strong too, because if you make a mistake and they're too close together on the desk and you put glue on them, all of a sudden they snap together and they're glued, and you're like, well, fuck, there goes my magnets.
Oh yeah, like when you're doing the chest is like so hard to do. Like you'll be putting the magnet, like I'll have glue in the hole, I've put the magnet into the left arm, and I'm holding it there, and like, oh, okay, that seems like it's good. I take my finger off, the thing jumps through the air, lands on the neck, where there's a magnet ready or something. Now there's glue everywhere. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
And then I at first I have like like little X-Acto knife, and I would use the X-Acto knife because my first go-to is like, oh, grab the X-Acto knife to hold the magnet in. It's like, no, you can't, because it's metal. So now it's stuck to the magnet, stuck to the glue. So now I have the go-to is I grab my wooden sculpting tool and I use that to kind of like, force something in. But I got to walk around and wait, like, I don't know, like a minute or something. Are this going to jump through the air and like land on a?
Yeah.
Yeah.
they're powerful. I mean, it's awesome how powerful they are. But yeah, like you know, I don't know if you remember the Frosty the Snowman and War Piece of Mine. It's got so many magnets involved.
That piece
I
is
tried to. What's that?
it's insane. That piece is insane. Like you never do. Like I mean, you had your little Fisher Price people, but you always take on these like massive toys, like massive
Oh
undertakings.
yeah, I don't. I'm a glutton.
How many arms does he have?
He's got 8 arms and I think 16 legs, maybe.
It's insane. That's insane. Like how many? So yeah, like the price for your magnets. I mean, like oh my god.
Right. Yeah.
And
but you like I had to like you go through it with a marker and you put an X on it so you know where they all meet and then they're all out and you got to know how much space between each of the magnets so when you're putting them down and gluing them that they're not going to jump across the air and
absolutely, yeah. You lay them down and they're fucking jumping everywhere. Like
right.
Like,
well, I tell you what, Andrew, this has truly been a pleasure. And I appreciate seeing your space and talking with you, and I'm excited to see see those pieces come together for the show.
Yeah.
Tell the viewing audience where they can find more of your work.
Everything is, I would say everything is on Instagram. I have other places.
Website?
No website. Nope.
Okay.
I mean, I have a website, but there's nothing on it. I pay for this website every year. The email comes up and I go, oh fuck, I gotta pay for that website that I have nothing on again. Yeah, so it's just Instagram. Yeah.
All right. Well, just go on Instagram and Lab Monkey number 9.
Lab Monkey number 9, Instagram, and I have a big cartel store. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Okay. There's a Toronto page, which is fun because it's like all of our things, all of our different things that we're working on, sort of like a group sort of cross section of us.
And it's worth mentioning that this airs during a time where you are on our event page. So all you need to do is switch over to tab and go to the event page, and you will see Lab Monkey number 9 space over there, and be able to purchase some work.
Cool.
All right, buddy. It was good talking to you, man.
All right, yeah, I'm glad we got all those technical things out of the way.
Yeah, ridiculous.
All right.
I appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem. Take care. Nice to talk to you.
We'll talk to you soon.
Greetings, Starfighter. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing very well. Thanks for having me.
No, thanks for coming on, man. It's an honor and it's a pleasure. So for the viewers at home, please allow us an introduction. Tell us who you are and what you do.
I'm Brandon Michael Barker. I own Manor Monster Studios, and I'm the creator of Warlords of War, probably what I'm best known for. It's a line of 3-inch PVC action figures, Glyos compatible, in the Battle Tribes family of Glyos toys.
Well, that's cool that you brought up the 3-inch reference, because one of the things that I was doing a little bit of research, on Manor Monster and Warlords of War and how it just came to be, and I have the website up in front of me, and it had said Onell Designs, Spy Monkey Creations, and I was looking at their websites to sort of really grasp, the Glyos system and the relationships and who's working in it, and that's quite honestly just to educate myself, because I wasn't that familiar with the Glyos system and all the artists that are working in it. Could you help me to understand that whole relationship, how that came about, and and those companies that you mentioned in your bio, the One Else Design and Spy Monkey Creations, and how you guys all work together and whatnot?
Yeah. So Glyos started, I think it's been, I don't even know off the top of my head, 12, 13 years that Onell has been doing Glyos. Onell is Matt Dowdy and a couple other folks, his wife Michelle and Marcus. But Matt created this peg and socket system called the Glyos System series, and it's just like I said, a peg and socket function for articulation. So it was just kind of a cool way to start making action figures. They weren't necessarily modular in the beginning, but it grew into this thing that was a lot more about taking the figures apart and reassembling them and being able to build, your own kind of creations. And it's really like Lego with action figures.
Right.
So over time it's grown, and Matt's brought in other companies, other creators into the fold, into the greater Glyos umbrella. And one of those companies is Spy Monkey Creations, which have been friends of mine that I've known kind of through the Masters of the Universe scene, collecting scene for many years now. And we've always talked about doing something together. And they started kind of early, doing their own Glyos compatible line, which was a set of parts that you could use to create weapons for Masters of the Universe Classics. That was kind of the focus there. But then they started doing action figures with Weaponeers of Monka, and then eventually Battle Tribes, which I was tabling with them at DesignerCon in 2015 when they got their first prototypes, and they showed me, and it was very similar to something that I was working on already. I had been kind of courting Matt Dowdy and Onel and wanting to do Glyos line. I mean, I wanted Warlords of War to be Glyos since I first started it back in 2012. But it became the 5.5 series that went for many years. But anyway, so they showed me this prototype, and I was like, yes, like this is it, the 3-inch Battle Tribes action figure. Like, we need to do Warlords of War in this scale. This is perfect. It really kind of hit all these great little points for me as a fan of toys and as a collector. Just the scale and the aesthetic, it all came together in this beautiful little package. So that's what I put my focus into for Warlords of War, was making that, and been going strong for a few years now.
Yeah, I think I noticed one of the biggest questions I had, like just in your viewing your work in general and the knowledge of it, when I was first introduced to it, I thought they were larger. And then when I saw someone holding it online, or actually probably when I saw it in person at Assembly Required, the first one, they were the 3-inch size that you were just referencing. And I was like, oh, I wonder why I pictured them larger, because I was picturing the Mutu, figures. Yeah. And then when I started doing some research, I found some interviews with you back in 2013, right when you had the prototype of the 3-inch line, and you were still making the larger characters. And I was like, oh, it's almost like I knew there were larger characters in the history, but I couldn't put 2 and 2 together. And then when I started seeing some of the your older work, it started to make sense. I started to understand that transition a little bit more.
Yeah.
It seems like you've really, the Manor Monster, the Warlords of War. I apologize. I confuse. I use the two interchangeably, and I felt like you sort of did too, because I was like, do I refer to you as Manor Monster, or do I refer to you as Warlords of War? And you're like, oh, they're both me, so it doesn't really matter.
But, yeah, I don't have a solid answer for that either.
So the Warlords of War, is that an umbrella over the Manor Monster, and are there other things? Because in some of these, research I was doing in the interviews, I saw comic books, I saw smaller gameplay characters that you were potentially using with relationships with D&D style role-playing games. Are there any of those still in the works, or where does that situation lie?
Yeah, so Manor Monster is really kind of that's my company, that's me.
Yeah.
Warlords of War is one one property that I've developed. I used to do a lot of other more fine art kind of stuff. I did a lot of screen printing and illustration, as well as some ceramics. Like I was kind of all over the place. Painted glass. But when I started making toys, which came after C2E2 in 2012, when I met Marty Hansen, the God Beast, who was doing Glyos stuff at the time, and kind of that was my big introduction to Glyos. So when I started doing Warlords of War, you know, that 5.5 resin action figure became sort of my I don't know, my signature style, and I focused on that almost exclusively through 2017. When I shifted to the 3-inch line. But like you said, I had that, it was about 4 inches at the time, but that prototype back in 2013, that was when I first met Dowdy at New York Comic Con. So it was all the way back then that I was working on it. But so help me realign to your question. I got off on a little tangent.
No, tangents are okay. Tangents are okay. You know, that's, like I said, it's natural conversation. You know, I don't mind tangents. I'm sorry. So we were talking about like comic books and the minifigures and stuff. Yeah.
So yeah, when I started Warlords of War, I was just kind of, you know, I was really stretching out into different things that I like to do. You know, I was doing the 5.5 figures. Obviously with that, like the old He-Man figures, comic books, you know, mini comics were a natural fit and early desire for me. That I wanted to start working with some artists. I'd been, you know, tabling at comic conventions and meeting a lot of people, and just wanted to get my own comics out there and start telling these stories about these characters I created. So I started doing some mini comics with a friend of mine, a co-writer, Eric Lemons, and brought in some really cool artists, some guys who, you know, I really admire, and made some neat books. The miniatures was just kind of something fun I wanted to do. I love minifigures. I like tabletop gaming, so that was just something that I was experimenting with, wanting to get into. That was my first step into 3D printing and modeling. So that's kind of where that came from. But I just sort of dipping my toes into all these different areas, trying to find where I really stuck. And like I said, that ended up being a 3-inch figure.
And that seems to be the Warlords of War. That would I be correct in that observation?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because looking at some of the older work, the larger work, and that interview from that event where you talked about that stuff, you know, I saw a lot of interesting characters and interesting designs, and the Man or Monster stuff. I mean, the Lords of War stuff is very fine tuned and very focused, you know, in that line. And you know, I saw a lot of like the comic books and the role playing, as well as just the characters in the. I think it was a clear Darth Vader, Darth Monster. I don't remember the name of it, but
it was just Vador.
Vador, that was it. Yeah.
Super inspired name.
But yeah, so I was seeing a lot of different experiments at the time. That guy, the one you did with the skull in the dome, that was really cool looking.
Thank you. That's one of the next figures I'm working on for the 3-inch line.
I was wondering about that because I saw the larger ones. I saw you bringing them into the Warlords of War lines, and I was wondering if that guy was coming. He's cool looking. So you know, one of the magnificent things about your line is you have so much flexibility with the homages and the characters you're going to produce, and you have so many nods to so many other different toy lines. And honoring them is so cool and can be so addictive for those who are collecting those pieces. Like every time I open up, I see your release, I was like, oh my, I gotta lock my wallet away just so I just don't buy them all at every, you know. There's just so many cool characters. The G.I. Joe ones got me. Like that was, they touched me here. I was like, oh man, why am I not buying all of these? They were really cool. How do you decide which homages are going to come next? Do you just have like a list that you want to do?
Oh man. Yeah, exactly. When I first started designing in earnest, Bognar and Clobber, who have been the first 2 figures that I've released, I just started making a list of all the different colorways that I wanted to do, and looking around at my collection and drawing inspiration from some of my favorite properties and my favorite toys, and putting nods to those characters actually into the design of the figures, so that I was referencing them not only in these colorways, homages, but the figure itself, the sculptural elements, that aesthetic was a nod to the things that I love too. So it translates, very naturally when I slap, a certain colorway onto that form, that 3-inch figure, then it reads really well because it's in the sculpt already. But yeah, so I've just got this insane list of things that I love and homages that I wanted to do, and I've touched maybe 5% of it in the last 3.5 years. It's ridiculous, but it's a process of kind of whittling it down and balancing original designs with the tribute colorways, which I love and are often very popular sellers. So it's just a matter of kind of finding where I'm at personally and creatively at the time. Am I feeling G.I. Joe this month? Am I feeling Masters of the Universe, or do I want to put out my own designs? So.
You had mentioned, I think, nailed down a timeline. One of my questions is like when you really started getting into the designer toy community, and it seems like 2012. You mentioned the date 2012. Was that about the time?
Yeah, 2012 was when I released. It was September 2012. I released my first Bognar figure.
So artists? What made you how did you discover the designer toy community?
I was familiar with it. For some time, there were a few artists that I followed. I've always been a fan of Japanese vinyl. So, more of kind of a casual observer, I think at that time. I had friends when I was younger who were really into Japanese toys. And so I kind of, experienced the scene vicariously through them. But I was always kind of American toy collector, really. But so it was something like I said that I was kind of casually aware of. But at C2E2 that year in 2012, it was early 2012. I met Marty, and the big thing that really clicked with me was seeing these 5.5-inch resin figures done by Giant Japanese Monster Bad. And as well as Galaxor, which Marty was producing for Ben Spencer, Galaxor at the time. So I saw these 5.5 figures, and at the time I had been sort of developing this idea that would become Warlords of War. I wanted to make my own sort of knockoff He-Man. There was going to be a coloring book at the time.
That didn't happen.
No, it never happened. It was going to be sort of this parody, a loving homage to He-Man, but I just started making up all these bizarre characters, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do with it. And then I saw these toys, these resin action figures, and I wasn't super aware that it was like this growing art movement at the time. Like I had an issue of Toy Fair magazine that had an article by Sucklord in it. And it was about how he made resin action figures, and I tore those pages out and I stashed them in a folder, and that was in my workshop for the longest time. I was like, I'm going to get back to this. I really want to check this out. And so then I like I said, I saw these things and it's like, this is it. This is what I'm going to do. This is what Warlords of War is going to be. I'm going to make my own action figure line.
There you go. Okay. It's always interesting to hear, and I was waiting to hear if the Sucklord was going to be dropped into that, because more often than not, that the Sucklord plays a large role in introducing a lot of artists into the community. And I'm not sure. I guess he understands that, and I hope he does. He's a huge influence when it comes to the designer toy community and the bootleg community. That and Instagram, those are the two most popular responses. Is like, I found the Suck Lord, or I discovered Instagram and saw all these artists, and I went down that rabbit hole. And that's pretty much the way I discovered it. You know, there was the Suck Lord a couple of years, you know, many years ago, a lifetime ago, it feels like, and I like sort of put that away, and then I discovered, you know, the Instagram, and I started going down that rabbit hole. And I was like, oh yeah, I remember that guy from over here, and I started putting all these pieces together. And suddenly I was like, oh my gosh, how am I not doing this already? This is something I've always wanted to do. And I think that's pretty much how everybody sort of stumbles upon it. And there's so much information out there now that people who are inspired by these artists that are working in this industry, that they can teach themselves. It's an incredibly interesting community. There's those who are interested in sharing their techniques and how they do things, and there are some that are very like private in what they do and how they do it. Do you find yourself wanting to help the younger generation get into the industry if they have questions? Do you share, you know, techniques and whatnot?
Yeah, for the first several years that I was active as a resin toy maker, I was definitely very active in the community and was always available to help people and to sort of point them in the right direction. I mean, at the time, that was kind of my full-time gig. You know, that's just what I did was resin toy making. So I had the time and the I guess the mental and emotional energy to devote to helping people. And you know, it wasn't like it is now. It was maybe a few people a year. You know, it was a real kind of slow burn at the beginning. You know, there were, like, when we did In Action Figures, the first In Action Figure show at Clutter Gallery in January of 2013. You know, it was just a handful of us, but that was like the first resin bootleg toy show at Clutter, and I was there. I flew out there with Killer Bootlegs, and you know, he and I stayed together and did that show, and that was both of our first, like, you know, big gallery shows. Really cool. But yeah, again, you know, the scene was very small, so it was kind of, it was easy, and it was cool to be sought out for help and to, you know, to kind of be a mentor and pass that information along. But yeah, now there's so much of it out there. It's almost like there's too much, and it's harder now, I think, for new artists to try and, you know, wade through the mire and figure out like what the good information is. You know,
Yeah.
There were just a handful of videos on how to set up a pressure pot and make molds and cast resin when I was starting. And, you know, fortunately I had Marty Godbeast there with me to kind of mentor me and coach me through initially. So, you know, I tried to pay that forward and definitely, you know, help some people get started.
Do you think, like, you know, you had mentioned there being so much information out there. Do you think that's a bad thing, that much information being out there, that everybody can piece together how it is that they might approach or create their own approach, because it is such a new art form?
I don't think it's bad that the information is there. I just think it could be difficult, like I said, to figure out where to start.
Right.
You know? So you know, having someone, again, kind of at least at the very least point you towards,
for sure,
towards a good video, a good tutorial. You know, I personally think that everybody should learn by doing.
Yeah.
You know, and just get out there and make your mistakes, because there are plenty of them to make.
Oh yeah.
And everybody's going to do them. You know, resin is not often a very forgiving medium. You know, it can be a real pain in the butt.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot, which, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's good and bad.
Yeah, no, I get it. You know, every once in a while, an artist will, or someone who is sort of new to the industry will reach out and say, hey, you know, I'm looking at trying some of this stuff out. Can I bounce ideas off you? And that's really cool. You know, like you said, paying it forward. I'd love to pay it forward, because, you know, I had my mentors and I had those artists that I reached out to when I first got started and said, can you answer some questions for me? It's just so funny because artists, like you had mentioned some of your work before you become a designer toy artist, glass painting and pottery, I think you mentioned.
Ceramics, yeah.
Ceramics. And when you discovered the designer toy community and you said this is what I want to do, this is how I want to define my art moving forward, or at least for the time being. I know some artists like to go back to a different material or different styles outside of the designer toy umbrella. But I think that it's when I discovered it, it was like, this needs to be what I'm doing, and I don't know why I didn't find it sooner. But I think for some of the artists that stumble into this, it's like, oh my God, there's so much information. Like you said, it's like, where do I start? I can't even fathom this. Like, I think when I first started, it was like I tabbed certain things to, like, okay, this is how you sculpt. I mean, I didn't need to teach myself how to sculpt, but pouring the resin, pouring the silicones, these are the materials that I'm going to need. And I just watched, different artists doing different things and kind of like picked from it like a buffet as to what it is, how it was I wanted to create my process, because it was not a process that I had or that I knew even existed. And I was just curious about, like, when you discovered it, how did you piece together that process? What did you decide to, find out that worked for you and what didn't work for you, which got you to where you are? Because obviously, like I said, the Warlords of War is so, it's fine-tuned, and it takes time to become so fine-tuned.
So at the time, I was, like I said, I was doing ceramics. I was doing slip cast porcelain. So I was, I was sculpting things or making assemblages and creating molds in plaster.
Oh, really?
And then pouring like liquid, liquid porcelain, the slip cast into these molds and letting it dry and firing them. And, there was a really strong parallel to what I was already doing.
Sure.
And, what I wanted to be doing. I mean, I was making, literally at the time, I was molding He-Man figures, in ceramic. Like, I was making ceramic.
Really?
Yeah. So, like I said, just seeing that being done in plastic and knowing that I could do it and I could make an articulated action figure, and that it could still be, an art piece. That just, immediately, this light went off and, my brain exploded, and
right.
It was, a whole new day. Like you said, I had no idea where this had been all my life. So that was really the big impetus. So yeah, I had already been, like I said, making molds and creating these art objects. So it was a very smooth transition. It was just a matter of finding what the materials were and setting up, a workshop where I could do that at home. So that's, like I said, just a couple videos at the time, just searching YouTube, going to Smooth On's website. Smooth On has some great tutorial videos, and and talking with a couple other guys in the industry and having them sort of direct me on what kind of materials to use and where to get the right information to get started.
Did you know there's a I don't know if the artist is newer to the designer toy culture, but I've only recently been exposed to his work, and he does ceramic Mutu stuff.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
I absolutely have. Yeah.
It's so amazing.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, really gorgeous work. I haven't pulled the trigger on anything just yet, but there are several pieces that I just adore. I mean,
that the He-Man on the Battle Cat was that was the one that, again, like, I was like, oh my gosh, like, I've been out of work for a while because of the COVID. So, like, finances are what they are. But I was looking at that and I was like, oh my gosh,
it's a gorgeous piece. I mean,
yes.
that's it's it's leaps and bounds beyond what I was doing at the time. I mean, I was tinkering.
Right.
This guy is definitely a professional. His
Pretty
molds are
sure he's
gorgeous.
did he do a Castle Grayskull?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yes, he did the cast.
Yeah, straight up a porcelain Castle Grayskull.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah. That's I was trying to get him for a virtually assembled, but he, I think he felt that's probably why I thought he was newer to the scene, because I think he felt he didn't have enough work to bring to the table. But hopefully we'll see him in future years at our in-person event. When we return to that.
Yeah.
So I think that I have a shit ton of questions here, but I'm curious about the toys behind you. Is this your this is your playroom? This is quite amazing.
Yeah, this is one corner of it. I've got some Masters of the Universe stuff in the corner behind me, New Adventures, and some classics, a lot of the Super 7 reaction stuff. And then kind of over here is my mask collection.
Yes.
So yeah, that's something that I was able to finish up. I want to say this last year, but who even knows?
When you say finish, you mean a complete collection?
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure it was just this last year that I completed it. Maybe it was late 2019. I mean, 2020 was such a weird blur. But yeah, anyway, so that's
are they all collected in in later years? Is any of it are your original childhood back there?
No, unfortunately, so I only had a couple pieces of mask when I was a kid. I had the Rhino, the big maroon semi truck, and then I had T-Bob and maybe a couple of the other like action pack figures, but the Rhino was like the only vehicle that I ever had, and I loved it. It was like absolutely one of my favorite toys. It's such a cool truck / playset. It's got minifigures. It's just it hits all those buttons. So that was the piece that I first repurchased as an adult when I started kind of deciding that I was gonna collect mask again. And
would you say that mask was your, like, if you look back to your childhood and you remember that, like, that one toy that you loved the most, was that mask? Was that?
Oh boy, no. I loved everything.
There's not one thing that comes to mind that you're like, look back and like, that was it. Like, anytime I played, that was the one thing I always went to.
It really depended on the year. I mean, really year by year, there was always something new. There was something that was a favorite. He-Man was kind of a constant. Ninja Turtles were my life for 3-4 years. And I was like 12, 13 at that point. But, all I wanted to do was sit up in my room and play with Ninja Turtles.
Right.
G.I. Joe was enormous. That was several years that kind of dominated, but and Star Wars before that. But I can't really point to one line or one specific toy that really, like, I can cement my childhood toy experience around.
I could see the original Empires back there on the floor.
Yeah, I've got boxes for the AT-AT. The AT-AT's actually in that one, and the Millennium Falcon. So
the AT-AT is the only one I have left, like, from my original collection.
Nice.
I had it all, and sold it before we got married, to pay for the wedding. But the AT-AT still remains. It's the one thing.
Nice. I've got a few of my original. I have several of my original Star Wars figures still, which is cool. None of my original vehicles. They've all got lost along the way. And what else do I have? Oh, and some vintage Masters of the Universe stuff. Pretty much all the turtles that I have are my originals. But everything else in here is stuff that I've accumulated as an adult collector.
Back behind your to the left, is that a GoBot?
No, that is
The Fortress.
That's Starship Eternia.
Oh my God, that's the Eternia's.
It's the New Adventures of He-Man.
Oh yeah, I could tell.
Playset.
Okay. I could tell by the logo, the newer He-Man, and they came out in the 80s. No, they came out in like 91, 92, something like that.
It debuted in 89.
89.
Yeah, I think kind of late 89, but then it was out 1990 and into 91, and then poof.
Right. So tell us about what you got lined up. What's on the horizon? You got what's your next release?
So I just did a release last month. I started off the year with like an Arctic themed wave, and I ended the year with a desert themed wave.
Mm-hmm.
And those kind of both harken back to to G.I. Joe. I love those themed characters, or when they do like a battle pack that had a bunch of different characters and established characters in new uniforms. I really dig that stuff. But so what's next actually is I talked about Beastor 9, that guy with the skull in the dome.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm working on a Kickstarter that I'm going to be launching this spring to fund the next figure and hopefully the next 2 figures. But it's going to be for Valkyrie. It'll be our first female mold in the Battle Tribes family. So it's been a lot of dudes up to this point.
Cool.
So yeah, we're bringing in a new female character and form factor. So that's coming up next. And we're going to tack Beastor 9 onto that as hopefully a stretch goal. I don't think we'll have much of a problem hitting that, because he's definitely the most sought after figure in the line. So,
oh really?
Yeah,
That's not surprising. He's so cool looking.
Yeah, I mean, he's a giant gorilla with a skull and a dome. Like people respond to that pretty well.
And we can expect a exclusive for Virtually Assembled too, right?
Actually, the exclusive is going to be a resin prototype of Valkyrie.
Oh, sweet, big reveal. Well, this will air during the show. By that time, everybody will know, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's cool. What besides, do you want to give a shout out to your websites where other people could find other work of yours? We're going to have you on the event page. So if you just go over to the tab over to the left or the right, I don't know where that tab's going to be on the website, but if you go over to the tab, you can click on your table and visit you, and hit up your online store. But where else could people find you?
Basically, at this point, it's warlordsofwar.com. I got tired of trying to juggle ManorMonsterStudios.com and warlordsofwar.com and Instagram and Facebook and all this stuff. So I just really consolidated it all into one place. So if you go to ManorMonsterStudios.com or warlordsofwar.com, it's all just going to take you to my store.
Cool.
Beyond that, Instagram is really the best place to follow me. That's where I'm most active. So I'm at Warlords of War or at Manor Monster. Either way, at Manor Monster is kind of has become more of my personal page, more just about my collecting than anything else. But there's a really great archive of all my old resin work, my 5.5 stuff. A lot of my other artwork can be found if you look back through the years there. So yeah, Warlords of War on Facebook. We've got a fan group that's just Warlords of War, the official fan group. You can join that. But that's pretty much it.
Cool. Well, Brandon, I appreciate you taking time out of your day and talking to us, and I appreciate your role in the community and the work that you do is really awesome.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
It's good talking to you.
All right. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. And you're tuned in to Virtually Assembled, an assembly required experience, a 2-day online marathon celebrating the art of designer toys. Remember to check out our homepage, check out all the virtual tables that are going on there now live, where you can buy toys directly from the artist. Also, you can find links to all the shops that are involved by the artists in the festival and buy toys directly from them. Now, we just saw a very fun to me anyway, interview with Manor Monster Studios. And I saw a lot of things that I would just like to quickly touch on within that little thing. First of all, I'm very excited to hear about the release of a Valkyrie figure, which is the first female form in the Glyos Battle Tribes line, and also Beastor 9. I know that I'm already a fan of that from reading the comic books, so I'm definitely going to get one of those myself. Now, I heard our host and founder, MJC, say the word buffet, and really, when I think of Glyos toys, I think of a buffet. That is really what they are, because they're all interchangeable, and you can combine them and make so many things. And so I also heard Manor Monster Studios several times in his interview mention the God Beast, and I happen to have a really awesome God Beast figure just hanging out here with me, so I'd just like to show you that, because I think you're gonna love it if you don't know about this one here. Look at that thing. Super cool, super fun, and remember, all of these pieces come apart like this, and you can snap them onto other things. Now, I also have this little 3 3/4 figure here, which is done in a mock Star Wars line from Healy Made. Fun little note about this figure is that this is also Glyos compatible, so you can take him apart and rearrange him, like if I wanted to put that wing that I just took off and give him bat wings, then I could do that. You see how these work. So just a little demonstration, and just to further demonstrate the whole buffet concept, while we were watching the interview, I quickly put this together using all of my parts. This isn't even a figure that they offer, but I did make my own version here of a Maximilian from Black Hole, just putting together look at that. Just putting together my Glyos pieces. I just made this, and it's just a thing that I made myself. So isn't that fun? So this is just to demonstrate what excellent designer toys Glyos has to offer, and so many different companies and really cool things. So you should definitely follow the Glyos and Manor Monster and see what they're going to be putting out, because it's very exciting. It's very exciting to me, that is for sure. Now, I would like to, at this point, maybe if I could, reminisce about our past festivals. As you may or may not know, this show was live and in person for the last few years, and I was a part of it, providing entertainment and also some toys when I could put them together and I wasn't putting together some sort of demonstration or show or curating different elements of the thing. But at this point, I'd like to focus our spotlights on some of our past fan favorites from Assembly Required, who are also featured this year. So we're going to talk about some of our fan favorites, not only from all of the artists that participated, but I think from the audience as well. These are some artists that really captured the attention of our crowd. So let's see what we have here. First, we have Cherry Moth Cake, huge fan favorite at Assembly Required. Their pieces usually sell out very quickly. I have been notified that their pieces sold out already for this festival, and there's always a big line around their booth, and they sell all their things very quickly. And Cherry Moth Cake is a very interesting combination of artists. I think it's two artists combined that do a bunch of different things. They do these really gnarly illustrations, and they put them on apparel and pins and stickers. And then they also do designer toys like this. Like, look at this thing. It's just magnificent and beautiful. Like, who doesn't want that? I mean, I want one. I wish I had this. It's magnificent. And let's see what else we have. So some more very whimsical and delightful toys from Cherry Moth Cake. That one a little bit looks like based on referencing Tony Millionaire illustrations. Looks a little bit like Tony Millionaire to me, if you know him. But then look at this. I love this. I mean, I just love all of the things that I see from from Cherry Moth Cake, and of course it's, you know, no mystery why all the fans love them too. This is delightful. And let's see, do we have that's the end. And so another fan favorite that we have for the last couple years is Remakes Plethora. Remakes Plethora does a bunch of really brilliant things, clever references in their pieces, and always a showstopper. I mean, when people get to that booth, they stop there, and it's like a whole art museum just looking at all of the pieces. And I think it's difficult to find which one you actually want to purchase because they're all so good. And I should also mention that Remakes Plethora will be a special guest on an upcoming episode of my show, so be sure to follow Toy Box Theater on Facebook, and we'll do an episode of What's in the Box, where we have a mystery box from Remakes Plethora that we'll be opening. And look at this. It's Lisa from Saved by the Bell. Genius. Beautiful, perfectly executed card back. Of course, you can see this is an excellent figure. And let's see what else we have here. Again, wonderful. Twin Peaks reference. So simple and elegant, yet just spot on. Perfect. So it's clear to see why they're a fan favorite. Let's see what else we have here. So good. Look at this. Drive-in movie critic. And it looks to me like it's just a repurposed Dr. 11, maybe. I love it. I absolutely love that one. And then this is perfection. It's a Orville Peck figure, the popular country singer. And then you can, I don't know if you can tell here in the picture, but all of this is actually rhinestoned. It's real rhinestones. It's not part of the card. He actually stoned the card, which is just exquisite. Excellent piece. I absolutely love it. I actually contacted Remakes Plethora when I saw this, and he was like, oh yeah, I sold that one right away. So it's gone. It's gone into the ether, but I loved that one also because I'm a fan. Here we go. Look at, I mean, this to me exemplifies the brilliance of Remakes Plethora, because here you have an apple, you have a pen, you have a pineapple. So together, pen, pineapple, apple, pen. Brilliant. I mean, I love it. Let's see, do we have any more from Remakes Plethora? One more. This one, oh, so this is an example of something really brilliant that I see them doing quite a bit, is these sort of album covers where they emulate something about the album and include a toy, but then you get the record album too. So it's like a classic vintage vinyl with a toy glued onto it. I mean, it's remarkably good. Now, I absolutely love that. Love it. Now, just a little designer toy pro tip. Now, we know that Cherry Moth Cake has sold out, but check this out, friends. Let me see the toy cam. If you could just get one of these, just buy yourself a little Toy Biz MODOK and then glue some fancy sunglasses on him and airbrush him, and you can pretend like you own a Cherry Moth Cake, because they always sell out too quickly. So just make your own at home. There you go. You just make a knockoff of one of their toys with this. All right. Well, that is about all that I have for you right now, but I'll be back soon. Remember, we are going to take a quick break at around 4:30 to switch over the stream, so there will be a brief interruption. But before that, we're going to look at some exclusives with our AR home team. Now back to you guys.
I was getting too into that toy box segment, and I didn't realize we were coming back on right now. Oh, okay.
I think we lost Matt yet again.
We lost Matt again.
That's why
Okay,
I
there we
turned
go.
my mic off, because I was laughing so hard I almost
Yeah.
fell off my stool during that last segment. The pen, apple, pineapple, brilliant. Like that.
I'm dumb. I didn't get that one.
I think that's part of the joke.
Lee makes some crazy stuff.
Yeah, I love his stuff.
So, quick intro. Welcome back. Virtually assembled and assembly required experience, an online designer toy expo. Typically, we're in person, but we're doing what we can with this, and it's pretty spectacular. Remakes Plethora is an artist who's been with us for the last couple of years as well. So, like Toy Box just focused on, does some great parody work and great work in general.
Yeah. His album covers were the thing that got me first. So like when I first discovered him, I'm trying to think of, I think that was at Assembly Required, actually. Yeah.
The first time I met him was at Heroes Con. Me and my wife had gone for like the first time, and we came across his table, and
Thank
he
you,
had
sir.
all these like great resin pieces, and I was just getting into it for the first time. And when he was first getting started, he had a lot of these little statue pieces where he would kit bash them, and they were like Hummels or some of these like 60s and 70s kitschy statues that he would take and recast and then like modify them and make them into like horror pieces or whatever. It was like really cool.
Right.
stuff
Well,
that he was
that's
doing.
his horror background is actually what inspired, or his love for horror is what inspired these exclusives that we have.
Yeah.
They're called the green screen exclusives, or the green screen colorway, I should say, of Scream Queens. And right there you see Leatherface. And his inspiration was the original Marx Toys, more to the point, Mexican bootleg Marx Toys.
Oh, yeah.
And he was inspired to actually create this line of he entitled them Scream Queens, and took some horror icons from the slasher era that previously was Leatherface. This one here is Jason. This one I can tell you is already sold to one of my best friends. He called in yesterday and scooped this one up, and I know that I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, Mooks, but Leatherface is still available.
Yeah.
And I think Michael Myers is still available.
Yeah, those are the two that's still available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he also did Freddy Krueger. One of the things that I love about this is it's not just slapping a face on a character. There's a lot more to the story with the card art, as well as the actual pose and the clothes that they're wearing.
Yeah.
And if you're a fan of horror films, you'll get it a little bit more. For instance, the last one, the Friday the 13th reference, she was standing there with a boat oar. Immediately, I think of Crystal Lake.
Yeah.
Freddy Krueger there. Just, hey.
Yeah, we actually don't have the files labeled by the toy name, so
It's okay. That's all right. So Jason,
Trying to
there's
flip
Jason
through
with the boat oar, and she's got this camp counselor outfit going on there. Go ahead, go on to the next one. Okay, so Michael Myers
Yeah.
got that tilted head pose, and when I was talking to Lee, the Remakes Plethora, about that one almost wrote itself, because Michael's got that tilted head pose sometimes when he murders somebody.
Yeah.
Bring up the next one there, Freddy Krueger. There you've got in the nightgown. Come on.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah. That one's gone. But
Yeah.
Lee's got other colorways. Go over to Lee's Remakes
yeah.
Plethora's table. He's got other colorways of these.
I was
Just as
seeing
the
some-
green screen was available.
I was seeing some pictures earlier. I think it was like a red colorway and a yellow colorway,
yellow.
Yeah.
blue. Yeah. So that's really cool. The green ones are cool. But I like the other colors as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to pick up a couple of these as well. Move on to the next one. I think there's. Did we show them all? Yeah, because we did show them
We
all.
might have, yeah, I think so.
But yeah, that's Lee's stuff is really
There's
good.
there's the group of
family
them.
shot.
Yeah.
So yeah, and we were on Joker TV talking about these, and I can't
Yeah.
hold it up because as soon as I do, you won't see it because it's green screen, just like the background.
It might be
So
fun.
it's true green screen.
But
It
yeah,
works.
look back at was that last week or the week before that? I don't know. Weeks are running into each other for me. So
It was in the last 2 weeks. It was one of the last two.
With
It was last
Joker TV, we interviewed him extensively on there. So go back and check a look at that.
Yeah.
JokerJokerTV.com.
Yeah. Nice plug.
Yep.
All right. Next up.
Cherry moth cake.
Now, yeah, I was almost late to the show because I was in the line for cherry moth cake.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people wanted to get a hold of this one.
Yeah, there were only 2 prototypes.
Only 2, yeah.
Now I know that they had more colorways, one-offs, paint jobs that they had available over on their page.
Oh, that's good.
But there were only 2 of these prototypes available as exclusives, and they went, quickly as well.
Well, you say prototype. Does that mean he's gonna do more with this?
Well, like I said, there were more produced that they have, different colorways that they did, but these were the first 2
okay.
resin, 3D printed prototypes. And as a matter of fact, when 2 things I noticed, I was texting with Lindsay DeFabio, who is one half of Cherry Moth Cake. Nick DeFabio is the other half. I was texting right before this, so I almost had an interview. I really wanted them to be on. But the timing just didn't line up. But I was watching Toy Box's segment and looking at it's probably better you just look at the spinning thing next to me. But I noticed that the shape in general, they embrace this general shape with a lot of their different characters and illustrations.
Yeah.
The feet at the bottom, the eye, the whole general shape of it echoes in a lot of their work. Which is, I guess it's something I should have noticed sooner. But as soon as he showed those those images previously, I was like, oh yeah, so still the general shape. And this is called Spectral Spire. Yeah, Spectral Spire. It's an enchanted sentient castle, and this is based a sculpture that Lindsay did based off of Nick's illustration, and they're actually putting together a graphic novel. And this Spectral Spire is actually a castle where the main character in their graphic novel lives, in this castle in the clouds.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and they expect that the graphic novel will be out this year. It's written. They're working on storyboards now.
And in the story, it gets up and walks around?
It's in the clouds. The castle.
In the cloud. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a castle in the clouds. The Spectral Spire is an enchanted sentient castle who soars high above the clouds. Within its hallways lie doorways that lead to infinite possibilities and locations. The 2 5-inch semi-hollow resin figures of Spectral Spire are prototypes for the first run of this new line released for Virtually Assembled.
Nice. Yeah, I like this one, and that just makes me like it even more because now I want to know the story behind it.
Yeah, well, that's the fun thing about the text interview that I just had with Lindsay is I got a little bit more backstory. And she actually sent me a picture of an 18 by 24 painting that she did.
Hold it up. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's amazing.
Is that on their Instagram so other people can see?
It probably is on their. I don't know if it's on their Instagram. But I do know that they have a Patreon. So if you're interested in seeing more of Cherry Moth Cake's work, hop over to their Patreon page because I think that a lot of the as the graphic novel develops, I think you're going to see a lot more information over there and probably walkthroughs and of the illustrations as they make their way into the final product.
Probably seeing it produced along the way and everything too, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be cool, yeah.
Yeah, Cherry Moth Cake has always been a very popular table at our in-person events, and we love those guys, and they love coming to this event. So, like I said, I really did want to bring them onto this feed for a live interview, but putting together 16 hours and schedule and times and clocks and
Yeah.
yeah. Lindsay just posted a gallery in the chat.
Nice.
It looks like they have a link for the a virtual table, so maybe they're available if anybody wants to chat with them.
Yeah,
they can
yeah,
go to
that's
the page and chat with them.
Sorry, I'm playing with toys over here. Toy Box gets to play with all the toys. I wanted to play with some too.
That's okay. Oh man!
But if they're not at their table, you can definitely find them at their online store. So.
Oh yeah, your wife wanted one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, did you see that? My wife's
Yeah.
got a comment. Look
Yeah.
at that.
Oh, was that her commenting? I didn't get to see who
Yeah,
it was.
before the event, she's a big fan of
Oh, yeah, there you
Cherry
go.
Moth Cake's work, and you know we have a collection of a couple pieces from Cherry Moth Cake, and of course when I got the exclusives, my wife was like, "I want one," and I was like, "There's two," and
Yeah.
you got to move quick.
So now she's in here heckling you in chat. Nice. That's what you get, Matt.
Huh?
You might
Okay.
recognize
Yeah.
mixed drawing.
We got little characters running across the screen now.
Lindsay's blowing up.
You
our
can see
feed.
my hand though. Damn it, not doing it good enough.
Yeah, so go over to Twitch and interact with them there. The
Where?
link's
Who
there
was
on-
at Twitch? Oh, okay. They're on Twitch.
They're on
Nice.
Twitch too.
Nice. Okay, I have to definitely check that out too.
Yeah, I mean, if you head over to the virtually assembled tab, they have a. I'm pretty sure Cherry Moth Cake is snowed in. If I'm correct, there was a little bit of snow we had last night. And,
Oh, really?
yeah. So
Where are they located?
I don't
Baltimore.
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 Oh, wow.
Ah,
Okay. Yeah, we
thank
didn't
you.
get any snow. We just got rain.
No?
No, just rain.
We got right when we wrapped up last night. You know, I
Yeah.
walked out and it just started coming down. Driving home, I'm glad I left when I did because it was a little bit messy.
Yeah, yeah. So we got actually we have Jen Bin Media to thank for a lot of this stuff, and we were talking. She was mentioning the snow too. So, but no, we had just rain. We're here in Athens, so we're a little bit more south than you guys. But just rain.
Lindsay says it's been freezing rain all day. Baltimore.
We actually got a really nice day today. Yeah, talking about the weather. Here, let's talk about toys.
Oh yeah, I can do my weatherman act. I can put a schedule up. No.
Well,
I've got a rule of thumb: when the
schedule
conversation starts delving into weather, it's gotten way off the rails.
Don't point that out, man.
I'm sorry.
Well, 2 days of this. Oh, there's
here
the
we go.
schedule. All right.
I was just kidding about the schedule. Put the schedule away.
Yeah.
Well, we are coming up on a break, so this is a good time to talk about
It's definitely a good time to talk about the schedule. Yeah. Yeah, we're coming up on a break. We're because of the way Facebook works, we've got to take a break. And so if you guys are in the chat, I see there's quite a few people in the chat right now. So be warned that Facebook cuts us off at 4 hours. So we will be taking a break on Facebook and coming right back. So, just stick around and we'll be right back. You can see the schedule there. You can see the comment there's from YouTube. So we have some YouTube stuff going on. We have Twitch going on. So you can find us on multiple platforms. But
And as soon as we come back from the break, there's an unannounced addition to the schedule. It is an
Yeah.
interview that is between myself and and Dove from DK Econ.
yeah, I just forgot about that, and I was looking at the schedule trying to find the time slot, and I'm like, wait a minute, what?
That was a last-minute add-on.
Yeah.
All right. I think
right.
we're at that jump.
There he is. Woo! How's it
Hey.
going, dude?
All right, how you doing?
Living the dream.
Yeah, you guys awake over there?
Barely.
I was hoping there was something more than water in that last drink you were taking.
I'm sorry, there is not.
Oh man.
Anyway, so for the uninitiated, could you tell everyone who you are and what you do?
Sure. My name is Matthew J. Cassell, and I am the organizer and creator of Assembly Required, the Asheville Designer Toy Expo.
Nice. And you were an artist, a resident artist as well, correct?
Yes.
And so how did that start for you?
It's a long story, which probably you don't have time for, but I discovered it a couple years ago, probably in like 2015, 2016. And I think it was on Instagram. And started following the artists, seeing what they were doing. Wondered why the hell I wasn't doing it. Wondered where they had been all my life. And sort of said that's what I want to be doing. I want to be doing designer toys, and I just dove in head first.
Wow. And then have you been an artist your whole life? Have you always been doing creative stuff?
Yeah. I've been sculpting since I was little. I've been always an artist. I think I went to art school in the 90s in Philadelphia. I was a filmmaker then, and I got a BFA in film, and didn't really take the sculpture aspect seriously. That was always a hobby. And then jumped down the road a couple years later, moved to Asheville, North Carolina, started a family, and sort of put my art aside, made my family my priority, raising my little boy. And once he got up and started toddling around and was independent, I jumped into the back room, started up my art desk again, cleaned it off. I got the blessing from my wife to start being creative again, and it was quite the experience. So I came back into it, being a sculptor previously, and thought, how do I want to come back into this? How do I want to reestablish myself as an artist? And that's when I just discovered the designer toy culture and discovered resin art. I had always wanted to mold my stuff because my stuff was always one-offs. They were always sculptures, singular sculptures. So I always wanted to get into the molding aspect of it. So once I started seeing the materials that they were using and how they were doing it, I just knew that I was sort of meant to be.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then how does the crazy idea of making a designer toy convention in Asheville like come into your mind and say, like, I'm an artist, I'm trying to pursue my art career, I have an idea, I'm going to start my own convention?
Well, quite literally, it was actually the thought was almost the moment I realized that I wanted to start producing resin art and become a designer toy artist. I thought to myself, well, down here in the South, there's nothing. In Asheville, North Carolina, there's not really a presence here. And everybody knows about 5 Points, who's in the scene. Everybody knows about Decon, who's in the scene, but that's it. And once I started to realize how new this turn of the century art movement was, and how it is really just starting, and people are just starting to realize it and recognize it, I thought to myself, well, Asheville, North Carolina, it's a very artsy town. It's got its own subculture. And I was like, wow, they love their festivals here. So I thought to myself, I was like, wow, it's just a matter of time before somebody does that here in Asheville. That would be really cool. And I was like, well, who would do that?
That should be me.
That was pretty much the internal dialogue I had. I was like, you know what? If somebody should do it, it's probably me. Yeah, I should fucking do that before somebody else does it. And then as soon as I did it, everybody else coming out of the woodwork was like, oh, I was about to do that. Oh, I was totally going to do that.
Well, I mean, every artist that was at the show just said they had this like amazing time. So what was the turnout like? Like the people who attended were, how many of like the uninitiated like showed up like just to see what was going on?
That was the most incredible part, was because the in essence, to give the Southeast a presence, to give the artists another platform to show and sell their work, to get the information out there that this is a thing that exists, and teach the public about it. Having people that had no idea walking through the door, like just seeing. If you remember the first time you like came across this stuff, I remember the first time I came across it, to see that expression on somebody else's face. They come in, they're like, what? They're like looking around like, what is this? And it's like, just go in and find out, just go ahead, just walk through. And then they come back and they're like, I've never heard of this. What? Like they just are so excited and so amped up. And that's part of the amazing feeling about doing this, is like, yes, it is really cool. It's really exciting to see what all these creative people are doing, and more people should know about this to buy their work so they can, well, hopefully make a living out of it. But that's tough.
Right. Yeah, and we deal with that a lot, because when we set up at a convention, and even San Diego Comic-Con, where pretty people kind of know about stuff, or do New York. Not so much at Decon, but there's always people who walk up to the booth. There's some people who absolutely just don't know what they're looking at. Right. They just look at it and they're like, are these toys that I missed in the store? Is this real? And then I was like, no, these are all handmade, and da-da-da. And you can just see the eyes open up, like, and you can tell. The best feeling, and I think you know from experience, is watching that conversion in their mind, and they see something and it clicks, and they're like, oh my goodness, I have to have this. And then the wallet opens up, and it's like the slow motion. It's like dun 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 dun, and then it's like you make that connection, and then they're like, they have just had their this like experience of like action figure or as art or like, you know,
It's
designer
euphoric.
toy
It's
as art.
euphoric. It's euphoric. It's you know, one of the amazing things about you know, the experience is when it clicks, when they realize what's going on. And the first thing is, it's like, well, then it's not really a toy, is it? And you're like, no, it's not. It's not really a toy. It's a sculpture. It's a resin sculpture, or it's a wooden sculpture, depending on the medium. But the important part of that word designer toy is the first word, designer. All these guys handmade these things. All these ladies here that are producing worked tirelessly, and being an artist, you know, I know the ups and downs of that. It's a blessing and it's a curse. You know, it's a pleasure and it's a great experience, but also there's a downside to it, because it's like getting things just to work sometimes, making sure the pressure pot is properly pressurized. I had a buddy that came over just the other day just to watch me work, and I spent the first hour and a half just troubleshooting my pressure pot, because something came, it was working fine for weeks it was working fine, and then he came over, and then I had to like washing the seal and cleaning things out, making sure everything's sealing right. But and when shit like that goes wrong, it's like, oh my god, why do I do this? Why do I put myself through this? But when it works, and it's really cool when it does.
Nice. So tell me, now you have plans for a post-COVID inspired show. Can you talk about that and how that's going to work?
Yeah, well, it's called Virtually Assembled, an assembly required experience. I've been talking with, I reached out to Mr. Blank and Figure Fetish early on, because they've been, you know, close to the assembly for years and participating since the onset of it. I reached out to those guys, and because Mux is doing the Joker TV, and he's got the designer toy market going. I was like, look, I don't know if we're going to be able to do this in 21 unless we do it virtually. And half the response was, I don't want to be in a virtual event. I don't really have to. And I was like, well, then let's make it interesting. So those who wouldn't typically want to be in a virtual event, let's make it interesting so they would want to be in it. So quite honestly, you know, Ben went the QVC route, and you know, I saw Pop Shop Live. You know, I toyed around with it. Heard you cursing about it earlier. I thought you were just gonna walk off the set, but you know, and that's an avenue. Assembly Required has never been about, you know, it's been about bringing the artist to you and giving you an experience with these artists. So the experience that we decided that we were going to come up with was really an entertaining one. We've got entertainment. We're not just going to sit there and talk about toys for 2 days. I mean, we're going to talk about toys. We've got exclusives. We've got all the artists are producing toy commercials. I see you got Chicken Burger Disco, Chicken Burger Disco, yeah, CBD, right? And I know that he actually in a couple of ways came from, you know, you sent him to Mr. Blank and Joker TV, and that's how I saw his stuff. And then I saw his stuff, and I was like, oh my gosh, you need to be involved. There he is. And I was like, you need to be involved with this. So you know, he's working with if some of the artists need some support with their commercials, he's made himself available to do that. He's also participating in the event, and we're going to be talking about toys. We're going to have Toy Box Theater. I don't know if you're familiar with Toy Box out on the West Coast.
No.
Toy
Box, is that something specific? What is it?
Toy Box is America's favorite cartoon witch. You have to do a little research on that. I'll send you some information, but Toy Box is really great. He's a local performer here in Asheville, and incorporate. He usually does our after party.
Is he better than me when I'm doing voices with chicken nuggets?
Unfortunately, yeah.
That's okay. I'm not offended.
Maybe if you had like some strings and some music and really
Yeah,
have to-
like production value.
it was a
if I
higher production value. Yeah,
trained.
Yeah,
If I was actually funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
We get.
a little
I get
bit.
it.
Yeah. So we're putting on a real show,
That's good.
and we've got segments, and we've got a lot of, like I said, Toy Box is got segments, and Figure Fetish and Mr. Blank are co-hosting it with me.
Mhm.
And we're really we want to make it entertaining. We don't want people to be bored of sitting in front of a computer, or just watching the same old.
Sure. Or boring interviews.
Well, quite honestly,
That
I
was a
watched.
joke.
No. You the last couple DKE cons that you did, I was painting on pouring resin while I've got you on in the background, and I'm listening to the interviews, and it was really, really inspiring and really cool. And when we initially started talking about it, I was like, look, I love what Dove's doing. I love it. I just want to talk to artists.
Sure. I mean, the interviews are fine, and because it's for a short period of time, and we record them and put them on YouTube, and we're kind of like documenting the scene and all the people involved in a way. I guess the trouble I have is like the in between.
Sure.
You
mean
it's
playing
like
with the chicken nugget? You don't think that's entertaining?
Yeah. I don't know.
singing girl from Ipanema and checking your email, you don't think that's entertaining?
No, I think you're going to do a better job. But I've also made this ridiculous commitment of like, it started with San Diego. It's like, we were on an episode of Toy Geeks, and everyone's talking about what's going to happen with COVID, and this is terrible. There's going to be no conventions. And then my wife is like, oh, we're going to do it in the warehouse, and we're going to no, first she said we're going to do it at our house. I said, no, we're going to do it at the warehouse. And then she just said, we're going to be set up for 5 days. And then that was just it. Like, we just kept San Diego convention hours. Like, we were there like Wednesday from 5 to 9, and every other day from 10 in the morning till 7 at night. And they just filled up the time with interviews, and people just were working and just hung out. But then after, then we did New York Comic Con for 4 days, and this for 3 days, and then I'm just, I got nothing.
For sure. Yeah, well, it was definitely progressed. I've seen now you've got segments going on, so you can like take naps and eat and stuff.
Well, the first one was terrible. I scheduled it like an idiot. And it's like, I need to eat. I need to it was so good this year. I went and took a nap in the other room. It was great. Can never do that at San Diego.
Well, quite honestly, the inspiration that DKECon was for Assembly Required was the realization that we need to cut to something so we can eat.
Right.
The simple things.
Yeah. Well, good for you for actually going out there and thinking about what other people had done, as opposed to me, who just said, yeah, we'll just do this. And it was even more like Sarah, who just announced that we're doing this. I'm like, oh, okay. And then it just became a thing, and it's cool. And when I think the one benefit for us is that when conventions actually come back, I think we've decided we're not going to do New York Comic Con anymore, and we're going to do DKECon in March. And then that will be, hopefully when the world gets back to normal, the one time where, we do this a year. And then we do 2 regular conventions.
So you're just going to do this once a year moving forward after this?
Well, I seem to think there's going to be no conventions next year. That is my take on it. I've spoken to some people who know concert promoters, and the bottom line currently, from what I understand, is there are no insurance companies that will insure any large gatherings.
That's interesting.
And even because it's just going to take one person to sue a sports team or a band or whatever and just say, I got COVID at your thing. And it's like,
well, that's interesting you say that, because even though in my discovery of the designer toy culture and creating this, it's always been I've had a full-time job up until 7 months ago. I worked in the hotel industry for 25 plus years. I worked for the technology companies that put on the big events. So there are no longer big events. So I've been furloughed from my full-time job since March. So the going virtual in February is also sort of helpful only in that I was able to for the most part bankroll Assembly Required for the first couple of years.
Mhm.
I knew how to create an event, I knew how to execute an event. I just didn't, the hardest part of that was just getting the artists,
Mhm.
and I had the rest of it.
Didn't seem like you had a hard time getting artists, though. I mean, it seemed
I
like
had been planting a seed for years before that, and I had the help of many artists who were not only interested in being there, but we've got a lot here in the Southeast, like Figure Fetish Maggitarius, Dane's down here, DeMarc's Toys. We've got a lot of artists in the South here. Fioned, George is not that far off, so a lot of people were interested in seeing a new event of this type pop
Sure.
up in the country, and it being in their backyard, because some of those artists have never traveled to New York or don't even have intentions of going out west to decon.
right, and nor should they. Stay home.
Well, now you can.
It's a shit show.
We're
But
bringing it to
I mean,
you.
I guess all the feedback that I got about the Assembly Required shows was, I mean, most people, I'll put it this way, most people I know who have gotten into the show promoting business, like the first time they do it, it's just a complete unorganized shit show. Just absolute chaos. There's one key thing that they didn't plan on or didn't know. It's like there's always something that goes horribly awry. It's like, oh, they decided not to pay for air conditioning. It's like, and then people talk about this show. It happens in LA. There was a cat show. It's called CatCon, right?
For real?
10,000, yeah, 10,000 people showed up to CatCon. Well, the promoters didn't pay for air conditioning, right? And so everyone was in this basement of this hotel, and they were all just like dripping sweat. It was just, it's like, can you imagine? It sounds
No.
ridiculous to you
No.
as someone who is like a veteran of events. Like the look on your face just says like,
yeah,
what idiots. But you can imagine that most people that start conventions are not trained in the art of a convention.
Right.
They just learn by doing.
Yeah.
And from what I could tell, CatCon got a lot of traction. It wasn't a toy show. It was just about crafts and cats and, I don't know I didn't go, but I'm glad I didn't go. I mean, she just sold shirts that said like, I have a cat allergy or something like that. Would have been funny. I don't know. So I just have to commend you on that. Like everyone came away from those experiences and were just like, that was they want to go back.
I hope so.
And that's
I want to go back too.
Yeah, I mean,
22.
Yeah. So we hope.
Yeah, I think one of the have you ever been up to 5 Points?
No.
No. That's that's
for us, I would love to be there. But I mean, right now I'm pulling away from New York Comic Con, and that was barely worth it. Because what we're doing in selling things that look like action figures, the benefit for us is that it crosses over to regular toy collectors.
Right.
It's not, we're even at Designer Con, we're still kind of on the fringes, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Not what I used to do, when we were a designer toy distributor and distributing for 500 companies, like Designer Con was our place. That was 100% our crowd. And then as we drifted into the action figures genre, or artists expressing themselves in an action figure medium, that doesn't translate to all the people who are buying vinyl toys. Some people are just not into that, or they specifically got out of that and got into designer toys, and this has taken them back in that kind of direction. So we kind of need that mainstream crowd. But the issue of of us doing 5 points, or even doing your show, is that it's gonna cost the same. The flights out there roughly the same. New York's a little more expensive. The freight of my stuff out there and back, however 4 or 5 nights in a hotel. Yeah, New York is just a little bit more expensive, but it's still in a range where I have to go out there and still sell 20 grand worth of stuff to break even, kind of deal.
Sure.
And that's not that was hard at DesignerCon until recently, if that makes sense. And the only reason we could do DesignerCon is because it was literally in our backyard. And I used to drive there every day. Now that it's in Orange County, it's like I can pays to get a hotel room, but not to drive back and forth, an hour and a half each way. But the expenses involved with doing what we do just precludes just getting a van and loading up the van and getting on the road and doing stuff like that. And so that's been difficult, and we've been had our ass handed to us many times, like when we try to your show would be perfect for this, but I've tried to take this to mainstream toy shows. Like LA Comic Con calls me every year, right? We did a toy show in Vegas, and it was supposed to be a complete vintage toy show. Ian's looking at me laughing, that was horrible, right? As people come up, oh, that's cool. They take a photo and they just walk away.
Right.
And it's like it couldn't have been worse. People walk up to you, they think, I don't know, I just can't describe it. Our price point is those people are there for a Funko Pop, an autograph, and a free poster of a wrestler or whatever. And you show them this action figure that's $50 or $100, and they're like, "What?"
Yeah.
Oh, well, someone made that by hand. It was like, why would they do that? It's like, never mind.
Right. Yeah. So, that's not the target audience.
Yeah. So our audience is a very small niche, and it works at San Diego in particular because all the industries are there. The animation industry, the video game, comic book, toy, television, and those people who are in those industries are fans of this. And the average person on the street just doesn't, they're like, what?
Right. Well, that was I still find to this day, when I'm talking, somebody asks me about the event, or somebody asks me what I do, and I say, designer toys, I run assembly required, and they go, what's the what? Then the toy what? And then I go, okay, let me back up a second. So what's your favorite toy? And you go, oh, blah, 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 Star Wars. Okay, so some design toy artists will take those characters that you like, break them all up, and it's called kit bashing. And I just start going off on a tangent, and and I could just see them go. And sometimes it's a good response, and then after I get done talking, they go, "That sounds cool," or they're still staring at me, and they're like, Can you go back to the part where they break up the toys? What are they? And they're in boxes, but you can't open the box. What? I don't get that. And I'm like, okay, well, you're not our audience. That's fine. I get it.
Yeah, it is an audience that has definitely, there's some people who come to it from scratch, but they've usually matured into it. They started collecting Spawn figures, and then they just got burnt, right? But they like the Spawn figures better than the rest because of the paint jobs, because of the detail, because they saw that there was an artist there, but they couldn't put their finger on it. But that just became a mass of plastic. And then, they wander into designer toys, or they recognize an artist that they know who has made something. And then it just kind of clicks, like, oh, that there's an artist's personality imbued in this piece. It's not this generic licensed product that, all those companies that work for Hasbro and Mattel, those are artists too, but it's not the same. It's not an artist's vision that is being put out. It is, the licensee's vision that artists are hired to make happen. If that, you know.
Right. Yeah, I think that one of the amazing things about the whole culture and what you've got behind you, when it comes to the boxes, even the boxes, like, my work, I don't focus on the boxes, just personally, but maybe I'll go down that route someday. But growing up, I had my dad bought me. I keep trying to tell my dad that Assembly Required is basically, is in honor of him. He's the one that bought all that shit for me. It's his fault, is what I tell him. I said, this is you created this, Dad. And thankfully, he is still with us. And I moved him down to Asheville a couple years ago, and I brought him to the first event, and I walked him through it, and I was like, none of this would be possible if not for you. You bought me all those Star Wars figures and all those G.I. Joe figures and everything that was a 3 3/4 growing up, I had because of him. But my dad did what nobody else did, is he took the box and he cut the bubble and hung the box on the wall. I had wall to wall all the boxes, and I would take the characters out. I was the only kid in the on the block in the world that I knew that had all the boxes, and I would take the thing out and I'd play with it and I'd put it back in the box.
So did he cut the back of the cards? You could
No.
put it
He
back
cut the
in?
top of the bubble, the top of the bubble, and I would
Nice.
slide it out. So when we sold the entire set, was when I got married, to put towards the wedding, and sold the entire set of Star Wars. I had pretty much everything, every figure, just about every vehicle, in box, like quote unquote, because it was hanging on a wall covered in dust and broken apart, but still,
right,
nobody even had that. Nobody was saving that stuff.
So
when
he walked into the show, I mean, did he get it?
He got it to a certain extent. And I think it's only because of his age is the lacking part.
I'm laughing because I identify. Like,
I mean, he knows the toys. He knows I'm a sculptor. He knows the two worlds collide. He was there for the entire experience of me growing up. But like his he's not as receptive as he used to be, and so I think he got it. And that was enough.
Nice. So where does it go from here?
Well, a successful virtual event in February, February 6th and 7th. We'll be streaming it on our website, and assembly-required.net, and hopefully after that, we'll return to normalcy and return to an in-person event. I'll have an announcement as to where that will be in February, because we used to host it at Highland Brewery.
And with this all, the world gets back to some sense of normalcy and the hotel industry comes calling, but this has developed into, something viable. Are you going back?
If this is developed into something viable, hell no.
So this is the goal. Like, if you could do this.
Well, quite, I pretty much apologize to a lot of people and say and I'm partially responsible for COVID, because a couple of years ago, I put it out into the universe. I want to quit the hotel industry and I want to become a designer toy artist and run this event.
And therefore COVID is your fault.
And just like those horror movies where you open up a genie bottle and you ask for something, but you don't think about how it's going to happen. So I'm sorry.
Right. So
this is how it happened.
So you already have the experience of, having a job that pays the bills, and then being a sculptor, doing something that inspires you in your off time. It reminds me of like what my mom said to me when I was young. She said, "You turn all your hobbies into businesses. What do you do for fun?" And I was like,
yeah.
didn't have a real good response for that one. I still don't. But it's kind of like I used the example earlier of like a doctor who becomes the head of his or her department, and then it's eventually like the person running a hospital is a doctor, right? And then that person like doesn't ever see a patient. They don't do it's just people who are in jobs, teachers, right, who get into a job to teach because they love the interaction, they love to inspire children, and then they become a principal, and then they become a superintendent, and then they've gotten about as far away from what they originally wanted to do. So I mean, so I guess the question is like, is the convention like the ultimate goal, or would you, I guess if you had the magic genie come out of the bottle and you had the option to just make money doing art and not a convention, would you rather that happen?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So that would be the goal.
Yeah. I essentially, my wife is an essential worker. So the back office is now her office, which used to be my studio. So now my studio is the living room. It doesn't look good out there. But it is what it is. You know what? We're making do with what we can,
Sure.
and we're making it work. And I've started producing more work, and I've started selling more pieces. And yeah, and my wife sees that and she goes, oh, okay. You're making some money there. It's not 1/3 as much as I used to do, but
Sure.
it's what I love to do. So I just going down that rabbit hole, I just got to remember that I can't forget what I love about doing it. And once you start doing it for the wrong reasons, that's when you start to lose that inspiration. So I just got to keep remembering I'm doing this for me first. Even producing this work, I produce what I want to produce. I'm not trying to produce something that I wouldn't naturally want to make just to make money. Otherwise I'd slap Boba Fett heads on everything. But
like everybody else. Yes.
But I'm trying some new stuff. I'm
offense to any of those people.
No.
in the chat.
No. But I'm just hey now. Oh boy.
Man.
Now the chat's blowing up.
Uh-oh, now you did it.
Now I've done it. No, but the Suck Lord said it. He was at the first Assembly Required, and he gave half his presentation was about exactly that, the Boba Fett, going the routes of the Boba Fetts. And Battle Babies was there, and Suck Lord was like, and that was the only, at the time, Battle Babies, and I know he worked with another artist on it. I don't remember at the time right now what the other artist's name was.
Junkfed,
probably. Yeah, those two are tight. It was Boba Fett yawning. Tired of Fett, maybe.
Right. Yeah. What was it called?
Bored of Fett. Yeah.
Bored
of Fett. That
yeah.
makes so much more sense. Yeah, and Suck Lord was like, yeah, that was good, because that in of itself was mocking the overuse of the Boba Fett. Right.
Or regurgitated ideas.
Yeah, and I love that. It's a great way to take advantage of it and yet mock it.
And then Rika's most recent low-hanging fruit. And it's got like stormtroopers for the grapes.
No, it's great.
It's funny because it's sort of a criticism of himself as well. Like he's not, free from criticism, but yeah, it puts it into perspective though.
They get it.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Well, it's been a pleasure. I thank you so much for the time. We wish you all the best of luck in February with the show. We're really
thanks for having
you.
me. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, Dove. Everything you do.
And appreciate you. I mean, you're you're fighting the good fight, like in the South. That's
and then one of these days we'll just have to get you out here to Asheville.
One day. Might like to visit, probably wouldn't stay.
That's fine.
Maybe I'll just retire to Asheville.
There you go.
I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, Thank you again for the time. Good luck with everything. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, man.
All right. Take care.
Did he say that Doctor Who was running a hospital? I mean, that sounds like a great place to be. Anyway, we just watched an interview with Dove from DKE Toys. He is one of the leading distributors of designer art toys in the entire world, if you were wondering what was going on or who that was. And he was talking to our host and founder, Matt Cassell, of Virtually Assembled, an assembly-required experience, which is what you are watching right now. It is a 2-day online streaming toy convention dedicated to the art of designer and bootleg toys, and we have all sorts of things that you've been experiencing non-stop for the last, I don't even know how long. I can't even keep track anymore, but it's been quite a long time, and we're about 3/4 of the way done. So we're going until 9 p.m. tonight, so there's still time to share the event on your social media, tell your friends to come, tell them that it's awesome and it's fun, and we have animation tracks, interviews with artists, studio tours, a virtual toy shop that you can visit online, and also don't forget Designer Toy Marketplace, where you can go. It's a new website dedicated to designer toys, and that's where you can find all the exclusives for the event. Now, a reminder, those are selling out very quickly, so be sure if there's something that you really like or an artist that you've seen, go there and to buy those things up, because they will sell out. Apparently, unless it's something that I made, because I checked my email and I haven't made any sales. So go and, at least donate $5 to me, because I've been here for days. And I need to, make money to feed my kitty cats. Now, I know that lots of designer toy artists out there are watching, and I just want to pose an important question to you all. Now, if we can go to the toy camera here, for our designer toy artists that are watching at home, has anyone yet made a little set of mittens for this figure here? Little accessory mittens, because, time is running out on that, so make us some mittens that we can put on our toy, but I think that maybe, possibly, is this horse dead yet? Oh, it's made of plastic. Sorry. Maybe we're just beating a dead horse on that one. Where's my rim shot? But great timing on the rim shot there. Now, for this sequence, we have a little thing that I'm going to do a spotlight here on new discoveries, and they may not be new discoveries for you, but they're definitely new discoveries for me, and I quite enjoy them, so that's what I'm naming this sequence for me. And maybe they're new discoveries for you, or maybe it's things that you already knew about, but some things that are new to me in the festival that I quite enjoy. Let's take a look. First up here, we have these delightful little things called Quest for Beasties, and these are, I believe, one of the only soft sculpt toys in our festival this weekend. Maybe some other artists have a few soft sculpt toys, but this is the only artist that is strictly soft sculpt. I know I like this because I do soft sculpture and hard toys as well. I do both myself, so I quite enjoy them, and I think that they're delightful and adorable. Let's see what else we have from Quest for Beasties. Look at these. Very cute, and here's some stickers based on some of the characters, are also adorable, so you could get some of those and stick them on your pressure pot, or maybe, that one you can just pop in your mouth and enjoy this show a little bit more. And we also have, look at these. Oh my goodness. Completely adorable. I love it. Quest for Beasties. So that is something that is new to me. Was a new discovery for me, and I thought that they were absolutely delightful. And now also another new discovery for me here we have Pikmin's vinyls, and I absolutely love everything that I've seen from Pikmin's vinyls. And also, I just like to say a shout out to Professor Pikmin if you are watching. Also a new discovery because I think we're developing a friendship, and we've been chatting some throughout the last few days leading up to the festival and talking about all the things that they're doing. Hopefully you got to check in on their Zoom stream because Professor Pikmin had designed his own stream and all sorts of content going on his Zoom table. So if you haven't gone and checked that out, maybe it's still happening. I don't know. I've been so busy here trying to manage all the things at the Toy Castle that I haven't been able to check in, but I'm sure it was wonderful. And what I love about Professor Pikmin here is that, the properties that he's using are, of course, all fan favorite films. This one here is, of course, John Carpenter's The Thing. And what I also like about these toys quite a bit is that they all seem to have a unique quality in the sculpt that I think they're all original sculptures. They have their own distinct style. And so you see a lot of designer toys where it's obvious where the pieces come from and what they're doing. But these are completely unique and have developed their own aesthetic and own style, which is not an easy thing to do for any artist in any medium to develop your own unique style, and they've done that. Here's of course, David Cronenberg figure from Nightbreed. I love that. Very awesome. I'm a big David Cronenberg fan. Now this one I really, really love because this was a movie that I saw as a child, and I always kind of wanted to have one of these toys when I was little. Yes, my parents let me watch this. This is from Motel Hell. Who remembers that one? If not, maybe you have a good movie to watch later on tonight. So that's very cool. I like that quite a bit. And here, of course, is the cult classic from Basket Case. Great movie. I just saw a musical version of that in our Fringe Festival, in the Asheville Fringe Festival. That was also delightful. And let's see, what else do we have from... Look at this. This is another one that I wish I always had when I was a kid. It was so awesome. Amazing moment from Return of the Living Dead. It's the tar zombie. And it's beautifully, beautifully executed here. I mean, it's distinctive. It's its own style, and yet it's immediately recognizable and quite excellent. I love that. Of course, who doesn't want this? I mean, this is just perfect, right? Killer Clowns from Outer Space. And I know that some toy companies have done different versions from Killer Clowns from Outer Space, including Funko that was mentioned earlier, and another company I can't think of offhand who did it, but this I think is the best version that I've seen. So kudos to you, Professor Pikmin, for the Killer Clowns from Outer Space. And let's see, what else do we have? And that's it for Professor Pikmin. So go and check them out. They have a Zoom table. They're doing all sorts of things. They have their own programming. They have their own special guests. I don't know if it's still happening, but if it is, you should check that out and support them. And of course, go and support all of our artists that have live virtual tables. And I've heard from friends and fans that said, oh, I had such a delightful time hanging out with some of the artists in the Zoom rooms and meeting them and buying things firsthand. They do have some things that will only be exclusive at their Zoom table, as well as the exclusives that are on Designer Toy Marketplace. Now, let's see. I just want to have a little bit of fun with you because, coming up, I don't know if you saw this, but I just saw this in my feed the other day that using the beta capsule, Hayata becomes Ultraman. And so there's a new Ultraman movie coming out, so I just wanted to hype that up. And it has this guy, an excellent modern version of it, battling Ultraman. So, you know how this goes. Talking about tokusatsu there. To our friends that don't know what that is, well, that was it. Just a little reenactment. And I don't know if you remember the episode with this one of Ultraman, but it was a children's illustration, a child's illustration that had come to life magically wreak havoc in the community. So you could just play with my Ultraman toys. I'm getting a little wacky here because I've been doing this for so many hours, and I love these. These are just some of my favorite toys that I just brought to hang out with me while I'm here. Do you want to see any more toys that I like while we have a couple more minutes? Let's see what else we have down here. Oh, I love this one. Now this one is incredibly stupid, and that's why I like it. It's a little pirate man, and when you press the button on his chest, his pants fall down. So that's that. And let's see. While we're here, I don't know if some of you do know this or not, but I do a weekly show on my page on Facebook. It's called What's in the Box with Toy Box, and every episode we have a different toy artist that we spotlight as a special guest, or a puppeteer, or an artist of some manner. Sometimes they're magicians, sometimes they're musicians, but we have all sorts of fascinating guests. We have 20 episodes now. Now, if anyone ever wanted to send me something for What's in the Box, please feel free. We always accept mystery toys here in Toyland. And, we run sort of a home for wayward and neglected toys here in the Toy Castle. We have extra rooms for them to sleep in, beds and stuff. And I just wanted to point out that if you have any of these, I'm trying to build an army. So just like our friends at Everything is Terrible are trying to build a pyramid out of cassette tapes of Jerry Maguire, I would just like an army of these flying monkeys. So if you have any flying monkeys and you want to send them to me, send those over immediately, because we need all the help we can get here. I don't know if you can actually even fathom all of the things that we do here in Toyland, but it's a lot. It's a lot. So, Until next time, I will be back in about an hour and a half with more whatever. See you soon. Okay, bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's the crowd killer right there, that toy. Everybody loves that.
Never-ending entertainment.
Can we cut back to the octopus? I want to see him do that again. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that, Toby.
Don't do that.
Welcome back
to... to see it.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll pull that thing out again. Welcome back to Virtually Assembled, Assembly Required Experience. I had never seen that. I didn't see DKE's interview until just now. I was there, of course, but I didn't actually see it until just now. So that was a pretty good interview, I think. But Pikmin's Vinyls is our first focus in this segment. He's over on our Virtually Assembled tab. You can visit him at his table. You can also find his exclusive here at the designertoymarket.com. It is called the Little Fluffy Clouds. There's only 3 of them.
Yeah.
I don't know what the status is on that, but go over to Designer Toy Market and check that out and pick one up for yourself. It actually glows in the dark too.
What was it? All of it that glows in the dark, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think the eyes are painted, but for the most part, yeah, it all glows.
Well, I mean, it's painted eyes, so that means it doesn't glow, or it does still glow.
Well, I took it into the dark, like a creepy man trying to see. I can't show it because it's
green screen. It looks yellow. Excuse me.
I think that I know that the clear parts glow. I don't know if the eyes glow.
The COVID vomit.
What?
That's what he was saying. He said this was inspired by COVID, didn't he?
Oh, really? Did he? Well, yeah, he was on Joker TV. Is that what he?
Yeah. Yeah, we had him on for 20-30 minutes, I think. We were talking about a lot of this stuff. He's fun. If you guys aren't checking out his live stream, you should definitely go over there. He's supposed to be having quite a bit of entertainment going on over there too. So
Yeah, he's doing his
he made
whole
a
other show.
new figure line release announcement here at 520, which is probably still talking about it at this moment. So
yeah.
we're posting his IG feed link to the chat right now, so you can go out there and find it if you want to.
Nice job. Yeah, he did a little critter that he was hiding in his booth, and if you could find it, you could win the critter.
Yeah, did we get an update on that yet? Did somebody found it?
If somebody found it, no.
I don't know, but there's some for sale in his online store as well.
Cool.
Yeah, this is actually a sculpt by Pikmin, and it is a sculpt of Mike Alvarez, an original Mike Alvarez art. And I know that they have other versions of other colorways of the Little Fluffy Cloud, different colorways, but this one is exclusive. This glow version is exclusive to Virtually Assembled.
Cool.
Yeah, I love Pikmin's work. Toy Box did a really great job of focusing on, you'll see a lot more of his horror references in his work. And in some of the behind the scenes chat, I saw Remakes Plethora and Pikmin like chatting it up because we're all sort of real hardcore horror fans. And when Pikmin actually had a giveaway for a McCready The Thing action figure that some of those characters at Toy Box sent, and I won it.
You won it?
It was my first resin.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
wow!
I totally won it.
That's cool.
It was really cool. And Pikmin was like, "Yeah, when I pulled your name, I was so excited." I was like, "Yeah, me too."
Everybody's gonna start thinking the fix is in. Oh, that's awesome though! Hell yeah!
Yeah, this is.
So if anybody missed his events that he was doing at his table, the great thing is he's recorded a lot of it and posted the short video clips to his Instagram feed, so you can go back and watch it later if you've missed it. He even has the Dead Greedy interview out there.
When did that?
'Cause I know
air?
that was one thing I wanted to make sure I saw.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That was yesterday sometime. Right?
Yeah, yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, because I wanted to see that, and we were probably on here and.
Yeah, I think his major interview today is a collector, a toy collector, and a book author that's on there today.
Cool.
I can't remember the name at the point, but his schedule is on his IG feed. So
yeah, it's also on our page. If you go over to assembly-required.net, you go over to the Virtually Assembled page. You scroll down, you'll see Pikmin's Pikmin here. This is what his little logo there.
Yeah.
See that logo? Then you'll see underneath that his schedule, because Professor Pikmin has his own schedule for the 2 days, and you'll see.
Yeah, I saw those.
Up in a second.
I saw those Instagram posts this morning, but I didn't realize that those were actually from his feed, because we haven't been able to check it out really. Being on air ourselves. So, but yeah, definitely, I want to check that out later.
Yeah, that's his. I'm pretty sure that there's probably more people watching his show than there's watching our show.
Yeah.
Is that him
We got a
posting
laugh track.
Is that's an actual response in real time? Because I don't see that on the feed.
Yeah.
I think so.
I think that was a response to a DK. I saw that response during DKE.
Yeah. We just
That
put it up
wasn't.
again.
That wasn't funny.
Oh, that's Mutt's messing around. Okay.
Yeah. We're screwing around over here.
Nice. Yeah, he's a big horror fan, and we were messaging a lot back and forth once he signed up, because he had said that he tried to wanted to get involved with Assembly Required previously, and was going to get involved with our in-person event this year. So he was excited to be on board, and I was really excited to have him, especially since we have a shared love for horror movies. We just started messaging back and forth about John Carpenter movies specifically, because I was originally going to do a giveaway of some Escape from New York Little People that I'm working on, leading up to this show, my stuff always suffers, and I just never get it done because I'm working on everything else.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Talking about our stuff, here's I think this is still available over on my website.
There you go.
So MrBlankIsDead.com if you want to get this. This is a one of exclusive. The ones that are available on Designer Toy Market are here, but I did a zombie colorway kind of thing here, and you can see the blood splatters at the bottom.
Yeah, that's a really nice box on that, Mox. It was really impressive.
Yeah, I had to like spiff it up a little bit.
Yeah. So anyway, I was gonna do I was gonna release the Escape from New York Little People on for this as an exclusive, but it just never happened. But what you'll notice is in most of the interviews that I did, besides the Dove interview, is I'm wearing a T-shirt that's referencing an Escape from a John Carpenter film, and I was going to do this whole giveaway thing where I was like, if you recognize the thread between all these T-shirts, then I'm going to give you the Little People, and I probably still could have done it, but got that.
Yeah, I was gonna joke earlier. I noticed like almost every interview, it's a different shirt.
Right. That was purposeful. I was trying to set something up, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah. So are we bringing them in? Okay, I think. I think we got a new guest.
Oh.
Huh?
Oh, yeah. Mock Toys. Bring them in. Good timing.
Oh, we're working on it.
Carlos!
Come on
in. Step into the light. Walk over, children.
Yeah, I can't find that back. Oh well. Uh-oh.
So we
While
do
we're
have,
waiting,
I think,
Matt,
Mock
Wheel of
Toys.
Death.
Matt, are you going to be releasing those Escape from New York figures at some point?
Eventually, I think after this show is done, I could actually pick that up. And oh, there he is.
Hey.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Carlos. How you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear an echo too.
Okay, how about
Might
now?
be had to turn down a little bit. I'm not sure. Oh, I don't
How's
hear
that?
it now. I don't hear it now at all. Yeah.
Yep, that's good.
Can you still hear us?
Awesome, man. What's up, putos?
I should have had your toy ready. I know that you were going to go on a rant about Nintendo Switch. I saw you chatting it up about that.
Yeah.
Tell
I
us
know,
about
I
that,
was
because we're
kidding around,
clueless.
but, what's up?
Tell us about it, because honestly, we're clueless about that game. And we were talking about it yesterday like we knew something. And we
Yeah.
didn't.
Well, it's I mean, first of all, I don't really play it, but it's a game I got for my son, and when it came out, there was so you get your own island for the game, but they only let you build one island, and they don't really let you, you can't, like, if you have a family of say 4 people, they can't have their own island. So, but it's more just like a jab at Nintendo in general. Just because I feel like they, they're always trying to sell these gimmicks at you, and it's like this whole love-hate relationship with Nintendo itself. But I just thought the whole double-crossing animals thing was funny because, the
I like that you put a
character
warning
Tom-
on there.
Watch.
Yeah, watch your back.
Watch your back.
Oh, that's great.
So this character,
that guy,
he's-
Tom Nook, he basically he lets you live on the island, but you have to basically work your way up to buy a house and other things, and basically like it's
Well,
a ripoff,
some of them come with a gun, some of them come with a knife. He's like a mobster. Sounds like.
Yeah, basically.
So
double cross an animal.
So Carlos, give us a little backstory.
Uh-oh, we're losing your mic a little bit.
Oh, for goodness! You hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
It's when I start I'm Italian. I talk with my hands a lot.
It's all right.
You hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tell us about your how you got introduced into the designer toy and bootleg community.
Man, I guess it's a long story. I mean, like, I got into customs. I was very little. I guess I was kid bashing. My cousin taught me that you could unscrew like GI Joes and then just basically make your own. I was like 7 or 8 years old, you know. So, from there, but also my dad was a collector, a toy collector too. So there was also this idea that toys were going to be worth something in the future. So, you had to take care of them too at the same time. So even though my dad bought me all these toys, he also boxed them up once I grew out of them or whatever. He was just thought I was done with them. He's like, okay, this is going back in the box. And so,
You're like, no. I'm still playing with those.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. No, he was always like watching over, like make sure nothing breaks, don't snap the doors on the back cave, But and so I always wanted to make my own toys or customize them, but so there was that fear that I didn't want to ruin them too. And it wasn't until I started work until I was like 16, where I started saving up money, and then I just one day went to KB, found some toys on sale, and just started painting them. But used the wrong paint, used the wrong modeling or clay, just everything just went wrong. But I'd say about 20. That's when I started. Found this guy online called Evil Face, and he was making custom GI Joes, and that was like over 20 years ago, and that was like, oh my God, you can actually do this. There's somebody else who has this idea, and then just kind of little by little, just picked it up, and I wanted, 2013 was when I got on Instagram. My wife kept telling me go on Instagram, and back then everything was on forums, everything was like just a niche thing, that, and it was weird, and like anybody who came over my house was like, what is this? What are you, boys, you're 30 years old, what are you doing? But, yeah, 2013, I finally just got on Instagram, and I just started just working on stuff and posting them up, and from there just, talked to Killer Bootlegs and other guys, and I just steamrolled,
Now, it looks like when I was introduced to your work, there was a moment where I wasn't sure if you were producing the resin art or if you were doing the card backs. And then I saw you were doing both. Do you think it's like an equal balance, 50-50, that you're doing the graphic card backs for other artists as well as the resin work, or?
Yeah, I mean, I guess like I started off just kind of doing, like, my first release was just making customs, like a custom set of toys, like I did the Logan's Run basically, like I did 15 of them. But they weren't resin because I still didn't really know what that was all about. To me, that was magic. I was like, what are these guys doing? No idea how to even get started. So I did that, and then just started researching it, and I did a couple runs of toys that were actual resin without a pressure pot, and just did the best that I could. Had to fix a lot of things. But really, I wanted to do card backs. That's all I wanted to do was design card backs, and then just from there, I started doing stuff for Special Ed Toys, and on the side, I would just make a few customs here and there, a run of something, but very small. And then just kind of picked it up recently. Basically, bought a pressure pot and starting up again. But yeah, I mean, I'd say it's more card backs than actual resin toys I've done. Yeah.
Drop some names. Who have you collabed with?
Yeah, I was going to say, haven't you worked with Dane Buzzard Guts?
Yeah, Dane.
Yeah, I thought that's where I first.
Rage, Scott Cherry.
Yeah.
Killer Bootlegs, Dollar Slice. I mean, I don't know. It goes on and on. Horsey Boot.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I've done stuff. I recently done some stuff for DKE for Ron English and Kazakh.
Cool.
That stuff is pretty cool. I mean, that's just for DKE. I don't know Kazakh. I don't know Ron English.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's cool. It's cool to get to do that, and it's kind of like fulfilling this itch or this dream that I've always had.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. That's cool. There was. Did you do something, Jay? And I don't mean to steal your thunder here. We were trying to figure out. There was a a put together your own thing?
The build a boot. The project
Oh,
you guys
yeah.
did with Special Ed and Luke Chu at I think it was at Decon last year in Pasadena.
Yeah, so yeah, that was a creation by Janky Toys and Special Ed Toys for Designer Con. I want to say like 4 years ago, maybe. You know, they brought me in to do the cards and just kind of. So basically, what we did is each of us had a card. I designed a card. Manny did a card, and Janky Toys did a card, and it was a great idea. So Janky Toy casted a bunch of random parts. Just like a wampa arm and you know, just the craziest things you could think, and they each threw them in box. So they threw a bunch of arms in one box, a bunch of heads in another box, and then people just went in and just picked one part, you know, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, a torso.
That's a cool idea.
And then just build these. Yeah, it was a great idea. Yeah, it was just this. It was just insane. I don't know. Some of the creations that people made. That was a fun project.
Yeah, that's cool. I wish I could have seen that. I heard about it. We were talking about it the other day.
Yeah, I wish I could have been there. I was there like up to the day before Decon, but I had to go back home. But it was fun hanging out with Chris and you know, with Manny and Chris, and doing that like all together in the same room. That was fun because that's something rare that us toy artists don't get to do, you know.
Yeah. Where are you based out of? You're south from here, right?
I was living in Miami for a while. I grew up in Miami basically, and then just last year moved to Tallahassee.
Oh, okay.
With my wife and my son.
So Florida, okay, cool, yeah. So you're on the East Coast with us, cool.
Yeah.
I forget
East
where
Coast,
everybody's
not
calling
too far
from, you know.
Dane, not too far from Asheville.
Yeah. Cool.
Well, you'll have to come up for the next in-person event next year.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I know we've tried the last few times and it just hasn't worked out, but definitely want to do the live thing.
Well, hopefully we won't have a pandemic.
yeah, exactly. Hopefully.
Yeah, I remember when we first started putting this event together, that idea that you guys were just talking about, the build your own thing. I remember when we were creating Assembly Required, a friend of mine actually made that suggestion, and I don't know if maybe he saw it somewhere else because he's not in the designer toy community, so I doubt that he, you know, saw what you were doing. But he came up with this idea about putting stuff together, you know, having a kind of like a kit bash table where people can come up and maybe even kids can come up and like put their own stuff together. And I was like, it's a great idea. It's just it didn't work for year one. There were just so many different things that we were trying to accomplish, and we really just needed to just get it done. And as it grows, you know, it's a great idea to have people build their own toys.
Idea. I mean, it's just probably one of those like great minds think alike, you know. But I remember Manny had brought it up a while. You know, he brought it up, but I didn't really think much about it, you know. And then they just did it. I just think it's amazing. Chris, you know, casting all those random parts,
right?
Random colors.
Well, the funny thing is, when they pitched that idea to me for the first year, that was, like I said, a friend who wasn't as familiar with the designer toy and bootleg culture, and we had the Suck Lord there year one, and wow.
Oops.
Do we really need to put that on Carlos's face? And I was like, you know, the Suck Lord's going to be there, and I was like, you know what, having kids putting stuff together while the Suck Lord is on stage may not be the greatest idea.
Yeah.
Especially with kids around.
Yeah. And inevitably, there were a couple kids in the room when Suck Lord gave his presentation, which was funny.
Yeah.
Now, like, I was wondering, like, you know, you're talking about a build-a thing. I mean, we're talking like hundreds of parts, right?
Yeah, I mean, there were, I don't remember how many there were. There were a bunch of parts, man. There were just, and then they had built these black boxes so you couldn't see what was inside, essentially. Even when you would put your hand inside, it was all blacked out. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was a pretty crazy project.
Wow. I've been doing a lot of casting lately, and I've got this project where I'm doing like hundreds of pieces, and man, it's just like it's taking a lot longer than I thought it was going to take. and it's just like, you know, it's a lot of work, you know.
Carlos, are you doing this full time now?
So yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get back in it and just kind of bring up some old ideas that I had and just kind of get those out of the way, and then I don't know, just go from there. I don't know, just see what pops in, and definitely want to experiment now that I got a pressure pot and throw in some glitter and colors and, you know, and go nuts.
Just throw it in there and see what happens.
Yeah.
I really like
Everybody
what
nuts, you know.
How you learn.
These pieces you have on your online store. It's like the spinning paint jobs that you're doing on the card art. That's really cool.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah. I built this box. I can even show you. It's
show
It's
us.
basically like my son got a gift. It was like a spin art box, and I just built a bigger version of it, and just been
cool.
throwing paint on it. And spinning it around. It's fun. It's just, you know, something different, something new.
Yeah.
Inspired by the kid. Inspired by like kids who actually play with toys. You know.
Yeah. I haven't seen that yet. Damn.
Yeah, they're out on his online store and your Instagram feed. Dude.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah.
That's cool. I got my kid a spin art thing, and we don't take it out much. I'm afraid it's gonna be messy.
Yeah.
So you were
the thing
saying
with those is you run out of paint, and then where do you go? You know, now you need no more spin art paint. You know, it's just
Right. That's how they get you.
mix your own paint.
That's how they get you. They gave you a little bottle of paint. Oh, you got to get more? Here, it's $50.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you were
First
saying
one's
your
free.
Logan's Run figures were made of something else. They weren't made of resin. What did you make them out of?
So they were so back then I basically just had a bunch of those Lukes laying around, and I just sculpted over their chests. So the first run wasn't resin. They were just repurposed toys, and then until the second run I actually I cast like 10 or something. I don't know, so long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were really cool. I really like the Logan Run stuff here.
Oh. Yeah, I do remember seeing those. Did you do more than just Logan?
Yeah, I did the so the people basically like the Capricorn 15s,
With the-
people who are
with the
30 years
masks,
old were
right?
Celebrating their birthdays, yeah. I just used an Emperor Palpatine.
Yes.
for that.
Yes. I love those. I saw that. I love those.
I love that movie.
I like
That
those
movie
figures.
is amazing.
I like those
So-
figures until it reminds me that I'm over 30, and then it's like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So you did
Those were
Logan.
fun. Those came.
Did you do that
Yeah,
robot
I did
thing?
Palpatine, and then I did the robot too.
Right. Okay.
The robot.
Nice.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah. That dude was so. Wasn't he like? He was creepy in that movie. Wasn't he like a? Well,
Very creepy. Yeah.
yeah. I remember something being very awkward about that
You're
thing.
going to turn them into food, right?
He was definitely awkward. Yeah, he'd been locked in that cave for way too long.
But there was like weird sexual innuendo or something with that guy, wasn't it?
Well, I think he was going to turn them into food, if I
Was
remember
that
correctly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
He's
what he
gonna
wanted.
eat
He
them?
wanted to turn them
Preserve
into
them.
food. Yeah.
No.
He was gonna. That was his purpose. Yeah, pretty much.
So if you got something sexual out of that, you know, there is a tie about like eating people and sex.
Maybe I was watching
and
a
there's
different
no joke. There
movie.
is a connection there.
Maybe I was watching a different
It was a
movie.
reference.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know. My parents were asleep. I was flipping through the channels. It was all blurry. I couldn't really see what was going on.
I love that movie. I love the beginning with the Mac Cat with all the like the little the scene of the city. It's so amazing.
I got a question for you. I've been thinking about this. Your art that you do. How are you doing? I see you got like a pad there behind you. Do you do it digitally or?
Yeah, I do digitally. I sometimes what I do is I'll sketch it out and then just scan it and then just work from there. You know, just do
Okay.
everything pretty much on Illustrator or Photoshop. You know.
It's just always like really good. So.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, and I saw that pad behind you. I thought maybe that was what you're drawing on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
did that
really
not
impressed
long
with this
ago. It's
card.
fun. thanks, man.
It's really solid. This is really nice.
You know, I was thinking on the piece itself, I'd love to see like a larger version of that. You know, because it really has that quality of like a you know, like high end designer pieces, the designer toy pieces.
Thanks, man.
Hmm.
Thanks.
I mean, it's funny to even.
Like I was telling you the other day, I just recently got glasses and I started putting up all my toys up close to my face and seeing how terrible they were.
Yeah. Yeah. If you don't put your glasses on and take off your hat, because otherwise we're gonna look like creepy doubles.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We were doing test run the other day, and we realized, yeah. Yeah. You got your evil twin.
Yeah, you know, hop on over to the virtually assembled tab on assembly-required.net, and you can visit Carlos. And if you go to the Designer Toy Market, you can pick up one of Carlos's exclusives. They're all numbered 5.
Here, let me see.
Can't promise you'll get a gun or a knife. It's random, but.
And you're gonna be you're gonna be at your table between 6 and 9 tonight, right?
Yeah, I'll be on for a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
You getting a lot of visitors over there?
A couple yesterday, not many today. I wasn't on earlier, so I don't know if anybody actually tried to stop by today. Maybe I'll.
I put a question in the chat yesterday when I was talking to some of the artists, and I was like, "Hey, you guys getting a lot of visitors?" And someone were like, "Yeah, my wife stopped by and my cat."
Well, I see I'm looking at the inventory list. We still got a couple available, but they are selling, so better hurry up and get on Designer Toy Market and buy those. So, where your other is Zoom table? Is that what you're doing? Yeah.
Yeah, I had a Zoom table. I'm just gonna be hanging out today, so I'll have some toys on display.
All right, and what's your web
Try to
address?
get some work done. What was that?
What's your web address? Where would everybody look for you?
You can find me on Instagram at mocktoys, MOCTOYS, or at Big Cartel at mocktoys.bigcartel.com.
Cool.
I believe that's what it is.
And on the event page, there's going to be a link to his online shop as well.
Great.
Yeah. All right. Well, Carlos, I appreciate you coming on at such short notice. This wasn't scheduled, but surprise!
Surprise!
We're live. We come
Yeah.
up with stuff.
Awesome, guys.
I appreciate you, man.
Thank you for having me.
Up next.
You take care, all right?
Thank you.
Take it easy.
All right, what we got coming up?
Greetings, Starfighters. How you guys doing?
Are doing well.
Good.
Doing very well.
Well, Andrew, let us start with you. Please introduce yourself to the viewers in the audience and let us know who you are.
My name is Andrew Geddes, although I go by Green Plastic Tunnels as far as my, I guess, fake company name or artist name, however you want to look at it. I'm an artist from Cincinnati, Ohio, originally, born 1981. And I've been living in Baltimore for about, since 2007. So a little while now. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And Steven?
Well, I'm originally a northern boy. Originally come from Wisconsin and ended up living in Cincinnati for about almost 40 years.
And can you give us a little background on your artistic endeavors and your career?
Okay, well, I started out teaching art in Wisconsin, and then ended up going back to graduate school to study sculpture at OU, Ohio University. And then after that, I worked for the Kentucky Arts Commission for a couple of years in their Artists in the Schools program. And then I ended up going to work for this, as it was labeled in the job listings, a toy company near Cincinnati, Ohio. It turned out to be Kenner Products, which was right in the middle of Cincinnati, Ohio. And one of the reasons that I started working for them then was because they had just recently signed the contract to give them the rights to producing Star Wars toys. And they had finalized the deal late in the game, and the movie was already in the theaters by the time I joined. And they were basically trying to get product, to the stores as soon as they could. And the movie was going great guns. And as a result, they were trying to hire people fast enough to, increase their sculptural ability so that they could get something to the kids before the movie was forgotten, actually. And so I started working there, and I was at Kenner for about 7 years before I left them and became a freelancer.
Well, terrific. So, Andrew, when it comes to the designer toy culture, what do you remember being your introduction to this culture?
It would have to be, I'd seen a lot of the like Frank Kozik sort of stuff in the early 2000s, and I thought like that was kind of cool. Or like Jeff McFedridge doing a lot of those toys that you would see in music stores, sort of that DIY, but also mass produced, like Dunnies. I'd seen a lot of those before. I was familiar with a place called Atomic Books in Baltimore, and I walked into another store run by a guy named Noel Conrad called Novelty House. It was just a store, store on the corner, and I walked in and I was like, whoa, this is really cool. Saw a bunch of his stuff. I was looking more for vintage toys, like Star Wars stuff, and I told him my background with it, having my dad worked on it growing up. And I was telling him a little bit about what my interest was with prototypes and how that influenced some of my own artwork. And then he showed me this stuff by this guy, Mark Ultra, or Mike Kirchhoff. And I was like, this is kind of up my alley. This is something I feel like connected with. And I went home, immediately started looking at a space called Manny Toys. And I found out there was this whole world of designer toys outside of just like Dunnies and like things I was talking about. And I thought those were cool, but it seemed like there were more applications than just those things. It wasn't as limited as I thought, and the DIY nature of it. And working with resin's something I had worked with before, but I didn't really like it. It was that stuff cast and craft, not really a good product. It smells really bad and is toxic as shit, So I came home, started playing around with molds. I'd done some mold making in college. I've made some work out of wax, cast wax, and plaster. So I thought maybe I'll try it again. So I made some of my usual sort of architectural, I guess you'd say, forms, made casts of those, and also made some casts of some vintage figures. One of them was a Charon from Clash of the Titans, because I always thought that was such a cool figure.
Yeah.
And then I find out, everybody's already thought about that. Like, yeah.
Well, that's you bring up an interesting point about the architectural aspect, is because you would use the term decontextualizing familiarity in your artist bio.
Yeah.
Can you explain a little bit more about what that means?
Well, yeah, has a little bit to do with, I've been intrigued with certain forms, and I'll say a lot of them have been action figures. I mean, I was pretty much studying that, like whatever I wasn't playing with them, I had the books, the Toy Fair books that, my dad got a hold of and, didn't have much to do with. But I liked the idea, after studying certain things for so long, especially like sort of generic architecture, shopping malls, for retail places. It was always something I was interested in. And I don't know, I just started working with this idea later on that this image, like the bars you might see on 7-Eleven or other gas stations, especially generic gas stations, those have the best ones, random colors. But I thought about the way that's kind of like a signification for, you know, store. This is where you get this, this, and that, and then there's all these fabulous products inside, but they're not really that fabulous. They're just sort of interesting. But as far as, I guess, to get back on more decontextualizing architecture, I started to take things, and let's talk, if you don't mind me switching over more to the figurative aspect of it. It's more like taking these familiar things that I may have some relationship with and just removing the narrative. Yeah, so I think that that's a lot of what I try to do, either with the figure making or like the architectural stuff, kind of like giving it less meaning, but somehow still identifiable, you know, where you can pinpoint some sort of recognizable form, at least.
Right. Stephen, what was your impression about Andrew's work when he started first producing it?
I thought it was really interesting because of the fact that it was so different from what I had been doing. And it harkened back, some of his early work harkened back to what I was seeing when I was in, well, both undergraduate and graduate school. That was the high point of a lot of the conceptual art and minimal art movement. And I'd pretty much moved away from that. And then Andrew kind of caught fire, and he became very interested in you know, these primary structure forms. But then he started, you know, doing a lot of experimentation with color, and which I thought was great, because I certainly didn't want to just have him doing the same stuff I'd been doing.
Sure.
Yeah, and so I was pleased to see that he was you know, kind of going in his own direction and doing his own work.
Right.
And he just kept developing the work, and he started working with those forms kind of in a that were referencing the toy industry. He was doing these primary structures. I remember I was intrigued because of the fact that he was taking the cards and the blisters that are, you know, pretty much ubiquitous with the toy industry, and he started playing around with those forms, so that they all of a sudden they became like icons. You know, which intrigued me. It was they gave me kind of some of the same sense as if you go to a museum and you see like a bust reliquary, you know, from the Middle Ages of one of the saints, and they'd have a little glass window in there. Maybe there's a piece of the saint's skull or something like that on view in that little window. And I kind of related to the blisters that Andrew was casting these little primary forms in at the time, or you know, casts of action figures, and putting them in there so that they became you know, kind of a little icon all by themselves. And I just found it you know, very intriguing. And I thought it was kind of a sly commentary on a lot of product that you see on the shelves, as he said, you know, with those distinctive colors and all of that. So,
yeah, I think that when I was introduced to Andrew's work as well, it definitely stood out to me. And you look at a lot of the design and toy artists that are working in the industry right now. And you see a lot of similarities. You know, a lot of people are working with the 3 3/4 inch size. A lot of people are, you know, taking the same pieces and reusing them in different configurations. So Andrew, like, you know, definitely give you a huge amount of kudos to having your work stand out in you see it on the shelf and you can tell your work apart from another's work. So it's kind of amazing to have that ability to stand out like that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Some backstory I should probably introduce into this conversation is how our communications all came about, because I guess about 6 months to a year ago, I saw a post, Andrew, on your page with this book, Engineering an Empire. And I hadn't put two and two together, although I knew there was a personal connection. I hadn't really put two and two together because I didn't, wasn't as familiar with your backstory. And then as this virtual event for 21 was coming together, I think it was Figure Fetish who had informed me that that you had a family member that was a Kenner artist. And I was like, oh, that makes sense as to why I would have seen this on his page. And the conversation around it seemed familiar. It was like, there's a connection here, and I didn't know what it was. And then after communicating with you, you had mentioned that, your dad was the artist in question. And I was like, really? And I had the book open in front of me, literally, when you were telling me this. And I was like, who is it? And he goes, oh, it's Stephen Geddes. And I was looking down at the book, and I was like, son of a bitch, that's him. That's the guy. That's who I'm reading about right now. Yeah. And it was kind of amazing because my dad was the guy who bought me the toys. Your dad was the guy who made the toys.
Yeah.
What kind of experience is that growing up? Because, I owe my dad so much for introducing me to the toy culture, and the thing that has inspired us as designer toy artists so much. But Andrew, like, when it comes to your dad actually producing these things, what kind of inspiration or influence did this have on not only you as an artist, but just growing up?
Yeah. Well, I thought it was awesome as a kid. I'm like, this has got to be the greatest job ever. Like, you get to work on these things and then you get to play with them later. I was like 5. But yeah, it was really cool to see in production modes of things, the way they would come together. Like, he'd have the drawing that he'd work from always. And then he'd we'd end up going to Kenner sometimes. So he'd pick me up after school and we'd take a trip down there because he had to meet with a few other sculptors and engineers and stuff. So I'd get to sit in and see everything happening. And I knew it wasn't like a normal childhood where everybody's, not, it was just kind of very, I wouldn't say normal. But my dad worked at a toy place. Not a lot of people work at, it's not like Procter & Gamble where everyone does, there's tons of jobs there. It's a very specified job, which I didn't realize or didn't appreciate as much as a kid because I didn't, I just figured that it was pretty normal to get a job like this, So it kind of informed some of what I wanted to do as I became older. I wanted to work in toys. I didn't know how or at what capacity. I didn't have the same skill set that my dad and sister have. We're doing a lot of fine detailed sort of paintings. I think that was kind of a bummer for me as a kid because my aesthetic wasn't that at all. As far as where I felt successful. I got good at figure drawing at some point. I wouldn't want to do anything like that now, but I was working more with just abstract forms or having an appreciation for all those things. But I was so surprised by one of my friendships as a kid was with another kid who had some of these toys, and I thought they were really cool, but he had no interest in that kind of stuff. And I'm like, how could you not be interested in this? This is amazing. So I began to see it as something else as I got older and I found out people were buying them and collecting them, you know, like they were hardcore collectors.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wow, this is interesting. And I found that out at a very young age, probably like third grade, when they were on resale at the flea markets. So yeah, seeing all these things like in that sort of way, like they're sort of these objects, I guess, you know, these toys, is how I started looking at them. They can be something more than just like a toy, like this is Luke Skywalker. It could be something more like a Greek sculpture almost.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the way they're detailed. And the other thing I liked was growing up seeing all the stuff my dad called morgue, which was like little pieces of Luke Skywalker and Dynacast, which is the material they cast a bunch of the hard copies in, or like the Superpowers torsos had really bright, cool test shot colors.
Uh-huh.
So I found a lot of those, like looking around in his studio as a kid. And yeah, I just thought that was really impressive. And I didn't know how I was going to use that later on. I liked the idea of kit bashing. I knew what that was by talking to him about how Star Wars, the movie, was made.
Right.
I mean, I spent a lot of time as a kid talking to my dad about how Star Wars was made. And he's like, oh my God, I can't stand hearing about Star Wars anymore. So it's kind of funny. And also looking at his relationship with that, how that must have been to be like, yeah, it's a neat movie, but, you know, I'm just really, you know, this is kind of, not that he wasn't passionate about it, but, you know, he was like, yeah, I want to do other things, bigger things with my art as well. I found that inspiring, especially when I finally found my voice, I guess, in college, for how I want, the kind of aesthetic I wanted to go for and set some of my own goals.
Well, it's interesting that you had mentioned your aunt, your dad's sister.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, you know, a little bit about how art runs in the family?
Oh, not my aunt so much as my sister.
Oh, your sister. Okay.
My sister is a designer for Anthropologie, the clothing company.
Okay.
I don't know if we got mixed up about something else, but yeah. So my sister is also originally went to school to do painting, to do a BFA in that, and then became a flight attendant, ended up in Philadelphia, which is how my parents ended up over there. And, you know, I'm in Baltimore. But she had a very specific orientation for clothing as a kid. So she learned a lot about proportions and sculpting, like when she'd be sculpting the dresses on her Barbies and things out of clay. Yeah, it was pretty cool. But she wasn't really interested. I mean, she had an interest in some of the same stuff I was into, as far as like Star Wars or, you know, certain aesthetics. But we've never all shared like a certain aesthetic, you know, where it's all very different.
Right. You guys found your own aesthetic, of course. Yeah.
Right.
Stephen, what do you think about the creative genes in your family? Like,
well, it's kind of interesting. When I was a kid, I was always drawing, and my mother used to tell me that I had her grandfather, who she had lived with for a while, had, thought of himself as an artist, and he did all these. She referred to them as pictures, because she didn't really understand, what it was, but they were like dioramas, maybe 40 inches by 30 inches high, something like that. And he'd carve all these little figures, and then he'd paint the backdrops, just like if you went to a museum and you see like a natural history museum, and you see the antelopes, and then there's a painted backdrop, and they've got, shrubs and everything in the foreground, so that it looks like the animal in its actual habitat. And he would do these, and he was, he lived in this little river town where, nobody really saw the work much. But he would do historical dioramas of, events and a lot of biblical scenes, things like that. But he, always carve these figures, carve them out of, small pieces of wood, and then they'd use, take window screening apart and, spread that apart and use that for foliage in the trees and little cotton balls and everything. And became very involved, and so evidently there was some kind of an impulse there that had some kind of genetic basis. And so at any rate, when I started doing this stuff, my mother told me about that, and then it's probably my kindergarten teacher's fault, because first parent conference that my mother went to, she said, "Oh, he's an artist." And so I thought, well, I don't know what that is, but it sounds like fun,
Yeah.
So she ruined my life. She just headed me down that road to ruin. And so I just, seemed to be interested in all that time. And oddly enough, all the time I was working, both in-house at Kenner and then working as a freelance, again, for Kenner and Hasbro and other places, I kept thinking, I kept trying to discourage the kids from going into art.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Get something that's more dependable, Andrew, be an engineer or, something. And Emily, take your mother's lead, and be a teacher or something. And they both ended up continuing to go, into art in spite of me. They did it to get back at me, I guess. But at any rate, it's been really fun to watch them in their respective careers, and they're both very good at taking an image and manipulating and doing what they want to do with it. And like I said, I'm just very pleased that both of them went their own directions. That they're not trying to do the same kind of stuff that I do. God knows why you'd want to do that. But I think it's really good. Their work stands on its own, without referencing the kind of things that I'm interested in. Necessarily, they don't feel hemmed in by that, and so that's good.
Andrew, did you go to art school?
I did. I went to Ohio University, and originally I went for just general art. And, as I'm talking to my parents, they're encouraging me, like my dad was saying, finding a job with it, just finding that security, it can be a little challenging. So I started thinking about that and started thinking originally of graphic design. And I didn't like that. There's certain things about graphic design I like, and I've got a lot of admiration and appreciation for it. I think it comes through in some of my work with the packaging, but I tried that, didn't like it. And I was thinking, my mom's a teacher. So she started talking to me about the possibility, thinking about art education as a career, because I love the way I work with people. And I thought, oh, God, that's the last thing I want to do is teach. And here I am starting my 16th year of it. But I thought about the way I can work with people, and that sounded inspiring or pretty cool to me. And I hadn't worked with many kids other than lifeguarding, but I really appreciated a lot of kids' perspectives on things. It was sort of nostalgic at the time, I guess, thinking back on it. I remember how I was. That wouldn't it be cool if I did this, or if I was working with kids that were in that mind state that I was in when I was loving everything about. Sorry, my son came down here.
No worries.
But yeah, I'm sorry. Where were we?
No, you were just talking about. You had mentioned that you were a teacher.
Yeah. So I went into elementary art, and I was still taking sculpture classes and things like that. I think there's a stereotype about art teachers that if you can't do it, then teach it, or I've heard that before. I think art education is almost a different culture in comparison with the rest of the art departments. So there's that sort of stereotype that they're not really going to do any of their own work after this. But I was like, that's exactly why I'm doing this. So I can do like both of these things, working with kids. And although I will say I've experienced it being very exhausting at times, but also having a vision of things that you want to make, not being tied down to, well, I'm just doing it through my like freelance firm. Yeah, I feel like I'm sort of like a freelance firm that can just do a bunch of crazy stuff.
Well, I just got a message that this is going to end in 10 minutes because I've only got I'm only using the free version, so I'll have to edit this together because I definitely don't want to end this in 10 minutes. I feel like we've been on for not long enough, and I want to steer some of the conversation after this to Stephen. Although, again, this I love the way this is naturally flowing. So that's what it's about. It's I don't want to restrict the conversation. So when it comes to teaching kids, like what grade levels are you teaching?
Kindergarten through 5th, and I teach art, so I don't have to teach math.
I don't even want to get into that. I've been homeschooling my my 9-year-old for
that's right
since spring, and then again in the fall. But yeah, no. It's not about me, but it's not. I can't imagine handling more than one.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky, and I've had a variety of jobs over this career. I mean, I've taught in Las Vegas, then I taught in Baltimore City, Baltimore County, which is where I'm at currently. But you see some things that are all the same regardless, the kids' desire and excitement of overcoming the art class.
Right.
And making artwork. And then you see that, and like I said, it can be exhausting sometimes because you're like, all right, but we also have to follow the directions. But like when they get really excited about making something, you're like, yeah, that's it. That's what I want to be feeling by the end of a project or during multiple projects. Because really my method for making things is to have like multiple projects started or get a bunch of parts acquired first and then see where it can go from there.
Yeah, I think I remember having an art assignment, and being an artist myself, I thought this was going to be really easy because when we did our art assignment with my 9-year-old, that I could easily guide him, but he's very regimented, and he likes to if the art teacher says, "I want you to draw this," he tries so hard to draw exactly that. So I tried to to explain to him that everybody's art's different. Everybody can work in a different way, and they teach you to color within the lines so that when you decide, you can make a conscious effort later on to color outside the lines. You don't start coloring outside the lines first. You got to learn how to color inside the lines. And I gave him some freedoms from the very beginning that I don't think his art teacher appreciated.
I've got, if you don't mind me adding to that, my dad got a phone call or comments in my midterm once that my art teacher was very disappointed with me because I didn't follow the directions, on most of the assignments. And I didn't think much of it at the time. I just felt like, gosh, I'm sorry. I don't know what I didn't do right. But she was just surprised to find my father was an artist because I wasn't following the direction.
Well, maybe that's just the opposite because we were allowing, the kids to take their liberties earlier.
Right. Yeah. And that's something I try to do with my students is have them, especially with the pandemic, is have them have multiple options for doing a project. I encourage them to start collecting things. That's sort of how I work. Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Start collecting different things that are of interest to you and then see how you want to use them for the next day's project.
Right. So, Stephen, when it came to Andrew and art in grade school, what kind of influences did you how did you want to support him in his art?
Well, I wanted him to just basically do the kind of things he wanted to do. Regarding that comment by that teacher, I don't think she understood that she was one of those teachers who would show them how to do the thing, whether it's a heart shape for Valentine's Day or whatever. but she'd show them how to do it, and they were supposed to follow the, this first you do this, then you do this, then you do this, and you end up with a finished product that looks pretty much like what the teacher did. And when she made that comment to us, in the parent conference, I don't think she realized that she was talking to somebody who, when he was a kid and he got a mimeographed, thing to color, basically as a time killer, to preoccupy us during noon hour or something. First thing I do is turn the page over and start drawing on the back of the mimeograph, just completely ignoring the image we were supposed to color. So, she was kind of, she was talking to a lost cause. So I was very pleased that he was doing that. I think that's part of the role of art. Anyhow, it's there's a certain amount of craft and skill and thought process, and a way of going about it that you want to learn, so that you have those at your disposal. But just coloring within the lines, as Andrew was saying, it's nice to be able to do that. I mean, you want to be able to develop the skill to do that. But I wasn't interested in Andrew, coloring Bambi within the lines and everything, and using the colors and everything. And up to this point, he hasn't been. So I think there's hope.
Dun dun dun.
Welcome back.
To be continued.
Yeah. So we didn't get a chance to introduce that before, but that was obviously the first part in a two-part interview with Andrew Geddes, Green Plastic Tunnels, and his father, Stephen Geddes, who was a Kenner artist in the 70s and the 80s. And we'll catch up with Stephen on the second part of that interview later on in the show, when we start focusing in more on his experiences and time with Kenner. But this is about Andrew, and Andrew is Green Plastic Tunnels, and Andrew has a exclusive on Designer Toy Market, which is actually entitled Assembly Required. And I'll read you the blurb for it. These pieces, also titled Assembly Required, are inspired by the title of the show and the process I've been employing in my work recently. Instead of casting an edition of the figure like usual, I decided to use a Mattel Vacuform, with parts accidentally shifting around between pulls, leading to unique variations within the edition. The form is from a generic figure my father uses at the beginning of the sculpting process to flesh out an assortment of characters.
Yeah, now I gotta say, I want one of those figures, first of all. Like, I want to have that little base to start sculpting on. That's a really great idea. That's I like that idea. But I have to say, the idea of growing up with someone that had a whole ton of parts laying around everywhere to build cool stuff with and cool monsters with, in my own way, man, that would have been cool.
As you can see, this is numbered 6 of 6. Andrew actually did one extra one because we were only doing up to 5, but there's an extra one, so
nice.
Yeah.
And I think these are selling. They're $35 a piece on Designer Toy Market. So awesome.
Yeah, and as you can see, the details, the Vacuform there. Go ahead, Jay. I'll just show it.
I was gonna say, I love what he's been doing lately. It's almost like a commentary on his own work from the very beginning. Because if you notice the backing, it's resin casted, but it is a resin cast of looks like a tape covered cardboard box piece.
Yeah.
So there again, it's more commentary, another level of commentary on his own work about how he focuses on the form of the packaging as opposed to a figure itself.
The back there, for a minute, I was going to ask you, is that tinfoil? I thought for a second tinfoil. I was like, is that tinfoil?
That's what it looks like, but it's cast.
Yeah, but it's cast. I
the
totally
original,
forgot
I don't
about
know
that.
If you look real close, you can see some of the details, and there is the impression of the corrugation of the cardboard box and tape across it.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you go look at some of his other pieces he's been making, it looks like he takes plastic bags. So there's always like the other form that toys come in are typically bagged and headered. So he's been taking looks like plastic bags and pouring the resin inside the plastic bag to make the form of this art piece that he's created. There again, talking about how the packaging and the form of the packaging is like a greater part of the overall piece of a toy. That you would see on the shelf.
And actually, Jay, that's really I didn't even notice that, because when you look closely at the detail, you can tell that underneath it was the cardboard. You can see those lines in the mold in the cast, but yeah, you can see underneath that there was cardboard.
I tell you, my impression of his work is, when I was growing up, my father had a lawnmower repair shop. Okay, and so me as an artist, like he was talking about, his dad had all these parts laying around. My dad had lawnmower parts laying around and like pieces of lawnmowers. And I would take those things and I would like sculpt them into weird things that I could ride down the hill or, like crash into each other and things like that, But it was me in taking what my father was into and reinterpreting it my own way.
Right.
And like I kind of see, especially with this piece, like the form that was his dad's, like mainstay of his art, from what I could tell. That's what he's basing his sculpts with. So like him to take some of those pieces and then just do the vacuum form over the top of it. What?
Magitaries is like, I blew it not having an exclusive.
But that's like, it's sort of like a reinterpretation of his dad's artwork, of that whole idea that his dad started with this real action figure sculpting, and then he's doing this artsy interpretation of that.
Yeah, that's when I first met Andrew, him and another resin artist called Basement Puke were curating a show at Atomic Books, which you mentioned in the interview, and it was called the Dead Have Resin Show. And
I love that name.
Met Andrew. And it was the first time I was introduced to his pieces, and from the moment I saw them, I was like, "Wow, I love this." And then I asked myself, "Why is it that I love them?" And I had to think about it for quite a bit. And then I think back to when I was a child. Any of us that grew up and collecting toys in the 70s and 80s, you remember running to the toy aisle and there being a wall of your favorite franchise toys. And it was always that typical form of the card with a blister with something in it. And it brought you like so much joy and which got embedded in your brain. So it's like there's these nostalgic triggers that, and I think it's funny after watching the first part of the interview there, the dad set that up in us as children. And now we see Andrew's work, and he's stripped away the story. So there's no war, there's no fantasy. It's just simple, minimalistic style, minimal colors, and this form of this packaging, and it's triggering the same thing, those same nostalgic triggers that draws you into the piece and makes you love it.
Yeah, I can see that. I didn't really think about that, but now that you say it, I can kind of like see that.
I think it's fascinating, just growing up in that household, how like in comparison to the artists that work in the industry, work in the design toy culture and the bootleg culture now, is like everyone, a good percentage, not everyone, but aspires to recreate the characters that existed or reuse them in a different way. And to look at somebody who grew up in the household where they were created, steering away from that and going in a totally different direction than everyone else is.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember in the interview with Fane, and he was going through his studio, I think he had a Green Plastic Tunnels piece on his desk when he was showing some pieces, and he goes, yeah, Green Plastic Tunnels, man, like his stuff is he said, I think of his stuff as real art. In comparison, it's just funny because everybody all of this stuff that we're doing and everybody, what they're producing is art. But, when you look at something like this, to say like that's real art, like somebody's, referencing the outlier, the aspect of it.
Yeah. And it's, I see what you mean. But I think it's just more minimalistic, style of toy art. It's still, I don't know. It's still all toys, but it's not toys.
Jerry says it's funny because my kids grew up with toy making, and they don't make toys.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But his kids are great art.
Yeah,
it's a little different.
Well, one of his sons is a musician. I think I remember.
Yeah. He did the music for the Sagittarius commercial, right?
Yeah.
Oh really? Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, also a good art keyboard as far as drawing as well.
Yeah, nice. That's like maybe I shouldn't talk about it here. I don't know.
Actually, some of my first figures, I actually worked with Mike's son to I commissioned him to do a few of the car art pieces that I made.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I visited with Sagittarius like before the pandemic at some point, and he like played me some of him and his son's music. And he doesn't really like publicize that as much, I don't think, but he makes some pretty freaking cool music. Like it was awesome, so but the thing that got me the most is he's got like just the catalog of pieces that he's done and made and never shown to anybody, and I was just blown away. But anyways, we're supposed to be talking about green plastic tunnels.
Yeah. And one of the things, I've said it a couple times to a couple artists, but I mean it every time I say it, is like when you walk into a room, there's certain artists' work that just really stands out. And obviously you walk into a room and you see Andrew's work, and it just
you know exactly.
Yeah.
There's nobody else that is doing anything like this. There just isn't.
Right.
Yeah. No, yeah, exactly.
I found that interesting in the interview about where he was talking about the architecture of pieces, which really now explains some of those other pieces that he has. That if you go out to his Instagram feed, you'll see they're real blocky, but there's some representation of something. And I always find it interesting what title he applies to them, and it's amazing that it's like when sometimes you can envision what the piece is, but then when he adds the title to it, it's like it's either it takes it in maybe another direction or the same direction of what you were thinking about when you first see it.
And what was the title of that one again?
Assembly required.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. It just blends in with all the other assembly required names.
Well, coming up next, we've got some more animation segments, short films, commercials from the artists, as well as Toy Box, who's gonna. Normally, Toy Box leads into the artist's focus, but we're leading up to the part 2 interview with Andrew Geddes, father Stephen Geddes now, and we'll talk a little bit more about his history with Kenner Toys.
And he'll be talking about green plastic tunnels more too. So.
For sure.
Yeah.
いよいよパワードスーツの力を試す時が来た。パワードスーツが乗り込む3機のマシンが集合合体してビッグパワードになる。ダイアクロンの戦力アップ、パワードスーツ、パワードマシン、ビッグパワード。ダイアクロン。
Too many gay troopers, too many game pie.
Now you too can get your very own virtually assembled heads from Mr. Blank Toys, featuring all your favorite live stream pals like Matt Cassell from MJC Toys, Jason Kinsey from Figure Fetish, Mr. Blank from Mr. Blank Toys and Joker TV, and of course, Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch. Now you can create your own virtual toy event at home.
Hi, I'm Toybox. I know everything, and I got all the toys. And with my toy army, I'm gonna rule the world. Ha 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 ha. I want my Joker TV.
Or you can make your own custom kit bash. Or turn them into zombies. Get your very own virtually assembled heads from Mr. Blank Toys, only available at Virtually Assembled.
I have a great plan. Let's invade Earth.
Yeah!
New from Mutant Pulp, Scordachian Capsule Toys. Landing soon in a vending machine near you. Pod action. Assembly required, all parts included. Characters sold separately.
Our plan is working! But there can only be one ruler of Earth.
What?
Black colorway, only available to assembly required while supplies last.
The Saga of Crystar, a fantasy world of crystal warriors, demons, and wizards. Good wizards like Ogiodi, evil wizards like Zarda, and underworld demons like Moltar.
They've captured Ogiodi!
Each figure with a crystal prism that makes everything look like this.
Goodness and right, evil and might, the winner is out to you!
The Saga of Crystar collection. Each figure sold separately by Remco.
The sea has cobalt, it's full of mercury. Too many fumes in our oxygen. All the smog now is choking you and me. Our lower levels are gonna end. Got to get it back.
These products and more available from Michael Morse Art Toys. Last shot, glamour gals.
They've got flair, sparkling jewelry, gorgeous hair.
Time for different outfits and jewelry.
Lonnie and Carefree Cowgirl and Fancy Dancer. Shara and Simply Sparkling and Baby Blue, all sold separately.
Elegant earrings, Shara. Gorgeous belt buckle, Lonnie. Don't we sparkle?
You love the fun of the more than one of these little glamour gals. Lonnie and Fancy Dancer and dolls and other outfits, each sold separately. From Kenner.
And these are remix plethoras. We were just talking about these behind the scenes. These are his Scream Queens for exclusives.
Yeah, we've got these on Designer Toy Market right now. So
It makes
while
it really
supplies
awesome.
last.
Especially his.
That's whoa.
What's going on?
Looks like a stormtrooper. What are they doing here?
That's weird.
We're taking
Hello?
over this transmission. We've heard of an illegal broadcast.
We're just doing a designer toy show here. They're for sale if you want some.
I'm going to need to see some identification.
I get this. I get this. These are not the toys you're looking for.
These aren't the toys I'm looking for?
You do not need to see our identification.
I don't need to see your identification.
You can go about your business.
You can go about your business. Move along. Move along.
Man, that works every time.
What was that?
Douglas Adams always said it was handy to have a towel.
Wow. Let's do the
towel,
next
right?
segment.
I got my towel.
Yeah, another
Oh.
purpose.
Well, welcome back. You're watching Virtually Assembled, an assembly required experience, a 2-day festival dedicated to the art of designer toys. Now, friends, I regret to inform you that we have reached my final artist spotlight segment of the entire festival. This is it. We are gearing up to the grand finale. I hope that you've enjoyed your experience with us and look forward to whatever we do in whatever form next year around this time, and hope that you can join us again and tell all of your friends how much fun that you had, how awesome it was, and how much you learned and were inspired. And of course, share with us the things that, if you were inspired, that you made, please share with us. We want to see those things. Or share with us the things that you got, that you purchased. Now, we have just a couple more artist spotlights here to show. First up, let's see. Ooh. First up on our list, we have Cosmic Evil Toys. Now, I will admit that I have been a fan of Cosmic Evil Toys for quite some time, and it is because of exactly this. I found out about Cosmic Evil Toys through King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, the sort of psychedelic cosmic rock band, which I'm a fan of. And Cosmic Evil is doing a whole series of action figures for the last few years, I think, based on their music videos and their songs, and they're really remarkable. I love them, and so I did select a few to show you because they're very cool. I think they sell out also very quickly, so I'm not sure there's any in the shop, but just look at that. Excellent design on the card art, excellent figure, really, really remarkable. I love these pieces from Cosmic Evil and King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. And if you don't know the band, look them up. They're very interesting. They use a lot of, I would say, math rock, sort of psychedelic, cosmic, epic fantasy rock. Really cool. So I love these pieces by Cosmic Evil. And now also Cosmic Evil is doing all sorts of other things. I love this, of course, Dr. Steve Brule. And it looks like he may be talking about Pruppets. So we all love the Pruppets, right? Except for Steve Brule, because he's, terrified of Pruppets. But this is awesome. Love this. And also we have, look at this. Magnificent. Love this from Cosmic Evil. Cosmic Evil does do a series of action figures based on all sorts of cult classic films, and so I picked a few of some of my favorites that I saw. This, of course, City of Lost Children. Of course, it is one of the greatest films of all time in the history of filmmaking. There is nothing better than this movie. There may be some films that are as good, but there's nothing better, really. And if you haven't seen City of Lost Children, there's something wrong with you, and you need to fix that in your life immediately, because it is one of the best movies ever made. Now, let's see what else we have here. This remarkable and magnificent, if you don't know, it is our good friend, Zach Galifianakis, who played a clown in a television series called Baskets. I think it was 3 or 4 seasons, but the episodes are pretty quick. They're short episodes, and you can binge watch that easily. It is hilarious and awesome, insightful, sort of take on a sitcom family show. And I would say it is also Louis Anderson's greatest work in his entire career. Louis Anderson gives a magnificent performance in the television show Baskets. So I really liked this piece, and I love the card art on that too. Now, of course, this also a beautiful and excellent piece. I'm a little bit jealous that I didn't think of it myself. It is John Merrick, of course, portrayed from David Lynch's classic film, The Elephant Man. So that is very cool. I love the design on that. Perfect toy. So those were some things by Cosmic Evil. Now here, we're going to talk about something quite fascinating. If you're just tuning in, or if you have been watching, for the last, I don't know, half an hour or so, maybe 45 minutes, we've been talking about Andrew and Stephen Geddes. Now, Andrew Geddes is known as Green Plastic Tunnels. He is a toy designer and pop artist, I guess, and his father is Stephen Geddes, who is a commercial artist and one of the original artists from Kenner Toys, who created the Star Wars line. So it's a very fascinating dynamic between father and son, and how one has become a designer toy artist. The other is, of course, a commercial toy artist who sort of created all of these pieces that the entire scene was built upon, and the whole culture itself of, nostalgic toy collectors and everything that we know and love was sort of founded. He's the founder of these things, Stephen Geddes. So it's very interesting, I think. And if you saw the first part of their interview and heard some of the things that were commented upon in our last sequence, I think this is fascinating, because you see this sort of reductionist in form and sort of deconstruction of the object to strip all of the artifice and story and narrative away and minimalize the piece to its basic form. But like our friend Figure Fetish said, it still taps into this sort of psychological nerve ending in your brain and hits all of those major points of nostalgia and everything that the essence of a toy is. So it's really, really interesting work by Andrew Geddes, who is known as Green Plastic Tunnels. And he was also in the interview. I noticed Andrew was talking about how he was affected by the components of the toys, and sometimes the test colorways of a particular sculpture were, solid colors, and the way that those were combined. As a child, he saw these things, and those had a psychological imprint on him. And now as an artist, he's working those things into his own pieces, but then playing with that in a deeper sense, and doing some really, really fascinating stuff. So this is very cool, and it's so interesting, and really an honor to hear both Stephen and Andrew talking about their approaches in toy design and aesthetics, and to see them, and to think of this legacy of father to son, and the approaches are so different and almost reversed in some ways. So it's very fascinating. Here's some more very interesting deconstructionist, minimalist work by Andrew Geddes, Green Plastic Tunnels. Very cool. So we'll be seeing more of that interview coming up in our grand finale of the show, which will be at 8 o'clock, so about almost 1 hour from now. And we'll hear more about Steven's history at Kenner Toys. If you don't know, Kenner Toys is, one of the originators on the psychological imprint of the 3 3/4 action figure. Of course, there were things like Micronauts and Adventure People that came, around the same time, maybe a little bit beforehand, but I think it was really the Star Wars figures that had this sort of profound effect on so many people of that generation that it's been a lasting effect that is still carried on today, and we've been seeing it all weekend long in all of these different pieces by these different artists, and how that they have used that to reinterpret their own ideas and their own sense of irony and commentary, social and political as well. So it's very fascinating how it's all sort of led up to this moment that we then go back and look at the things that Stephen Geddes has done, and then go forward and see the things that Andrew has done with those concepts. And really, really, really cool, really fascinating. I think it is an excellent way to wrap up our whole festival and share these things with you all. Yes, so that stuff's pretty interesting, and I'm very intrigued to hear more from Stephen Geddes. Now, before we go, I did notice in a couple of our segments and interviews, there was a question tossed around: what was your favorite toy growing up? But I also noticed that, nobody asked me these questions. Why not? Well, that's because I'm here all by myself in Toyland, and the only people to keep me company are my kitty cats and my toys, and of course, my Minion Ragamuffins, which there are 12 new ones in my shop that you can buy now. Ding. So, if I did have a few extra minutes, I did grab some of my favorite toys, and these are toys. One of them especially is one that I still have from my own childhood. Now, this is a toy that I absolutely loved as a kid. This is my original version of him, so you can see he's a little bit worse for wear, banged up. But it is this fellow here. Look at this. It's Hammerhand. He is from LJN Classic Thundercats line of toys. He's so cool. And what I loved about this one is that he has this sort of opposable hand that you can work like a puppet, and you can play with. And so, these sorts of toys were things that got me interested in puppetry arts, because you could actually use this and play with him. And what I also liked about him is that you could take and even give him another toy to hold, like this. And then you could bash your other toys with that toy. Look at this. Look at how fun that is. So he could beat up toys with other toys. I loved Hammerhand. A big, chunky, gratifying, awesome action figure right here. If you don't have one of these, maybe you can check eBay Buy It Now section. Very fun. I love Hammerhand, and this is my Hammerhand from when I was a kid. I still have him. Thanks to our friend, I think it was Feigned, last year at Assembly Required, I snagged another one very affordably, because he is a sweetheart. And now I also wanted to show this. This was one of my all-time favorite childhood toys. Of course, here is this 5-inch Mr. T. I think it was from Galoob. This was such a huge cultural phenomenon when it came out, and he's just completely awesome. One of my all-time favorite toys, and he came with a little toolbox with tools to make stuff like they did on the A-Team, and make these weird machines like MacGyver and whatnot. And I don't have any more of that stuff, but I wish I did, because I love this toy. one of my favorites. It's a classic. And I saw that recently the Masters of the Universe mashups with the WWE. They made a new Mr. T, but they're very hard to find. I've seen some of toy collector friends out there post pictures that they did actually get them, and I am quite jealous of that. Let's show one more. I do love knockoffs, and so quite popular in the 1980s were these fellows here. The California Raisins. Everyone knew and loved them, created in claymation, but did you ever see these? These are very fun. They had a Tang created a little knockoff version of them and had claymated versions. So I thought that those were relative to show because they are knockoffs of the California Raisins, but I think by Will Vinton Studios still made the animation, so but it started a craze of claymation and everyone wanted in their cartoons, so in their commercials, so that's just a little fun thing. There's and all of these toys I think were in essence knockoffs of the Smurfs and the popularity of the Smurfs because they were these solid PVC toys that were lots of fun. Well, that was my final artist spotlight. I'll be back for a closing statement in just a little bit, but now back to you guys.
Welcome back.
I bet you Toy Box doesn't have this raisin.
What is that?
That's not really a raisin, is it?
Yeah, it is. What are you talking
Green
about?
raisin.
Yeah, it's
I thought it was a booger.
It's a booger. But it was designed.
It's not a pass.
It was
A
designed
booger
after.
on a raisin?
Yeah, look at the cool toes. And let's see. Wait a minute. Here, I got some more. I got a Gene Sniffins.
Is that a raisin?
Yeah.
That's a booger.
It's a booger.
I'm sorry.
Don't you have a David Bowie one?
Yeah,
David
I
Bowie?
got. Let's see. I don't see that one right now.
Oh
Damn.
no!
I thought I had it sitting here. I got the Double Vision one. Looks more like a pickle. But
Where are these from? Are they all boogers?
Yeah, I made these. Yeah.
Oh.
Like raisins are one of my favorite things ever. Like when I was a kid, this was the toy that I played with. I loved the raisins. And this is a zombie version. I like zombie stuff, so yeah.
Zombie raisin booger.
I even did a Mucky McFly. He's got his little life preserver on. Anyways,
There was one of them I remember you made. And it was
raisin
really
booger.
gross.
oh here's a David Bowie one. He's got the big boots, the big red boots. Yeah. Anyways, that was cool.
Come down to zombie raisin boogers. That's where we're at, folks.
Yep, zombie raisin burgers.
We're near the end for sure.
Well, that was cool. Toy Box showed off the raisins. I appreciate it. That was cool. Yeah, I have to see if he's got any that I don't have.
Well, in case you haven't caught on, this is Virtually Assembled, a assembly required experience, online designer toy expo, and we're closing in on our final interview, final spotlights. We're almost done, folks.
Yeah.
It's been real. We've been going for a while here. It's been pretty fun.
Yeah. Oh,
Good
yeah.
time.
Got to hear from a lot of different artists, their inspirations, their history, their background. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know a lot of these people, so it was really interesting to get to know
The great
them.
thing about this is there's a lot of artists. There's a lot of new artists that are coming into the designer toy industry. There's a lot of artists that have been in it for a while, and it's a really kinetic, dynamic community that is ever growing, and that's why we're doing what we do. For instance, right here we've got coming up our artist
Cosmic Evil
exclusive Cosmic Evil toys, which Toy Box talked a little bit about. This guy is Butch the Bartender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, from what is that? Police Academy, right?
Yeah, so that's Police Academy. I'll give you a little backstory. Do we have a little rotating clip of that?
I think we do.
Our Police Academy Butch figure is a mixed media kit bash with new sculpts, 5 points of articulation, resin cast, and hand painted on a classically inspired Police Academy card back. When I was a kid, we had cartoons for all these clearly not suitable for children movies, such as Beetlejuice, Ghostbusters, Toxic Avenger, etc. By the time they became toy lines, they were so far from the movies. Dan Aykroyd gets a blowjob from a ghost. Not exactly Saturday morning friendly. Butch is a play on the rated R to rated G shift in those toy lines.
Mm-hmm.
That was my favorite bit in the Police Academy movies. You always knew when it was coming, like, once the door closed.
When that music would pop on, yeah.
Yeah.
And this one's an exclusive. There's they're numbered 5 pieces, and Cosmic Evil actually has another Police Academy figure available on his online store. So if you go over to the virtually assembled tab on assembly-required.net. You can visit Cosmic Evil's Zoom table, and you can also visit his webpage. And he has another Police Academy character over there. But this one is an exclusive for the event, and they are numbered. And they also, what was the joke now? Patrick, the artist, he made a joke on Joker TV about this being a bootleg of a cartoon of a movie. Like it was like a multi-layer reference.
Cartoon's sort of a bootleg of the movie, I guess, right?
Bootleg of a bootleg or something.
Bootleg
Yeah, so
of a bootleg idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop him out here because he actually comes out of the clamshell there. Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
comes out of the clamshell.
It's articulated?
Yeah, magnetically articulated.
Nice. Awesome. Good sound effects.
And there's also a whip in there.
Oh yeah. is that what is that made
or
out
a cat
of?
of nine tails? Is that what that thing's called?
That's not resin, is it? What is that made out of?
The leather.
Oh, it's really made out of leather. Nice.
Yeah, little pieces of leather.
Oh, that's great.
The other one he has is a person that's at the bar, and he also did, I think, only one of them,
Gimp?
but he has a play set that is the bar.
Oh yeah, the play set.
Right.
Yeah, he talked
Yeah,
about
that's
that
right.
on Joker TV too. But I mean, in the commercial, there's like a Gimp character too, like right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the other character that he made.
Oh, that's the bartender. I mean the
yeah, he's got
patron.
like a
okay.
Ball.
Yeah,
ball
gag.
Ball gag. Thank you.
Yeah.
What do I know about this?
He also has a plug in his hand, a plug accessory.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
I did not know that.
What were you saying about inappropriate toys?
Well, what do you mean inappropriate?
No, I know he was. That was part of like the description of the toy itself was something about awkward or inappropriate,
Not suitable for children.
Yeah, not suitable for children.
Like a cartoon made of a not suitable for children movie.
Yeah.
And toys for that toy line. I love the little comments. Like you gotta love all the small details that these toy makers throw into these things.
Free, absolutely
Free.
nothing. Don't send anything to anybody ever.
It's like little Easter eggs.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the other figures are available only in his store, if you can find them.
Is the play set? Does he have the play set for sale? There's one.
I don't see it yet. I wonder if you have to inquire about that one.
Because he made that for the commercial.
Yeah. Yeah, he made it for the commercial. He didn't say he was going to put that out or something? I can't remember. You have to go look at the. We've got extra content all over the place. So
Right.
for a week now, we've been pretty much doing this stuff. We've been on what, like, okay, we started Wednesday night, or I guess actually that was Tuesday night, into Wednesday morning with an 8-hour marathon, which we played back a lot of the Joker TV episodes that you guys were on, and you know,
And you can go back and watch those and catch the interview with Patrick.
Yeah, exactly. And then what was next? Next, you guys were on Fantastic Plastics, so you have to go find them on Twitch. Fantastic Plastics, see that episode, and then you're Joker TV again on Thursday. That's Thursday every night. I mean, every week. I mean, and then Friday again on Fantastic Plastics with the what was that? The party. The kickoff party. Yeah. Yeah, I keep saying after party, but no, that was the pre-party, the kickoff party.
Yeah, we had like a pre-party, a kickoff party, a pre-kickoff party, and a pre-kickoff party.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you haven't visited our artists over on the virtually assembled tab, go over there, visit with the artists, buy their work. We're coming down in the last couple hours. Show some love, support independent artists. That's why we do what we do. We're not getting paid to do this, like Toy Box has said. You know, we do this because we love to do it, and we love these artists, and we love what they're doing.
Mhm.
So head over to the tab and talk to them, buy their work. They're doing some magnificent stuff, and I'm so proud and honored, you know, to be a part of this community and to have, you know, such creativity, be surrounded by such creativity. It's a blessing.
Yeah, yeah.
And
coming
going
up
back to
also,
Cosmic Evil's toys, if you find him on the event page, it'll lead you to his Instagram feed and his website. And this stuff is amazing. He has so much pop culture figures that he's made out there. It's great. You can just spend hours just looking and going through these figures.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually didn't see that Kronk toy that Toy Box pulled up. Like, it's funny. Right before he said, right when he showed it, I was like, oh my gosh, Kronk. And I said out loud, I said, that's one of the best movies ever. And then Toy Box says, that's one of the best movies ever.
The City of Lost Children.
Yeah,
I love that movie, man.
That's a spectacular movie, and
Yeah,
that was
that was
so
really
cool that Cosmic Evil did a toy. of
And
that.
then the Zach Galifianakis one. I don't know if you've seen that show, but I love that show. Yeah, like
Baskets.
you have to. Where did I watch that? I don't know, on Hulu or something like that. But the show kind of starts. He goes to. He's in France. He's learning how to be a clown. He's like a clown. You know, they keep saying clown all the time. It's pretty funny. And then he like fails miserably at that. And so he comes back to I forget, I think it was Texas somewhere or something, and he gets a gig as a rodeo clown. So like a classically trained clown is having to like lower himself to a rodeo clown status, and so he's like the whole show he's like going around depressed and like it's.
And Louis Anderson, was Louis Anderson in that? Is that what Toy Box said?
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't want to tell you too much because you'll be completely surprised by the Louis Anderson performance. Like,
no spoilers.
Yeah, I don't want to give too much away because like when it comes on, you'll be like, oh my god, it's just perfect. He plays the part so perfectly. It's just so good. I don't know.
Well, coming up, we've got the final interview with Andrew Geddes and his father, Stephen Geddes, Kenner artist, back in the 70s and the 80s, working on the original Star Wars line. It's our grand finale. I was really honored to be able to interview them and talk to them about their influences on our culture, on our designer toy culture now. And it was like, as celebrities go, you know, that's what I told Stephen. You know, it was quite an honor. So I'm really excited to be able to present this in this virtual format because I was so damn excited to have the interview.
Yeah.
And just talk to them, man.
Yeah, I remember when you were first talking about maybe getting that interview, how excited you were about that. And
Yeah.
like I was saying earlier, I'm pretty dumb about a lot of this stuff. I had no idea, who he was. But like watching this interview, it's just like, wow, amazing.
I
Oh
had
my
such a hard
goodness.
time editing it because I kept wanting to just watch it.
Yeah. yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
And Jay, I owe a lot to you for that because when I was reading the Engineering the Empire book, and you had I referenced that in the last part of the interview when you told me and you basically connected the dots for me of the
Right,
relationship, and I don't know, I was probably texting with you at the same time that I was texting with Andrew, and I had the book in front of me, and it was all just coming together. So it was serendipitous. So it was meant to happen.
Yeah, I gotta check that book out too.
It's a great book. It's
Yeah.
so cool. And we owe a lot of credit to Engineering the Empire, the authors of that book, for some of the illustrations we're going to see in the upcoming interview.
Yeah,
and
they
there it
gave
is
us-
along the bottom.
Gave
Coming
us
up,
permission to show that. That was really cool of them.
part
I believe
2.
we have that information out on our Instagram feed for the show. I believe somewhere like that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, well, let's take it away.
Well, we're coming up.
Everyone else's life is better than my life.
Look at how much fun they're having. Nothing exciting ever happens to me.
There's no need to be sad. Social media is an illusion. All you have to do is set yourself free and find your purpose.
Well, how do I do that?
Stay tuned to find out more about your purpose.
Mahoney, I'm hungry. Let's get some lunch. How about this place? I heard they have the best salad bar in town. Hello, sir. Can we have 2 of your finest tossed salads? Dressing on the side, please.
Welcome to the Blue Oyster Bar. I'm Butch. We have the best tossed salads in town. Just to clarify, you guys, it's an innuendo. We don't actually serve food.
Let me just talk with my friend. Said, this might not be the place to have the lunch.
Standing room only today, gentlemen. Spike, show them to their holes. Guys, like I said, it's more like you're gonna get your butthole eaten out by a stranger.
Uh-oh. Go?
Which the bartender's available exclusively through Assembly Required, February 6th and 7th.
CosmicEvilToys.com.
Too many gay troopers, too many gay empire.
Hey! All of my circus freak pornos were on there.
Is there enough room in this clown car for another clown?
Probably love cleansing dirty circuit freak videos. Now reach inside me and grab your phone. Phone clean now. Use phone to find purpose only. Listen to inner poos.
Now you're just moments away from finding your purpose. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody! Now I want to introduce. My name is El Chamuco. Y te les quiero vender un chingo de juguetes. Porque necesito mandar muchos dólares para comprar machetes para mi puta familia. Now I need to introduce the new toys. The first is American history. I want to show you is to talk about the genocide, the thrills of tears. To remember, for don't forget the history and never more kill millions of millions of Native Americans for to steal the land. Go in Africa and kidnap millions and Afro people and make the Afro-Americans and after to say to continue the history, American history, the slavery, the facts. Is the border. We have a border patrol, an alien like me. I want the budget to buy all my toys about American history. Buy for your kids, and now your kids can learn the real American history. Y ahora sí, a machetazos, hijos de la chingada. Venganza para nuestra gente. Where is the button for to off the camera? Okay, okay. Go. Stop.
Children of day, but coming for you. Come here. Come here. There you go. Good girl.
This is amazing! Now that my phone is cleansed, I found my true purpose!
Good! You're so close now!
I love you. You make me laugh.
Mariposa's here!
Mariposa! If you want to find your true purpose, follow my lead. Meditate on a moment of pure love and bliss. Take a selfie while screaming out the first thought that comes to your mind. You have now found your true purpose. Upload the selfie to social media with your thought as the caption and tag Poos the Puppet with hashtag MyPurpose.
You are all free now. Scream with us.
Well, this is it, the grand finale! Wow, that was really loud. I could even hear that in my own ears. I hope that you've had fun and enjoyed our little festival this weekend, packed with so many good things. The streams will still be available so that you can share them around and tell your friends to watch, or your family, or your grandmothers, or your grandmother's doggies, or whoever, next door neighbors. Let them all know that we did an amazing thing here just for you. Remember, you can go and visit the website for Assembly Required and find all of our artist shops there, and you can buy all the toys that you've seen over the weekend where they're available. Some people still might have their Zoom shops open, so go and check that out. Now, before we go, look at this. Look at how much fun I'm having. Oh, this is delightful. Well, you can take these guys home if you want. Send me some money and I'll stuff it in an envelope and mail it to your front door. We have over 100 available for you now. I think there's 150 in the shop. Each one is completely handmade by me. They take 5 or 6 hours a piece of hand sewing. I do not use a machine. So they're all 100% unique and completely different. So go and check out some ragamuffins and bring them home today. Look at how much fun I'm having. So go and get your own ragamuffins. We have tons of them here. We need to get rid of them. They can only do so much for me. You know, they do things around the house, but they refuse to clean the cat box, and they don't do the dishes. And those are the two things that I don't do either, so I need somebody to do it. And, Oh. Well, let us know what your favorite moments were. Let us know if you were inspired to become a toy artist yourself, and send us the pictures. Be sure to follow all of the artists that you've seen. You can find their links from the website. You can find me, Toy Box Theater, on Facebook. We do a weekly show there, so you can watch that. And we have, I actually do a couple different shows. I do one called the Wham Bam Puppet Slam, which we've been seeing selections of throughout the weekend. And I also do a show called What's in the Box with Toy Box. And on that show, people send me mystery boxes of toys, and I open them up. If you want to send me a mystery box of toys, you're more than welcome. If you're an amazing toy artist and want to be on our show, please, we're waiting for you. What else? What other things? Well, did you know I also made action figures? I did! You want to see them? I have a couple that are in my shop now. They're like this. So I have one 5.5 style, Motu style, and one 3 3/4, which is a action figure of Toy Box. That one is going to be retired soon. The Toy Box figure will be retired soon because I only have 8 left and the mold is garbage and I need to throw it out. So unless I resculpt the mold or repour the mold or make a new figure, that's the end of the Toy Box figures. So get them now while they last. And there's all sorts of cool packaging on the back. You can see a picture of my little house there, the toy castle, and read a story about me. And then there's my file card and my statistics. So the back of the card is full of Easter eggs relative to me, Toy Box, America's favorite cartoon witch. And I am doing a whole line of these Motu style 5.5 figures. Here's the first one. This is our hero. I'm calling the line Los Mutantes del Espacio. And there's what the card art looks like. And then the back, those are the figures that are going to be coming soon. So if you can look at that. Look at this guy. Super gnarly. Look at all these guys. You could have them. If I ever make them. I made the first one, but don't wait. Buy them now. Those are in my shop as well as we speak. They're waiting for you to purchase them so we can put them in a box and send them safely to your house. So that, you have a little friend to play with, maybe to have tea, if you like tea, or maybe you're a coffee person, I don't know. Or maybe you just drink lots of soda water, which if it's like LaCroix, I think that stuff is disgusting. I don't understand why people drink it, and it's not good. So, some people just take it and just throw it off their balcony at a tree or something. Now, let's see. Also, we have... Yes. We have another little toy that's very fun and quite unique. You can only get it from Toy Box Theater on our Square site page. Before the pandemic, we did a monthly meeting of Exquisite Corpse art game with children and grown-ups. And so every 6 months of that game, we had selected our top 15 pieces of head, body, and legs. And then we made them into little magnet sets that you can play with on your fridge. So we have 2 series. We're waiting to make enough money to produce series 3, but we have them selected. And then you can, stick these on the back of your refrigerator and play with them. They're very fun. So there's just some examples of some of the art that you can get. And here, I'll show you what I mean. Then you can just change up the head there. And then maybe you can change up the legs. You can play, and they play well with your other magnets that you already have. And we did make sure to always include artwork from children. If for at least every piece for head, body, and legs, there is at least one piece that was made by a kid, and they're very fun to play with on your fridge. So check that out. Look at here's some more, and then we can put this. I don't know. There's 15 in each set. So that means there's a total of 30 if you get both sets. So go and get those now. Those are also running out. We only have a few left, but, those were a very hot seller back in the days of, when we did live events because people loved them. And they're made by our community right here in Asheville, North Carolina. So it's not art that made by me, although some of them are by me, but it's also by members of our community of artists and craftspeople, as well as kids, because I wanted to do things every month that everyone could come to. I like to include everybody for the events that I do. So I do sometimes do work with children. Now, so go to my Square site page. It's in the links. Also, if you want to just donate me some money, because I've been here attempting to entertain you for 16 whole hours straight, you can do that too. You know, if you want to just send me like a couple $100, say like, I have an extra 600 from a stimulus check that I don't really need, send it to me. I'll use it to do something fantastic. I'll make a new show. We have all sorts of new shows that we're in development with, but we haven't made them yet because we haven't had time, because we've had to put together this for you. So keep that in mind. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to all of our amazing artists. Thank you to all of our team members that worked on this show. Big thanks to Toby and GenBen Media, who have been running our tech behind the scenes, and all of our hosts, MJC Toys, Figure Fetish, Mr. Blank Toys. Thank you so much. Thank you to me, of course, for being here and making it fun. Oh, happy day. Thank you to all of our amazing artists that contributed to the animation tracks, including the artists that submitted commercials. All of those commercials were made by the contributing artists of our festival. And thank you also to all of the animators and puppeteers that let us use their work, because all of these people contributed this stuff for free. We're not paying anyone. We don't have any money. I literally, most of the time, work for toys. This is the sad truth of my reality. So, you know, I do need to feed my kitty cats and buy cat litter and stuff. So, but thank you to all the puppeteers and animators for their amazing contributions. Keep a lookout for Joker TV and the Wham Bam Puppet Slam to see more work like that. Both of those shows, we sort of cherry-picked different things to show in our animation tracks throughout the weekend. Now, someone just typed in, Toybox is rad, and I would have to agree. I'm not going to contend that. Any other stuff that we have? I don't know. Let's see. Well, I don't know if I don't have a lot of extra stuff. I mean, does anyone still play with these things? Are these even a thing anymore? They're still good, right? Okay, that wasn't any good. Ooh, I'm losing it, folks. I've been here for 16 hours straight. We've done a marathon, but I wanted to tell you all that I don't really care for the Funko Pop toys that much, but occasionally they do make one or two that I will like, and I do appreciate. So even though they have sort of taken over our toy culture and people love them to death for some reason, even though I think they look vapid and soulless and without any character at all, occasionally there is a good one. And so I just want to show you an example of a good Funko Pop. So here it is. It's Catbug from Bravest Warriors. Look at that. That is delightful. That they actually nailed it on that one, and they did a good job. So sometimes I do like the Funko Pops, but mostly I don't. They're not designer toys. They're imposter designer toys that are rarely good. But this one is good, and I hope that no one from Funko is watching, because I'm not going to get a sponsorship from them after talking trash. But, you know, this one's cute. And let's see what other things what other last minute stuff can I throw in to show you? I don't know. I mean, I have, who remembers Wuzzles? I have a Wuzzle here that's just hanging out with me. There's a Wuzzle. That's pretty cool. And oh, I know, we were talking about Kenner toys and classic Kenner toys and 3 3/4 action figures. I'll show you my prize. Do you want to see my prize? 3 3/4 action figure that I've had since I was a child, and I always knew that it was really special. Here it is. I do have a snaggletooth, a tall snaggletooth, but this one I like even more. Check it out. My old-time prize 3 3/4 Kenner action figure that I've managed to hang on to since I was a child. And with that is my grand finale. There it is. That's all I have for you. I was really grasping at straws or Bigfoot's, I guess, at the end there, but it's okay. We did it. Thanks to you. Thanks for tuning in. Until next year or next weekend when you tune into my show and I talk to you again, we'll see you soon. Goodbye.
We are here with Andrew, Green Plastic Tunnels, and we are here with Stephen Geddes. And Stephen was also a artist for Kenner Toys back in the golden era. Stephen, I just watched the Toys That Made Us episode about Star Wars.
Oh yes.
And I this quote stood out to me from Dave Okada, the senior VP at the time.
Oh yes, I remember Dave.
He had said that these were golden moments that gave me a good reason for being in this world, which is a bold statement. When it comes to your time at Kenner, what is that? Does that statement resonate with you, or what is that? What was your experience with Kenner back in the day?
Well, I'll tell you what. First of all, it was relief because I needed a job. I had gotten my MFA at Ohio University, the same college that Andrew got his teaching degree at.
That's right.
And my intention had been to go into academia as in teaching in a college or university setting. And I got out of graduate school with my hot little MFA in my hand, but at the same time that the bottom started dropping out of the college teaching market. And it was about the beginning of the time when everyone all of a sudden discovered the wonderful world of adjunct instructors, where basically there are no benefits, and you had to take about 2 or 3 adjunct jobs to get by. And so as a result, I was looking for something other than college teaching, and considering going back into education. When I started out, I had been teaching high school and junior high art, and so then I got wind of this job. Like I said, it was listed on the internet or on the wire with the employment agencies as a job for a senior sculptor, a toy sculptor, for a company, a toy company located near Cincinnati, which proved to be in the middle of Cincinnati. So I was grateful for the job, and I was looking forward to it. The people I was working with that I started working with were terrific people. The man who ran the department was a gentleman named John Gardner, and he had come to Cincinnati late in his career to work to head Kenner's sculpture department. And before that, he had been the head of Mattel's sculpture department, and he'd also run their packaging department. And he was a most gracious individual, and I learned a great deal about toys from him. I was coming from strictly a fine arts background, and I had concentrated in foundry work and wood carving.
Right.
So we were talking about a whole different scale of dealing with 3-dimensional form. And I remember when he picked me up at the airport to come in there, and I had to do 2 different audition sculptures, and both of them were baby doll heads. And for the second one, I had to fly in to Cincinnati and pick up the job. And he lent me some tools and everything. And on the way in from the airport, he was telling me about this guy named Bill Lemon, who ironically was sighted in Philadelphia, North Philadelphia. And rather than sculpting in the kind of toy wax that we all ended up doing at Kenner, he carved all the components out of cellulose acetate, which is fairly unforgiving. It's kind of like carving wood or carving stone. Once you take it away, you can't put it back. And I remember him telling me that he said he'll do a 3 3/4 inch figure with articulation and everything for only $750. He says, I don't know how he gets by. And coming from a desperate background, I thought, wow, this is the promised land, And I think he thought better of it after he'd said it, because after I got hired and I started work there, the first job that they gave me to work on was that Dianoga from the Trash Monster.
Right.
And one of the designers had basically made up everything from the eyeball down, because all you saw was that little periscope, that eyeball on the stem in the movie. And so the designer had, basically made up the body of it, and it was only going to be about maybe 3 inches long, and 3.5 inches long, but it had these kind of squid-like tentacles and everything. And so John put me to work on that, and I think that he was concerned that I was thinking that hey, this is going to be a cinch, and he made me work on that thing for 6 weeks. And and you're working with a.
This was a
wax
test, right? This is.
Well, no. This part was after I got hired.
Oh, okay.
So anyhow, he wanted to make sure that I understood that this was stuff to be taken seriously. And so the thing had little warts, on it and everything, and it had like this shark's mouth down in its stomach, and it was very strange. But I was working on it, and that was at that point I learned how to make a nest, which was just like a plaster or hydrocal pad that you would set the thing on, so that when you put it on the surface plate to establish the parting line with a carbon paper and a square, it would always be sitting there at the same exact angle, so that it was always going to be that you were always going to be checking that same parting line. And it had all these bumps and pimples on it. And he made me draft every one of them. And I thought I was going to lose my mind, But that was the hardest project really that I ended up doing. After that, he figured I'd learned my lesson, and so then I started getting other projects, and he kind of eased up. But I came in at a point before tool making and the injection molding process became as forgiving as it later did, and so at that time, they wanted everything to draft perfectly. They hated using what are called knockout pins. If you look at a plastic injection molded piece, and you see a little round circular shape there,
right?
Yeah, that matches the surface, but you can definitely see a witness line around there. That's a knockout pin, and what they had to do is they had to drill through the block of the metal mold, and then it would have like a little nail head, and they would have to grind that and sculpt it to match the surrounding surface. But then that would be like a push rod, so that when the mold opened to release the piece, that rod would push the piece out of there. And they really hated to do things like that, and they hated to put what they what they called slides in, which would be if you had an undercut, they had to put a separate piece in there that would come up and catch all of the texture of the surface in that undercut that wouldn't draft. And so I got a pretty good grounding, from John on things like that. And it was kind of a different world, and I enjoyed that aspect of it. There were times where individual personalities would clash like any other company or something.
Sure.
But of course, I was all the time I was doing this. I was going home then, and I'd always have a studio in the house, and I'd then start working on a wood piece that was, like at the time my personal work had been kind of based on convention or historic carousel figures, and so they were large. So I'd go home, or I'd go home after working on these tiny little pieces with an Optivisor on all day, and then start working on these pieces that were maybe 3-4 feet long, And so that was kind of a back and forth. Yeah, it was kind of a change. It was kept going from one scale to another.
Right. What do you think of, with your knowledge of the designer toy community and what the artists are doing nowadays, not only the production methods that we're using, but also the fact that a lot of the artists are using art that you created decades ago. The reappropriation, like they're taking sculpts that you made that were produced and taking them and reusing them in all these different fashions.
Well, I don't really, I don't get upset about it. I think I kind of tend to think of that as like Romare Bearden's compositions when he would the famous two-dimensional artist, where he would do photo collages, and he did beautiful pieces, but he would cut pieces out of magazine photographs and so forth. And the series that I think of most readily is one where he was taking photographs of apartment buildings in New York City, in Harlem, and then he would cut out these oversized faces, photographs, and put them in the windows or coming out of the windows, things like that. And he was appropriating these images that he had just cut out of a magazine or something, but he had constructed a completely different work of art from them. And the work that I did, within the industry, I kind of view as you're putting it out there in the mainstream. And if somebody uses something like that, that's great. If they can take it and extend the meaning or extend the context of it, that's great. I was basically, we always had a standing joke in the sculpting department that we were wrists. When someone finds out what I did, they said, "Oh, so you were a designer." And I have to be very careful. I was not a designer. The designers were the people who decided what they wanted it to look like, and they did drawings. And then they turned it over to us as sculptors, and we basically took that three-dimensional or that two-dimensional information that they gave us, and we turned it into a three-dimensional product. And so I was part of the, I was a wrist, and I executed, and I was like a pattern maker. They had a very talented pattern making department at Kenner, by the way.
When you say a wrist, you're literally saying a wrist? Like an extension
we just call
of
wrist because you were using your hands.
Okay.
And so the designers were, I guess, the people who determined what we were going to do,
right?
And then we just executed it, and all the time. Now, if I'm a little more proprietary about my personal work. I don't want somebody, taking that and doing something with it. But with the toy work, I think it was a given that there was going to be a lot of stuff done with it, including feeding vacuum cleaners. That was another way we defined ourselves. We fed vacuum cleaners. all those little guns and all those little
right.
A lot of them ended up going into vacuum cleaners. But it was a really I look back on it, I feel very fortunate that I got to do that. And all the time, being artists, we weren't necessarily well adapted to, thinking as corporate employees. That was always kind of a point of tension. And so I always wanted to get out of working in-house at some point so that I could work on my own and, my own personal work. And I remember I had a very good friend who was, she was an artist, but she wasn't involved in toy business or anything. And I got into work one morning and somebody said, "Hey, you've got to call this woman." She said, Alex Haley's at her house and he wants to see her work. And so at that time, Alex Haley was very, very famous, because he had been the author that wrote Roots. And so I got permission, which wasn't hard to get, from the manager to go home and throw some stuff in a portfolio and go out to see her. And so I met with them and we talked quite a bit. And he ended up buying a drawing from me. And I remember telling him, that I was very anxious to leave the corporate environment, leave Kenner and spend more time working on my personal work. And he said a very interesting thing, and it was very prophetic. He said, you'll get away from, you'll leave Kenner and everything. He said, but you'll be amazed when you look back on it, how much, so many of those people meant to you. And how much that, that experience meant to you. And I thought, well, sure, and he went on to talk about when he'd worked, for Playboy, and he went through basically the same process, and he, said that that was how he regarded all that experience. All these people that he had known, Shel Silverstein and several other cartoonists, and I got out of Kenner and freelanced, and of course, continued to work with Kenner. And in retrospect, he was absolutely right. There's so many of those people that I remember fondly, and so many of the experiences that mean a great deal to me. And I wouldn't have had if I'd gotten that magical college teaching job. So I'm very grateful for it. It was a matter of being at the right time at the right place, really.
This book that I had mentioned earlier, Engineering an Empire, when I was reading a chapter, I had it had mentioned how were you responsible for the asymmetrical poses in the Empire figures?
Oh, well, I started. I'm not. A lot of people, eventually ended up doing that, but I remember at the time that I started, I think my first introduction to it, they were interested in having the figures all fit in the cockpits of the spaceships and so forth.
Right.
And so at the time that I started working on figures, we had to make sure that the figure would straddle a center line, and the feet would be an equal distance apart, and it would be a very static pose. And I think I was working on the walrus face figure from the Cantina, And I was kind of, like, I was getting tired of that restriction. And so I just bent the left leg, the left knee, so that he was kind of contrapposto, but still standing straight. No hip shots or anything. And I really expected that the designer would come along and say, yeah, you got to straighten that knee and everything, but they didn't. So I just left it, and I kind of kept trying to head that direction whenever I could. There was a certain amount of subversion that always was going on.
Well, that's actually you bring up subversion, and that probably is a good segue into the Dagobah set.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Andrew was not there then, and so I didn't have an Andrew to sneak in. But yeah, I did. I snuck a tiny self-portrait on the back of the tree, and then I snuck in my wife's first name and our daughter's name on a couple of lizards and snakes and stuff in the back that are on the tree. And we weren't supposed to do that.
I imagine not.
No. Well, the production budget, or the sculpting budget, time budget for them was fairly long, and it'd get to the point we'd have to be again drafting all of the detail and everything so that it would come out of the mold cleanly. And after a certain point, you just got sick of just scraping down that that one side of that limb so that it would clear, come out of the mold. And so I started sneaking things in there. And it was an interesting case with that one, because we had a young engineer in there, and he was kind of nervous anyhow, but he knew I had put those things in there. And I finally finished it off, and we would all, when we had a sign off, you'd have a list of maybe 10 or 12 signatures you had to get. Everything from designer manager, engineering manager, and ultimately it went down to our big boss, who was the VP of engineering, and so. It was time for him to come up. You had to go in order. So you started at the top with the minions, the little guys. And then, Mr. Big had to sign off at the bottom, at the end. And so it was time for him to do it. And the engineer had called him up on a telephone, and told him that it was ready to be signed. And, well, he was too busy. He was kind of tied up. So he asked him if he could bring it down. And so he came up and got it. And all this time he knew that I had snuck those things in there. And he was terrified that the VP was going to see it. The VP's name was Drew Holland. He was he could be a kind of a dour Scotsman. And so at any rate, he picked the wax up, and carefully, and took it 2 floors down to Holland's office. And so he came back in about a half hour, and he was about ready to kill me, because he said that he had set it down there, and Drew had been looking down, bending over and looking there and everything. And he's looking on the backside, and he says, "Look at that, back of that snake. It almost looks like writing on that, And he says, he starts looking closer, and George, the engineer, is just about sweating bullets. And about that time, somebody, the secretary, broke in that he had a phone call, from somebody outside of the company. And so he took the call. He continued looking and everything, but he was distracted. And so, before he even ended the call, he just signed the form, and George was able to take it away. George was terribly upset. And in fact, that I guess that piece took on a life of its own, because later that summer we had the Kenner employees picnic at Old Coney, and I was on my way going to a concession or something, and I passed the guy who was the manager of the shop, the model shop downstairs, because they would always do a proto mold in-house for samples for, like Toy Fair and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, they would send the model, the hard copy out of shop, out of the company to a separate mold house to make the molds. So they'd been working on the prototype mold downstairs in a softer, metal. And I had passed this guy whose name was Paul on the way to the concession, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" And he says, "Fine." And I said, "Hey," he says, says, "the other day, this guy's working on the cavity, or the negative metal cavity for that swamp planet." He says, "The guy calls me over." And I go over there, and he says, "Look at that." He says, "Does that look like a little face in there?" And Paul says, turns to him evidently, and he says, "I told him." He says, "Yeah, it looks like the son of a bitch that sculpted it." And so he mentioned that to me, and I said, "Well, maybe."
Oh my gosh. I can't imagine you were the only one doing that. Was there anybody else sneaking stuff in there?
Not that admitted it.
Really?
I don't know. The only other time I did that really was on the underside of the Tauntaun's tail.
Oh.
When I sculpted the Tauntaun, and it had all that hairy texture and everything, and so what I did was I ended up signing it on the underside of the hair, on the I think it's the left side of the tail. And I worked it in there, so you really got to work to find it. But
I wish I had my original Tauntaun to pull out to look for that, because I did not know about that. I do have back here.
I recognize the Rancor.
The original Rancor. Now, I bought that. I bought that for my kiddo, because the new Rancor that came out in the late '90s was too scary for him.
Oh yeah. Well,
so
they had loosened up so much by the '90s.
So I went back. I got that, and I got him the original Wampa. Those are the only two characters that I got from the original set for him. Yeah. But after talking with Andrew and realizing that you were his dad, and I as I was looking at the book, and I look over, and there's my 9-year-old who's still playing with the sculpt that you made, right?
Yeah, I did. That was a fun. They tended to give me the monsters, which was fine by me. I liked doing big, ugly, and scary. So I was happy doing those. When there were times where we would be running several different toy lines at once, and I was less happy when I was doing Care Bears or Strawberry Shortcake. They were just kind of too sweet.
Was it true that the original mold for the Rancor was sold to?
To a collector. Yeah, when I was, but at that time I was freelancing, and there were a group of collectors that would come through Cincinnati, periodically. And as a matter of fact, that's when I discovered that Andrew probably had a better business sense than me.
And it wasn't the molds, by the way. It was the original clay.
Well, I had everything. I had the original
did
clay.
you?
Yeah, I had the original clay, the original wax, the nests that I put them in to establish the parting line, and then I had I think I had the rubber molds, and I had a hard copy of all the parts in Dynacast.
And Andrew, did you get a car out of that deal?
Yeah. An already old car.
Yeah. If I had sold it now, he'd have a much better car.
For sure.
But then, these same guys came a couple of times, and I remember one time. I don't remember if it was when I sold the Rancor or not. But these guys were saying, "Well, what else you got? What else you got?" You know, and I really didn't have much. And then all of a sudden, like Andrew's kind of hanging out, in the door to the studio, which was down in our. It was down in the. We had a walkout basement, and Andrew's bedroom was down there. It was a finished basement, and we didn't make him sleep in the coal bin or anything. But at any rate, Andrew, while I'm talking to these guys, Andrew's saying to the guys on the back in the fringe of the crowd, "Hey," he says, "Hey, man, come here a minute." Well, he squirreled all this stuff away back in his closet in his room that I had no idea about. And so he's dealing all these little hard copy pieces and stuff like that, out of his bedroom. At the same time, I'm telling these guys, I got nothing.
Do you have, as parting words go, do you have any anything that you enjoy about the designer and toy community outside of your son's work? Do you see any artists that are doing anything that you're like, oh, that's really great, I really enjoy watching their progress?
I do, and I can't draw up any names or anything because I don't know any of them well enough. I'm retired, so now I spend all this time up in my studio, away from the maelstrom. But I just think it's great that you've got all of these people who are taking the idea, taking the imagery, taking that convention and running with it, and essentially doing things that the manufacturers, the big manufacturers, never foresaw.
And probably would never approve.
Oh, well, no, probably wouldn't. They wouldn't have thought it had enough mass appeal. But I think that's what I find so intriguing about it, and why Andrew will on occasion take me to something like 5 Points, and it's really intriguing to see all these people that are involved in, a lot of them are involved with creating their own lines, their own monsters, their own basically their own symbols, their own metaphors.
Right.
And I love the free form of it, the fact that they're taking, as you said, sometimes they're appropriating other works, and they're pushing it in a direction that wasn't planned. And I think a lot of invention comes out of some things like that, and you kind of see, images start to bend and take on new significance by doing that. And I think that's part of the artistic process. You never want to just reproduce something the way it was done before.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
I can't remember where it was I read in, I think it was Jasper Johns, actually. I remember, and it may be apocryphal, but I remember reading an account where he had a note pinned on his studio wall that said, take something and do something with it, then do something else with it, then do something else with it.
Right.
And I think that's what's happening with so much of the DIY.
Yeah.
Movement, and I find it very very invigorating. I think it's healthy. I think it's good.
Well, the culture owes a lot to what you've been doing over the years and your time with Kenner. So I appreciate you taking this opportunity to speak with us, and I appreciate you, Andrew, as well, taking the time to come on and discuss your work. So one of the things that I like to how I like to explain the Kenner Star Wars toys and basically a lot of the toys that came out, when I was a child, is that they were essentially these little plastic archetypes. And
Yeah.
you know, I spent a lot of time studying Joseph Campbell and Carl Jung and how archetypes work, and you know, mainly because of Star Wars, you know, and Lucas's inspirations led him down that path, and that's what led me to understanding more of Campbell's work and Jung's work and how archetypes work. And what I've come to realize is that, like I said, these little plastic toys, these sculptures, these things that you were making, they became archetypes for our generation. Little plastic archetypes that they were therapy. They were therapy for us when we were little. They helped us work through things that were going on, maybe unconsciously or consciously, and we were actually able to, you know, interact with these things and work through those problems that we were maybe unconsciously exploring at the time. And I don't think that anybody could even imagine that, you know, I don't ever hear people explain toys as an archetype, but that's the way that I looked at it. And I think I just wanted to thank you personally from my childhood and from me, as well as all the other artists that will be participating in this event, that what you've done has inspired us so much that it's pretty overwhelming. And you know, as celebrities go, you are a major celebrity for me and for a lot of the community, because your art in a large part inspired us to be doing this thing that we're doing now. And the designer toy community has not even begun to really make a mark, but history will look back on, I think, this time and the artists that are working in it, and it'll be influential. And your role in that is pretty amazing. And I was very excited that I got this opportunity to speak to you and that you got to tell some stories.
Oh, well, it's gratifying to know that, you know, it's nice to think that you're doing something more than just, you know, pulling a paycheck or something, you know, that you're contributing to, you know, something to the culture. And, you know, no matter how kind of tangentially you're doing it, you know, so.
All right.
Awesome. Awesome.
That was so cool.
That was it. Mr.
Yeah.
Steven Gaddis. That was, yes, Magitarius put in the chat, he asked if those Toy Kid photos were me. Yes, those were me. That was my collection of Star Wars. That was my moment.
Yeah.
My dedication. Yes. To that moment. Means a lot. So,
that was an awesome interview.
Thank you.
Andrew's probably going to kill me for saying this, but if you go out to Andrew's Instagram feed, it's Green Plastic Tunnels. You'll take a look at some of his work. There are a few pieces out there where he's done a collaboration with his father. And you can also find his father on Instagram as well. He has a few of his the art pieces that he does in contemporary times right now. But him and Andrew work together, and they've done a few awesome pieces together. And yeah, they're worth checking out.
Awesome.
So if you like that interview, like the history here, definitely go see what they're doing.
Yeah. Thank you, Lee. I see your comments there. Yeah, that was that means a lot. That interview means a lot. And I want to thank a whole shit ton of people right now. So bear with me. It's like the end of the Emmys, but starting with our sponsors and our producers, Morgan's Comics, Asheville FM, Appalachian Pinball Museum, Designer Toy Market, for hosting the exclusive toys, Toy Box Theater for curating those animated segments in the puppet shows, Resin Underworld for Jason, all of your participation and inspiration during the last, 10, 11 months, like drawing up this entire show. All the feedback from you guys and Toy Box and Mr. Blank and, Toby's behind the scenes editing and putting together all these scenes. Jen Ben Media working her magic on Toy Box's end. Chicken Burger Disco. I mean, come on, Chicken Burger Disco. All those commercials, all those cuts, all those interludes, all those segments. Amazing work, amazing team to work with. Joker TV, again, Mook, somehow you got multiple shout outs on this, but you and Toby and Joker TV leading up to this moment. You know, it's been a long time in the coming, and it's kind of weird that this is it. We've done it. We've actually done it.
How long have we've been working on this? This has been like 6 to 8 months or so. 8.
Pretty sure we started working on the idea in May, and we were just like,
I mean,
what are we gonna do?
This was our pandemic project.
Yeah, actually it was.
Yep. Yeah, it was our pandemic project. So
that's one way to look at it.
This is what you get when 3 people get, or it's more than 3 people, of course, but when us get stuck in the house and we can't do anything but get online and do crazy stuff. Oh yeah, special
right
thanks to Cherry Moth Cake.
Did a sketch a couple hours ago. We live streamed it on Twitch of us. That's fucking awesome.
That's great with the thing.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, the thing. Okay.
Yeah. They said something about this on there. I was trying to pull it up real quick.
Maybe we could all sign it and auction it off or something. But that brings me to the artists. This wouldn't be anything without you guys.
Yeah.
All of you. We do this for you. And we love what you're doing, and we want to support you. And that's why this event was created. So to all the artists that have been involved, Bay Kid Dead, Benjamin Mural Visual Arts, Blue Monday Press, Cherry Moth Cake, Chicken Burger Disco, Choose Plastic, Cosmic Evil Toys, Dan Jaworski, Edwin Salas Art, Era Sculpture or ERA Sculpture, Fane, Foo Stamps, Figure Fetish, Goodwin, Green Plastic Tunnels, Lab Monkey No. 9, Looming Doom, Maggitarius, Manor Monster Studios, Medusa's Wild, Michael Morse Art, MJC Toys, Mock Toys. Why am I thanking myself? Just on the list. It's on the list. I'm just reading off the list.
You deserve
Hot
a
Toys,
shout out.
Mothman.
Don't worry about it.
Mothman Republic, Mr. Blank Toys, Mutant Pulp, Oniromancy Toy Works, Pikmin Vinyls, Quest for the Beasties, Remakes Plethora, Simian Cheese, Slug Toys, Think Outside the Toy Box, Toy Box, America's
Toy
Favorite
Box.
Cartoon Witch, and Yo-Yo Dine Toy Division. Thank you all for participating, and thank you all for your art. Thank you for inspiring us to help inspire you to keep the circle of life going and create an echo chamber of creativity, because that's what this event is about.
And like
we
we
should
mentioned,
also give a big shout out to the Fantastic Plastics for their support,
Yes.
their
Thank
involvement.
making the
They've been
theme
a great
I thought about
song.
that halfway through
Yeah.
that list.
Play the theme. Well, no, you don't have it. I don't think that's
Yeah, the Fantastic Plastics, they're great. They put together our theme song, which you'll hear a snippet at the end as well.
Yeah.
But working with them, they're great over on Twitch. Follow their show on Twitch. They're very, very entertaining. And I appreciate their participation in this event as well.
Yeah, yeah. And like we were saying earlier, there's lots more content than what we just did this weekend. So dig around. There's Toy Box did a month's worth of shows that featured different artists and different parts of this festival. Joker TV did another month's worth of work with showing stuff off. We of course went to different platforms, and I did some behind the scenes stuff. If you go to my Instagram, that's a little fun seeing some behind the scenes work. So much stuff everywhere.
It'd be great to hear from everyone, to hear their thoughts, what they liked, what they didn't like, any new ideas, because there's always next year for some kind of event.
Yeah,
We don't know what
Yeah,
it's going
so
to be like.
2022, we return to all things being equal to an in-person event, and that will be hosted at the Wicked Weed Funkatorium here in Asheville, North Carolina. It is downtown on the South Slope, so it is much closer than Highland Brewery, where we've had our last couple events, which is a little bit removed from downtown. Wicked Weed Funkatorium is right on the South Slope in downtown.
So what
so
is
it's in
that?
walking distance from.
What's
It's a
Wicked
brewery.
Weed? Is that a is that a
It's a brewery.
brewery? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You said Wicked
brewery.
Weed Funkatorium. I'm like, oh, do they have like weed
Beer?
shops in Asheville already?
Yes, it is a brewery. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to work for the show, and I think I'm going to keep that up.
Beer and
Yeah,
toys always go great together.
Yeah, beer and toys. Yeah.
Speaking of, I think it's about time to go get a beer, right?
Yeah, right.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
there's the flyer. Oh,
Absolutely.
boy.
So, do we still have any toy heads available?
Oh yeah, there's a couple of those left. We still got lots of toys on the designer toy market, so those are not going anywhere. They're going to stay on designer toy market until sold
Yep.
or whatever. But so you can go if you weren't able to buy anything this weekend, you can still try to catch some of those pieces before they sell out. A lot of things were really close to selling out, so if you want something, I would try to get it as soon as possible.
Yep, and we will potentially have some wrap-up shows in the next coming weeks. We're talking about circling back on our memories and experiences and where the inventory stands now and what's still available. So we'll talk about that a little bit more, the next coming weeks.
And of course, you can always catch Toy Box's show. He will continue doing that show. So tune in on Facebook, Toy Box Theater, and then every Thursday night at 6:30 p.m. On YouTube, Joker TV. We air every Thursday. So come back.
Come
Toy
on
Box's
back.
show is typically Saturday at 8 p.m. I believe.
Yeah,
Maybe you can chime in on that.
I think it was 8. Yeah, were we gonna bring Toy Box in here at the last minute? We still got him in the broadcast.
He's still around somewhere. Lurking.
Yeah, he's
I think
digging
he's off
through
watching the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Oh no, we took the TV away.
What the
Pull
heck
the
just happened to my
facade
TV?
away.
Uh-oh. You feel
were-
naked without the TV.
You were just standing behind the TV the whole time? I thought you were inside the TV.
Ta-da! I'm pretending I can actually see myself.
Oh yeah. Oh, you can't. Are you still frozen over there?
Yeah, I'm still frozen.
Oh yeah, you look great to us, so that's weird.
Thanks.
Yeah, doing this live stream stuff. It's got some little weird glitches and things that happen, and it's so uncontrollable. It's funny, but it's fun though,
Well, I'm glad it happened now at the end.
Yeah,
where
not at the beginning.
Right.
I
I have no idea what it looked like.
Yeah. Oh, you're punching yourself.
must
Quit
be
punching
Toy Box.
yourself. Oh, we got a ghost. We got the ghost of Toy Box.
That's Toy Box.
Oh, what?
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh,
He's
what?
the ghost of the
boy.
machine.
Oh, what? Who
He's
did
in
that?
the machine. He's taking over the computer. Ah!
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. All right, was that it? Are we done?
That's it.
All
Roll
right, bye,
credits.
everybody.
Folks, thank you for a wonderful show.
Thanks everybody for tuning in. All right, go to